checks, eating a grilled chop, in the English manner. His wife thought this very elegant, but also very disgusting. She had never brought herself to take it instead of her usual breakfast of bread and butter and an egg. Tony was in her dressing gown. She adored dressing gowns. Nothing seemed more elegant to her than a handsome negligee, and as she had not been allowed to indulge this passion in the parental house, she was the more given to it as a wife. She had 3 of these dainty, clinging garments, to the fashioning of which can go so much more taste and fantasy than to a ball gown. Today she wore her dark red one. Its color toned beautifully with the paper above the wainscoting, and its large flowered stuff, of a beautiful soft texture, was embroidered all over with sprays of tiny glass beads of the same color, while row after row of red velvet ribbons ran from neck to hem. Her thick ash blonde hair with its dark red velvet band curled about her brows. She had now, as she was herself well aware, reached the highest point of her physical bloom, yet her pretty, pouting upper lip retained just the naive, provocative expression of her childhood. The lids of her gray-blue eyes were reddened with cold water. Her hands, the white Buddenbrooks hands, finely shaped if a little stumpy, their delicate wrists caressed by the velvet cuffs of her dressing gown, handled her knife and fork and teacup with motions that were today, for some reason or other, rather jerky and abrupt. Her little daughter Erica sat near her in a high chair. She was a plump child with short blonde hair, in a funny, shapeless knitted frock of pale blue wool. She held a large cup in both tiny hands, entirely concealing her face, and drank her milk with little sighs of satisfaction. Frau Grunlich rang, and Tinka, the housemaid, came from the entry to take the child from her high chair and carry her upstairs into the playroom. "You may take her walking outside for a half-hour, Tinka," said Tony, "but not longer, and put on her thick jacket. It is very damp and foggy." She remained alone with her husband. "You only make yourself seem absurd," she said then, after a silence, obviously continuing an interrupted conversation. "What are your objections? Give me some reason. I can't be always attending to the child." "You are not fond of children, Antony." "Fond of children, indeed! I have no time. I am taken up with the housekeeping. I wake up with 20 things that must be done, and I go to bed with 40 that have not been done. There are 2 servants, a young woman like you." "2 servants, good. Tinka has to wash up, to clean, to serve. The cook is busy all the time. You have chops early in the morning. Think it over, Grunlich. Sooner or later, Erica must have a bonne, a governess. But to get a governess for her so soon is not suited to our means." "Our means? Goodness, you are absurd. Are we beggars? Are we forced to live within the smallest limits we can? I think I brought you in 80,000 marks. "Oh, you and your 80,000 marks. "Yes, I know you like to make light of them. They were of no importance to you because you married me for love. Good. But do you still love me? You deliberately disregard my wishes. The child is not to have a governess. And I don't even speak any more of the coupe, which we need quite as much as we need food and drink. And why do you insist on our living out here in the country, if it isn't in accordance with our means to keep a carriage, so that we can go into society respectably? Why do you never like it when I go into town? You would always rather just have me bury myself out here, so I should never see a living soul. I think you are very ill-tempered." Herr Grunlich poured some wine into his glass, lifted up one of the crystal bells, and began on the cheese. He made no reply. "Don't you love me any more?" repeated Tony. "Your silence is so insulting. It drives me to remind you of a certain day when you entered our landscape room. You made a fine figure of yourself. But from the very first day after our marriage, you have sat with me only in the evening, and that only to read the paper. Just at first you showed some little regard for my wishes, but that's been over with for a long while now. You neglect me. And you are ruining me." "I? I am ruining you?" "Yes, you are ruining me with your indolence, your extravagance and love of luxury. Oh, pray don't reproach me with my good upbringing. In my parents' house I never had to lift a finger. Now I have hard work to get accustomed to the housekeeping, but I have at least a right to demand that you do not refuse me the ordinary assistance. Father is a rich man, he would never dream that I could lack for service. Then wait for this third servant until we get hold of some of those riches. Oh, you are wishing for my father's death. But I mean that we are well-to-do people in our own right. I did not come to you with empty hands." Herr Grünlich smiled an embarrassed and dejected smile, although he was in the act of chewing his breakfast. He made no other reply, and his silence bewildered Tony. "Grünlich," she said more quietly, "why do you smile and talk about our means? Am I mistaken? Has business been bad? Have you—" Just then, somebody drummed on the corridor door, and Herr Kesselmeyer walked in. 6. Herr Kesselmeyer entered unannounced, as a friend of the house, without hat or coat. He paused, however, near the door. His looks corresponded exactly to the description Tony had given to her mother. He was slightly thick-set as to figure, but neither fat nor lean. He wore a black, already somewhat shiny coat, short tight trousers of the same material, and a white waistcoat, over which went a long, thin watch chain and 2 or 3 eyeglass cords. His clipped white beard was in sharp contrast with his red face. It covered his cheeks and left his chin and lips free. His mouth was small and mobile, with 2 yellowish pointed teeth in the otherwise vacant gum of his lower jaw, and he was pressing these into his upper lip as he stood absently by the door with his hands in his trousers pockets and the black and white down on his head waving slightly, although there was not the least perceptible draft. Finally, he drew his hands out of his pockets, bowed, released his lip, and with difficulty freed one of the eyeglass cords from the confusion on his waistcoat. He lifted his pince-nez and put it with a single gesture astride his nose. Then he made the most astonishing grimaces, looked at the husband and wife, and remarked, "Aha!" He used this expression with extraordinary frequency and a surprising variety of inflections. He might say it with his head thrown back, his nose wrinkled up, mouth wide open, hands swishing about in the air, with a long, drawn-out, nasal, metallic sound like a Chinese gong, or he might, with still funnier effect, toss it out, gently, en passant, or with any one of 1,000 different shades of tone and meaning. His A was very clouded and nasal. Today it was a hurried, lively "aha," accompanied with a jerk of the head that seemed to arise from an unusually pleasant mood, and yet might not be trusted to be so. For the fact was, Banker Kesselmeyer never behaved more gaily than when he was dangerous. When he jumped about, emitting 1,000 ahas, lifting his glasses to his nose and letting them fall again, waving his arms, chattering, plainly quite beside himself with light-headedness, then you might be sure that evil was gnawing at his inwards. Herr Grünlich looked at him, blinking, with unconcealed mistrust. "Already? So early?" he asked. "Aha!" answered Herr Kesselmeyer, and waved one of his small, red, wrinkled hands in the air as if to say, "Patience, there is a surprise coming. I must speak with you. Without any delay, I must speak with you." The word sounded irresistibly comic as he rolled each one about before giving it out, with exaggerated movements of his little toothless, mobile mouth. He rolled his R's as if his palate were greased. Herr Grünlich blinked more and more suspiciously. "Come and sit down, Herr Kesselmeyer," said Tony. "I'm glad you've come. Listen, you can decide between us. Grünlich and I have been disagreeing. Now tell me, ought a 3-year-old child to have a governess or not?" But Herr Kesselmeyer seemed not to be attending. He had seated himself and was rubbing his stubbly beard with his forefinger, making a rasping sound, his mouth as wide open as possible, nose as wrinkled, while he stared over his glasses, with an indescribably sprightly air at the elegantly appointed breakfast table, the silver bread basket, the label on the wine bottle. "Grünlich says I am ruining him," Tony continued. Herr Kesselmeyer looked at her, then he looked at Herr Grünlich, then he burst out into an astonishing fit of laughter. "You are ruining him, you? You are ruining him. That's it, is it? Oh, good gracious, heavens and earth, you don't say. That is a joke. That is a tremendous, tremendous joke." He let out a stream of ha-has all run in together. Herr Grünlich was plainly nervous. He squirmed on his seat. He ran his long finger down between his collar and his neck and let his golden whiskers glide through his hand. "Kesselmeyer," he said, "control yourself, man. Are you out of your head? Stop laughing. Will you have some wine or a cigar? What are you laughing at?" "What am I laughing at?" Yes, give me a glass of wine, give me a cigar. Why am I laughing? So you think your wife is ruining you?" "She is very luxuriously inclined," Herr Grünlich said irritably. Tony did not contradict him. She leaned calmly back, her hands in her lap on the velvet ribbons of her frock and her pert upper lip in evidence. "Yes, I am, I know. I have it from Mama. All the Krogers are fond of luxury." She would have admitted in the same calm way that she was frivolous, revengeful, or quick-tempered. Her strongly developed family sense was instinctively hostile to conceptions of free will and self-development. It inclined her rather to recognize and accept her own characteristics wholesale, with fatalistic indifference and toleration. She had, unconsciously, the feeling that any trait of hers, no matter of what kind, was a family tradition and therefore worthy of respect. Herr Grünlich had finished breakfast, and the fragrance of the 2 cigars mingled with the warm air from the stove. "Will you take another, Kesselmeyer?" said the host. "I'll pour you out another glass of wine. You want to see me? Anything pressing? Is it important? Too warm here, is it? We'll drive into town together afterward. It is cooler in the smoking room." To all this, Herr Kesselmeyer simply shook his hand in the air as if to say, "This won't get us anywhere, my dear friend." At length they got up, and while Tony remained in the dining room to see that the servant maid cleared away, Herr Grünlich led his colleague through the pensée room with his head bent, drawing his long beard reflectively through his fingers. Herr Kesselmeyer rode into the room with his arms and disappeared behind him. 10 minutes passed. Tony had gone into the salon to give the polished nutwood secretary and the curved table legs her personal attention with the aid of a gay little feather duster. Then she moved slowly through the dining room into the living room, with dignity and marked self-respect. The Demoiselle Buddenbrooks had plainly not grown less important in her own eyes since becoming Madame Grünlich. She held herself very erect, chin in, and looked down at the world from above. She carried in one hand her little lacquered key basket, the other was in the pocket of her gown, whose soft folds played about her. The naive expression of her mouth betrayed that the whole of her dignity and importance were a part of a beautiful, childlike, innocent game which she was constantly playing with herself. In the pensée room she busied herself with a little brass sprinkler, watering the black earth around her plants. She loved her palms. They gave so much elegance to the room. She touched carefully a young shoot on one of the thick round stems, examined the majestically unfolded fans, and cut away a yellow tip here and there with the scissors. Suddenly she stopped. The conversation in the next room, which had for several minutes been assuming a livelier tone, became so loud that she could hear every word, though the door and the portieres were both heavy. "Don't shriek like that. Control yourself, for God's sake," she heard Herr Grünlich say. His weak voice could not stand the strain and went off in a squeak. "Take another cigar," he went on, with desperate mildness. "Yes, thanks, with the greatest pleasure," answered the banker, and there was a pause while he presumably helped himself. Then he said, "In short, will you or won't you? One or the other. Kesselmeyer, give me an extension." "Aha! No, my friend. There is no question of an extension. That's not the point now." "Why not? What is stirring you up to this? Be reasonable, for heaven's sake. You've waited this long." "Not a day longer, my friend. Yes, we'll say 8 days, but not an hour longer. But can't we rely any longer on—" "No names, Kesselmeyer." "No names? Good. But doesn't someone rely any longer on his estimable Herr P.A.? No hints either. My God, don't be a fool." "Very good. No hints either. But have we no claim any longer on the well-known firm with whom our credit stands and falls, my friend? How much did it lose by the Bremen failure? 50,000? 70,000? 100,000? More? The sparrows on the housetops know that it was involved, heavily involved. Yesterday, well, no names. Yesterday the well-known firm was good, and it was unconsciously protecting you against pressure. Today its stock is flat, and B, Grunlich's stock is the flattest of the flat. Is that clear? Do you grasp it? You are the first man to notice a thing like that. How are people treating you? How do they look at you? Beck and Goodsticker are perfectly agreeable, give you the same terms as usual, and the bank? They will extend. You aren't lying, are you? Oh, no, I know they gave you a jolt yesterday. A very, very stimulating jolt, you see? Oh, don't be embarrassed. It is to your interest, of course, to pull the wool over my eyes, so that the others will be quiet. Hey, my dear friend. Well, you'd better write to the consul. I'll wait a week. A part payment, Kesselmeyer. Part payment, rubbish. One accepts part payment to convince oneself for the time of a debtor's ability to pay. Do I need to make experiments of that kind on you? I am perfectly well informed about your ability to pay. Aha, aha. Part payment. That's a very good joke. Moderate your voice, Kesselmeyer. Don't laugh all the time in that cursed way. My position is so serious. Yes, I admit it is serious. But I have such and such business in hand. Everything may still come out all right. Listen, wait a minute. Give me an extension and I'll sign it for 20%. Nothing in it, my friend. Very funny, very amusing. Oh yes, I'm in favor of selling at the right time. You promised me 8%, and I extended. You promised me 12 and 16%, and I extended every time. Now, you might offer me 40%, and I shouldn't consider it. Not for a moment. Since Brother Westphal and Bremen fell on his nose, everybody is for the moment freeing himself from the well-known firm and getting on a sound basis. As I say, I'm for selling at the right time. I've held your signatures as long as Johann Buddenbrooks was good. In the meantime, I could write up the interest on the capital and increase the %. But one only keeps a thing so long as it is rising, or at least keeping steady. When it begins to fall, one sells, which is the same as saying, I want my capital. Kesselmeyer, you are shameless. Shameless, am I? That's very charming, very funny. What do you want? You must apply to your father-in-law. The credit bank is raging, and you know you are not exactly spotless. No, Kesselmeyer, I adjure you to hear me quietly. I'll be perfectly frank. I confess that my situation is serious. You and the credit bank are not the only ones. There are notes of hand. Everything seems to have gone to pieces at once. Of course. Naturally. It is certainly a cleanup, a liquidation. No, Kesselmeyer, hear me out. Do take another cigar. This one is not half finished. Leave me alone with your cigars. Pay up. Kesselmeyer, don't let me smash. You are a friend of mine. You have eaten at my table. And maybe you haven't eaten at mine? Yes, yes, but don't refuse me credit now, Kesselmeyer. Credit? It's credit now, is it? Are you in your senses? A new loan? Yes, Kesselmeyer, I swear to you, a little, a trifle. I only need to make a few payments and advances here and there to get on my feet again and restore confidence. Help me and you will be doing a big business. As I said, I have a number of affairs on hand. They may still all come out right. You know how shrewd and resourceful I am. I know what a numbskull you are. A dolt, a nincompoop, my dear friend. Will you have the goodness to tell me what your resourcefulness can accomplish at this stage? Perhaps there is a bank somewhere in the wide world that will lend you a shilling. Or another father-in-law. Ah, no, you have already played your best card. You can't play it twice. With all due respect, my dear fellow, and my highest regards. Speak low or devil take you. You are a fool. Shrewd and resourceful, are you? Yes, to the other chap's advantage. You're not scrupulous, I'll say that for you, but much good it's done you. You have played tricks and wormed capital out of people by hook or crook, just to pay me my 12 or 16%. You threw your honor overboard without getting any return. You have a conscience like a butcher's dog, and yet you are nothing but a ninny, a scapegoat. There are always such people. They are too funny for words. Why is it you are so afraid to apply to the person we mean with the whole story? Isn't it because there was crooked work 4 years ago? Perhaps it wasn't all quite straight. What? Are you afraid that certain things? Very well, Kesselmeyer, I will write. But suppose he refuses. Suppose he lets me down. Oh, aha! Then we will just have a bankruptcy, a highly amusing little bankruptcy. That doesn't bother me at all. So far as I am concerned, I have about covered my expenses with the interest you have scratched together, and I have the priority with the assets. Oh, you wait, I shan't come short. I know everything pretty well, my good friend. I have an inventory already in my pocket. Aha! We shall see that no dressing gown and no silver breadbasket gets away. Kesselmeyer, you have sat at my table. Oh, be quiet with your table. In 8 days I'll be back for the answer. I shall walk into town. The fresh air will do me good. Good morning, my friend, good morning. And Herr Kesselmeyer seemed to depart. Yes, he went. She heard his odd shuffling walk in the corridor and imagined him rowing along with his arms. Herr Grunlich entered the pensée room and saw Toni standing there with a little watering can in her hand. She looked him in the face. "What are you looking at? Why are you staring like that?" he said to her. He showed his teeth and made vague movements in the air with his hands and wiggled his body from side to side. His rosy face could not become actually pale, but it was spotted red and white like a scarlet fever patient's. 7. Consul Johann Buddenbrook arrived at the villa at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He entered the Grünlich salon in a gray traveling cloak and embraced his daughter with painful intensity. He was pale and seemed older. His small eyes were deep in their sockets. His large, pointed nose stuck out between the fallen cheeks. His lips seemed to have grown thinner, and the beard under his chin and jaws half covered by a stiff choker and high neckband. He had lately ceased to wear the 2 locks running from the temples halfway down the cheeks, was as gray as the hair on his head. The consul had hard, nerve-wracking days behind him. Thomas had had a hemorrhage. The father had learned of the misfortune in a letter from Herr van der Kellen. He had left his business in the careful hands of his clerk and hurried off to Amsterdam. He found nothing immediately dangerous about his son's illness, but an open-air cure was necessary, in the south, in southern France, and as it fortunately happened that a journey of convalescence had been prescribed for the young son of the head of the firm, the 2 young men had left for Pau as soon as Thomas was able to travel. The consul had scarcely reached home again when he was attacked by a fresh misfortune, which had for the moment shaken his firm to its foundations, and by which it had lost 80,000 marks at one blow. How? Discounted checks drawn on Westphal Brothers had come back to the firm. Liquidation having begun, he had not failed to cover them. The firm had at once showed what it could do, without hesitation or embarrassment. But that could not prevent the consul from experiencing all the sudden coldness, the reserve, the mistrust at the banks with friends, and among firms abroad which such an event, such a weakening of working capital, was sure to bring in its train. Well, he had pulled himself together and had reviewed the whole situation, had reassured, reinforced, made head. And then, in the midst of the struggle, among telegrams, letters, and calculations, this last blow broke upon him as well. B. Grunlich, his daughter's husband, was insolvent. In a long, whining, confused letter, he had implored, begged, and prayed for an assistance of 100 to 120,000 marks. The consul replied curtly and non-committally that he would come to Hamburg to meet Herr Grünlich and Kesselmeyer the banker, made a brief, soothing explanation to his wife, and started off. Toni received him in the salon. She was fond of receiving visits in her brown silk salon, and she made no exception now, particularly as she had a very profound impression of the importance of the present occasion, without comprehending in the least what it was about. She looked blooming and yet becomingly serious, in her pale gray frock with its laces at breast and wrists, its bell-shaped sleeves and long train, and little diamond clasp at the throat. "How are you, Papa? At last you have come to see us again. How is Mama? Is there good news from Tom? Take off your things, Father dear. Will you dress? The guest room is ready for you. Grunlich is dressing. Don't call him, my child. I will wait for him here. You know I have come for a talk with your husband. A very, very serious talk, my dear Toni. Is Herr Kesselmeyer here? Yes, he is in the pensée room looking at the album. Where is Erika? Up in the nursery with Tinka. She is very well. She is bathing her doll. Of course, not in real water, I mean. She is a wax doll. She only... Of course. The consul drew a deep breath and went on. Evidently, you have not been informed as to the state of affairs with your husband. He had sat down in an armchair near the large table, and Tony placed herself at his feet on a little seat made of 3 cushions on top of one another. The finger of her right hand toyed gently with the diamond at her throat. "No, Papa," answered Tony. "I must confess I know nothing. Heavens, I am a goose. I have no understanding at all. I heard Kesselmeyer talking lately to Grunlich. At the end, it seemed to me he was just joking again. He always talks so drolly. I heard your name once or twice." "You heard my name? In what connection?" "Oh, I know nothing of the connection, Papa. Grunlich has been insufferably sulky ever since that day, I must say. Until yesterday. Yesterday he was in a good mood and asked me a dozen times if I loved him, and if I would put in a good word for him with you if he had something to ask you." "Oh." "Yes, he told me he had written you and that you were coming here. It is good you have. Everything is so queer. Grunlich had the card table put in here. There are a lot of paper and pencils on it for you to sit at and hold a council together." "Listen, my dear child," said the consul, stroking her hair. "I want to ask you something very serious. Tell me, you love your husband with your whole heart, don't you?" "Of course, Papa," said Tony with a face of childlike hypocrisy, precisely the face of the child Tony when she was asked, "You won't tease the old doll woman again, Tony?" The consul was silent a minute. "You love him so much," he asked again, "that you could not live without him, under any circumstances, even if by God's will your situation should alter so that he could no longer surround you with all these things." And his hand described a quick movement over the furniture and portieres, over the gilt clock on the étagère, and finally over her own frock. "Certainly, Papa," repeated Tony, in the soothing tone she nearly always used when anyone spoke seriously to her. She looked past her father out of the window, where a heavy veil of rain was silently descending. Her face had the expression children wear when someone tells them a fairy story and then tactlessly introduces a generalization about conduct and duty, a mixture of embarrassment and impatience, piety and boredom. The consul looked at her without speaking for a minute. Was he satisfied with her response? He had weighed everything thoroughly, at home and during the journey. It is comprehensible that Johann Buddenbrooks' first impulse was to refuse his son-in-law any considerable payment. But when he remembered how pressing, to use a mild word, he had been about this marriage, when he looked back into the past and recalled the words, "Are you satisfied with me?" with which his child had taken leave of him after the wedding, he gave way to a burdensome sense of guilt against her and said to himself that the thing must be decided according to her feelings. He knew perfectly that she had not made the marriage out of love, but he was obliged to reckon with the possibility that these 4 years of life together and the birth of the child had changed matters, that Tony now felt bound body and soul to her husband, and would be driven by considerations both spiritual and worldly to shrink from a separation. In such a case, the consul argued, he must accommodate himself to the surrender of whatever sum was necessary. Christian duty and wifely feeling did indeed demand that Tony should follow her husband into misfortune, and if she actually took this resolve, he did not feel justified in letting her be deprived of all the ease and comfort to which she had been accustomed since childhood. He would feel himself obliged to avert the catastrophe and to support B. Grunlich at any price. Yet the final result of his considerations was the desire to take his daughter and her child home with him and let Grunlich go his own way. God forbid that the worst should happen! In any case, the consul invoked the pronouncement of the law that a continued inability to provide for wife and children justified a separation. But, before everything, he must find out his daughter's real feelings. "I see," he said, "my dear child, that you are actuated by good and praiseworthy motives. But I cannot believe that you are seeing the thing as, unhappily, it really is, namely, as actual fact. I have not asked what you would do in this or that case, but what you today, now, will do. I do not know how much of the situation you know or suspect. It is my painful duty to tell you that your husband is obliged to call his creditors together, that he cannot carry on his business any longer. I hope you understand me. Grunlich is bankrupt? Tony asked under her breath, half rising from the cushions and seizing the consul's hand quickly. Yes, my child, he said seriously. You did not know it? My suspicions were not definite, she stammered. Then Kesselmeyer was not joking? She went on, staring before her at the brown carpet. Oh, my God, she suddenly uttered, and sank back on her seat. In that minute, all that was involved in the word bankrupt rose clearly before her, all the vague and fearful hints which she had heard as a child. Bankrupt. That was more dreadful than death. That was catastrophe, ruin, shame, disgrace, misery, despair. He is bankrupt, she repeated. She was so cast down and shaken by the fatal word that the idea of escape, of assistance from her father, never occurred to her. He looked at her with raised eyebrows, out of his small, deep-set eyes, which were tired and sad and full of an unusual suspense. I am asking you, he said gently, my dear Tony, if you are ready to follow your husband into misery? He realized at once that he had used the hard word instinctively to frighten her, and he added, he can work himself up again, of course. Certainly, Papa, answered she, but it did not prevent her from bursting into tears. She sobbed into her batiste handkerchief, trimmed with lace and with the monogram A.G. She still wept, just like a child, quite unaffectedly and without embarrassment. Her upper lip had the most touching expression. Her father continued to probe her with his eyes. That is your serious feeling, my child? He asked. He was as simple as she. I mustn't I? She sobbed. Don't I have to? Certainly not, he said. But with a guilty feeling, he added, I would not force you to it, my dear Tony. If it should be the case that your feelings did not bind you indissolubly to your husband. She looked at him with uncomprehending, tear-streaming eyes. How, Papa? The consul twisted and turned and found a compromise. My dear child, you can understand how painful it would be for me to have to tell you all the hardships and suffering that would come about through the misfortune of your husband, the breaking up of the business and of your household. I desire to spare you these first unpleasantnesses by taking you and little Erica home with me. You would be glad of that, I think? Tony was silent a moment, drying her tears. She carefully breathed on her handkerchief and pressed it against her eyes to heal their inflammation. Then she asked T. in a firm tone without lifting her voice. Papa, is Grunlich to blame? Is it his folly and lack of uprightness that has brought him to this? Very probably, said the consul. That is... No, I don't know, my child. The explanation with him and the banker has not taken place yet. She seemed not to be listening. She sat crouched on her 3 silk cushions, her elbow on her knee, her chin in her hand, and with her head bowed looked dreamily into the room. Ah, Papa, she said softly, almost without moving her lips, wouldn't it have been better? The consul could not see her face, but it had the expression it often wore those summer evenings at Travemünde as she leaned at the window of her little room. One arm rested on her father's knee, the hand hanging down limply. This very hand was expressive of a sad and tender abandonment, a sweet, pensive longing, traveling back into the past. Better? Asked Consul Buddenbrook. If what, my child? He was thoroughly prepared for the confession that it would have been better had this marriage not taken place, but Tony only answered with a sigh, Oh, nothing. She seemed rapt by her thoughts, which had borne her so far away that she had almost forgotten the bankrupt. The consul felt himself obliged to utter what he would rather only have confirmed. I think I guess your thoughts, Tony, he said, and I don't on my side hesitate to confess that in this hour I regret the step that seemed to me 4 years ago so wise and advisable. I believe, before God, I am not responsible. I think I did my duty in trying to give you an existence suitable to your station. Heaven has willed otherwise. You will not believe that your father played lightly and unreflectingly with your happiness in those days. Grunlich came to us with the best recommendations, a minister's son, a Christian, and a cosmopolitan man. Later I made business inquiries, and it all sounded as favorable as possible. I examined the connections. All that is still very dark, and the explanation is yet to come. But you don't blame me." "No, Papa. How can you say such a thing? Come, don't take it to heart, poor Papa. You look pale. Shall I give you a little cordial?" She put her arm around his neck and kissed his cheek. "Thank you, no," he said. There, it is all right. Yes, I have bad days behind me. I have had much to try me. These are all trials sent from God. But that does not help my feeling a little guilty toward you, my child. Everything depends on the question I have already asked you. Speak openly, Tony. Have you learned to love your husband in these years of marriage?" Tony wept afresh, and covering her eyes with both hands, in which she held the batiste handkerchief, she sobbed out, "Oh, what are you asking me, Papa? I have never loved him. He has always been repulsive to me, you know that." It would be hard to say what went on in Johann Buddenbrook. His eyes looked shocked and sad, but he bit his lips hard together, and great wrinkles came in his cheeks, as they did when he had brought a piece of business to a successful conclusion. He said softly, 4 years. Tony's tears ceased suddenly. With her damp handkerchief in her hand, she sat up straight on her seat and said angrily, 4 years, yes. Sometimes in those 4 years he sat with me in the evening and read the paper. "God gave you a child," said the father, moved. "Yes, Papa. And I love Erica very much, although Grunlich says I am not fond of children. I would not be parted from her, that is certain. But Grunlich, no. Grunlich, no. And now he is bankrupt. Ah, Papa, if you will take Erica and me home. Oh, gladly." The consul compressed his lips again. He was extremely well satisfied. But the main point had yet to be touched upon, though, by the decision Tony showed. He did not risk much by asking. "You seem not to have thought it might be possible to do something, to get help. I have already said to you that I do not feel myself altogether innocent of the situation, and, in case you should hope, I might intervene to prevent the failure and cover your husband's debts the best I could and float his business." He watched her keenly, and her bearing filled him with satisfaction. It expressed disappointment. "How much is it?" she asked. "What is that to the point, my child? A very large sum." And Consul Buddenbrook nodded several times, as though the weight of the very thought of such a sum swung his head back and forth. "I should not conceal from you," he went on, "that the firm has suffered losses already quite apart from this affair, and that the surrender of a sum like this would be a blow from which it would recover with difficulty. I do not in any way say this to—" He did not finish. Tony had sprung up, had even taken a few steps backward, and with the wet handkerchief still in her hand, she cried, "Good enough! Never!" She looked almost heroic. The words, "the firm," had struck home. It is highly probable that they had more effect than even her dislike of Herr Grunlich. "You shall not do that, Papa," she went on, quite beside herself. "Do you want to be bankrupt too? Never, never." At this moment, the hall door opened a little uncertainly, and Herr Grunlich entered. Johann Buddenbrook rose with a movement that meant, "That's settled." 8. Herr Grunlich's face was all mottled with red, but he had dressed carefully in a respectable-looking black coat and pea-green trousers, like those in which he had made his first visits in Meng Street. He stood still, with his head down, looking very limp, and said in a weak, exhausted sort of voice, "Father?" The consul bowed not too cordially and straightened his neckcloth with an energetic movement. "Thank you for coming," said Herr Grunlich. "It was my duty, my friend," replied the consul, "but I am afraid it will be about all I can do for you." Herr Grunlich threw him a quick look and seemed to grow still more limp. "I hear," the consul went on, "that your banker, Herr Kesselmeyer, is awaiting us. Where shall the conference be held? I am at your service." "If you will be so good as to follow me," Herr Grunlich murmured. Consul Buddenbrook kissed his daughter on the forehead and said, "Go up to your child, Antony." Then he went, with Herr Grunlich fluttering in front of and behind him to open the portière, through the dining room into the living room. Herr Kesselmeyer stood at the window, the black and white down softly rising and falling upon his cranium. "Herr Kesselmeyer, Herr Consul Buddenbrook, my father-in-law," said Herr Grunlich meekly. The consul's face was impassive. Herr Kesselmeyer bowed with his arms hanging down, both yellow teeth against his upper lip, and said, "Pleasure to meet you, Herr Consul." "Please excuse us for keeping you waiting, Kesselmeyer," said Herr Grunlich. He was not more polite to one than to the other. "Pray sit down." As they went into the smoking room, Herr Kesselmeyer said vivaciously, "Have you had a pleasant journey?" "Ah, rain." "Yes, it is a bad time of year, a dirty time. If we had a little frost or snow now, but rain, filth, very, very unpleasant." What a queer creature, thought the consul. In the center of the little room, with its dark flowered wallpaper, stood a sizable square table covered with green baize. It rained harder and harder. It was so dark that the first thing Herr Grunlich did was to light the 3 candles on the table. Business letters on blue paper, stamped with the names of various firms, torn and soiled papers with dates and signatures, lay on the green cloth. There were a thick ledger and a metal inkstand and sand holder full of well-sharpened pencils and goose quills. Herr Grunlich did the honors with the subdued and tactful mien of a man greeting guests at a funeral. "Dear father, do take the easy chair," he said. "Herr Kesselmeyer, will you be so kind as to sit here?" At last they were settled. The banker sat opposite the host. The consul presided on the long side of the table. The back of his chair was against the hall door. Herr Kesselmeyer bent over, released his upper lip, disentangled a glass from his waistcoat and stuck it on his nose, which he wrinkled for the purpose, and opened his mouth wide. Then he scratched his stubbly beard with an ugly rasping noise, put his hands on his knees, and remarked in a sprightly tone, jerking his head toward the piles of papers, "Well, there we have the whole boiling." "May I look into matters a little more closely?" asked the consul, taking up the ledger. But Herr Grunlich suddenly stretched out his hands over the table, long trembling hands marked with high blue veins, and cried out in a voice that trembled too, "A moment, father. Just a moment, let me make just a few explanations. Yes, you will get an insight into everything. Nothing will escape your glance, but, believe me, you will get an insight into the situation of an unfortunate, not a guilty man. You see in me a man who fought unwearied against fate, but was finally struck down. I am innocent of all. We shall see, my friend, we shall see," said the consul with obvious impatience, and Herr Grunlich took his hands away and resigned himself to his fate. Then there were long, dreadful minutes of silence. The 3 gentlemen sat close together in the flickering candlelight, shut in by the 4 dark walls. There was not a sound but the rustling of the consul's papers and the falling rain outside. Herr Kesselmeyer stuck his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat and played piano on his shoulders with his fingers, looking with indescribable jocosity from one to the other. Herr Grunlich sat upright in his chair, hands on the table, staring gloomily before him, and now and then stealing an anxious glance at his father-in-law out of the tail of his eye. The consul examined the ledger, followed columns of figures with his finger, compared dates, and did indecipherable little sums in lead pencil on a scrap of paper. His worn features expressed astonishment and dismay at the conditions into which he now gained an insight. Finally, he laid his left arm on Herr Grunlich's and said with evident emotion, "You poor man!" "Father," Herr Grunlich broke out. 2 great tears rolled down his cheeks and ran into the golden whiskers. Herr Kesselmeyer followed their course with the greatest interest. He even raised himself a little, bent over, and looked his vis-a-vis in the face, with his mouth open. Consul Buddenbrooks was moved. Softened by his own recent misfortunes, he felt himself carried away by sympathy, but he controlled his feelings. "How is it possible?" he said, with a sad headshake, "in so few years?" "Oh, that's simple," answered Herr Kesselmeyer good-temperedly. "One can easily ruin oneself in 4 years. When we remember that it took an even shorter time for Westphal Brothers in Bremen to go smash." The consul stared at him, but without either seeing or hearing him. He himself had not expressed his own actual thoughts, his real misgivings. Why, he asked himself, with puzzled suspicion, why was this happening now? It was as clear as daylight that, just where he stood today, B. Grunlich had stood 2 years, 3 years before, but his credit had been inexhaustible. He had had capital from the banks, and for his undertakings continual endorsement from sound houses like Senator Bach and Consul Goodsticker. His paper had passed as current as banknotes. Why now? Precisely now. And the head of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook knew well what he meant by this now. Had there come this crash on all sides, this complete withdrawal of credit, as if by common consent, this unanimous descent upon B. Grunlich, this disregard of all consideration, all ordinary business courtesy. The consul would have been naive indeed had he not realized that the good standing of his own firm was to the advantage of his son-in-law. But had the son-in-law's credit so entirely, so strikingly, so exclusively depended upon his own? Had Grunlich himself been nothing at all? And the information the consul had had, the books he had examined? Well, however the thing stood, his resolution was firmer than ever not to lift a finger. They had reckoned without their host. Apparently B. Grunlich had known how to make it appear that he was connected with the firm of Buddenbrook. Well, this widely circulated error should be set right once for all. And this Kesselmeyer, he was going to get a shock too. The clown! Had he no conscience whatever? It was very plain how shamelessly he had speculated on the probability that he, Johann Buddenbrook, would not let his daughter's husband be ruined, how he had continued to finance Grunlich long after he was unsound, and exacted from him an ever crueler rate of interest. Now, he said shortly, let us get to the point. If I am asked as a merchant to say frankly what I think, I am obliged to say that if the situation is that of an unfortunate man, it is also in a great degree that of a guilty one. Father, stammered Herr Grunlich. The name does not come well to my ears, said the consul quickly and harshly. Your demands on Herr Grunlich amount, sir, turning for a moment to the banker, to 60,000 marks, I believe? With the back interest, they come to 68,755 marks and 15 shillings, answered Herr Kesselmeyer pleasantly. Very good. And you would not be inclined under any circumstances to be patient for a longer time? Herr Kesselmeyer simply began to laugh. He laughed with his mouth open, in spasms without a trace of scorn, even good-naturedly, looking at the consul as though he were inviting him to join in the fun. Johann Buddenbrook's little deep eyes clouded over and began to show red rims around them that ran down to the cheekbones. He had only asked for form's sake, being aware that a postponement on the part of one creditor would not materially alter the situation. But the manner of this man's refusal was mortifying indeed. With a motion of the hand, he pushed away everything from in front of him, laid the pencil down with a jerk on the table, and said, "Then I must express myself as unwilling to concern myself any further with this affair." "Aha!" cried Herr Kesselmeyer, shaking his hands in the air. "That's the way to talk. The Herr Consul will settle everything out of hand. We shan't have any long speeches. Without more ado." Johann Buddenbrook did not even look at him. "I cannot help you, my friend," he turned calmly to Herr Grunlich. "Things must go on as they have begun. Pull yourself together, and God will give you strength and consolation. I must consider our interview at an end." Herr Kesselmeyer's face took on a serious expression, which was vastly becoming to it. But then he nodded encouragingly to Herr Grunlich. The latter sat motionless at the table, only wringing his hands so hard that the fingers cracked. "Father, Herr Consul," he said, with a trembling voice, you cannot desire my ruin. Listen, it is a matter of 120,000 marks in all. You can save me. You are a rich man. Regard it as you like, as a final arrangement, as your daughter's inheritance, as a loan subject to interest. I will work. You know I am keen and resourceful." "I have spoken my last word," said the consul. "Permit me. May I ask whether you could if you would?" asked Herr Kesselmeyer, looking at him through his glasses, with his nose wrinkled up. "I suggest to the consul that this would be a most advantageous time to display the strength of the firm of Buddenbrook. You would do well, sir, to leave the good name of my house to me. I do not need to throw my money in the nearest ditch in order to show how good my credit is." "Dear me, no, of course not. Ditch, aha, ditch is very funny. But doesn't the gentleman think the failure of his son-in-law places his own credit in a bad light. I can only recommend you again to remember that my credit in the business world is entirely my own affair," said the consul. Herr Grünlich looked at his banker helplessly and began afresh. "Father, I implore you again, think what you are doing. Is it a question of me alone? I myself might be allowed to perish. But your daughter, my wife, whom I love, whom I won after such a struggle, and our child, both innocent children, are they to be brought low as well? No, Father, I will not bear it. I will kill myself. Yes, I would kill myself with this hand. Believe me. And may heaven pardon you if it will." Johann Buddenbrook leaned back in his armchair quite white, with a fast-beating heart. For the second time, the emotions of this man played upon him, and their expression had the stamp of truth, again he heard, as when he told Herr Grünlich the contents of his daughter's letter from Travemünde, the same terrible threat, and again there shuddered through him all the fanatical reverence of his generation for human feelings, which yet had always been in conflict with his own hard practical sense. But the attack lasted no longer than a moment. 100,000 marks, he repeated to himself, and then he said quietly and decisively, "Antony is my daughter. I shall know how to protect her from unmerited suffering." "What do you mean by that?" asked Herr Grünlich, slowly stiffening. "That you will see," answered the consul. "For the present I have nothing to add," and he got up, pushed back his chair, and turned toward the door. Herr Grünlich sat silent, stiff, irresolute, his mouth opened and closed without a word coming out. But the sprightliness of Herr Kesselmeyer returned at this conclusive action of the consul. Yes, it got the upper hand entirely, it passed all bounds. It became frightful. The glasses fell from his nose, which went skyward, while his little mouth, with the 2 triangular yellow teeth, looked as though it were splitting. He rode with his little red hands in the air, the fuzz on his head waved up and down, his whole face, with its bristly white beard distorted and grotesque with uncontrolled hilarity, had grown the color of cinnamon. "Ha ha, ha ha ha," he yelled, his voice cracking. "I find that in the last degree funny. You ought to consider, Consul Buddenbrook, before you consign to the grave such a valuable, such a supreme specimen of a son-in-law. Anything so shrewd, so resourceful as he is, won't be born upon God's wide earth a second time. Aha! 4 years ago, when the knife was at our throat, the rope around our neck, suddenly we made a match with Fräulein Buddenbrook and spread the news on change, even before it had actually come off. Congratulations, my dear friend, my best respects." "Kesselmeyer," groaned Herr Grünlich, making spasmodic motions with his hands as though waving off an evil spirit. He rushed into one corner of the room where he sat down and buried his face in his hands. The ends of his whiskers lay on his shanks, and he rocked his knees up and down in his emotion. "How did we do that?" went on Herr Kesselmeyer. "How did we actually manage to catch the little daughter and the 80,000 marks? Oh-ho! Aha! That is easy. Even if one has no more shrewdness and resourcefulness than a tallow candle, it is easy. You show the Savior Papa nice, pretty, clean books in which everything is put in the right way, only that they don't quite correspond with the plain fact. For the plain fact is that 3/4 of the dowry is already debts." The consul stood at the door, deathly pale, the handle in his hand. Shivers ran up and down his back. He seemed to be standing in this little room lighted by the flickering candles, between a swindler and an ape gone mad with spite. "I despise your words, sir," he brought out with uncertain emphasis. "I despise your wild utterances the more that they concern me as well. I did not hand my daughter over light-headedly to misfortune. I informed myself as to my son-in-law's prospects. The rest was God's will." He turned. He would not hear any more. He opened the door. But Herr Kesselmeyer shrieked after him. "Aha!" inquiries. "Where? Of Bach? Of Gudsticker? Of Peterson? Of Massmann and Tim? They were all in it. They were all in it up to their necks. They were all uncommonly pleased to be secured by the wedding." The consul slammed the door behind him. 9. Dora, the cook, about whose honesty Tony had had her doubts, was busy in the dining room. "Ask Madame Grunlick to come down," ordered the consul. "Get yourself ready, my child," he said as Tony appeared. He went with her into the salon. "Get ready as soon as possible, and get Erica ready too. We are going to the city. We shall sleep tonight in a hotel and travel home tomorrow." "Yes, Papa," Tony said. Her face was red. She was distracted and bewildered. She made unnecessary and hurried motions about her waist, as if not knowing where to begin and not grasping the actuality of the occasion. "What shall I take, Papa?" she asked distractedly. "Everything? All our clothes? One trunk or two? Is Grunlick really bankrupt? Oh, my God! But can I take my jewelry then? Papa, the servants must leave. I cannot pay them. Grunlick was to have given me housekeeping money today or tomorrow." "Never mind, my child, things will all be arranged here. Just take what is necessary in a small trunk. They can send your own things after you. Hurry, do you hear?" Just then the portieres were parted, and Herr Grunlick came into the salon, with quick steps, his arms outstretched, his head on one side, with the bearing of a man who says, "Here I am, kill me if you will." He hurried to his wife and sank down on his knees right in front of her. His appearance was pitiable. His golden whiskers were disheveled, his coat crumpled, his neckcloth askew, his collar open. Little drops stood upon his forehead. "Antony," he said, "have you a heart that can feel? Hear me, hear me. You see before you a man who will be utterly ruined yes, who will die of grief if you deny him your love. Here I lie. Can you find it in your heart to say to me, 'I despise you. I am leaving you'?" Tony wept. It was just the same as that time in the landscape room. Once more she saw his anguished face, his imploring eyes directed upon her. Again she saw, and was moved to see, that this pleading, this anguish, were real and unfeigned. "Get up, Grunlick," she said, sobbing. "Please, please get up." She tried to raise his shoulders. "I do not despise you. How can you say such a thing?" Without knowing what else she should say, she turned helplessly to her father. The consul took her hand, bowed to his son-in-law, and moved with her toward the hall door. "You are going?" cried Herr Grunlick, springing to his feet. "I have told you already," said the consul, "that I cannot be responsible for leaving my innocent child in misfortune, and I might add that you cannot either. No, sir, you have misprized the possession of my daughter. You may thank your Creator that the child's heart is so pure and unsuspicious that she parts from you without repulsion. Farewell." But here Herr Grunlick lost his head. He could have borne to hear of a brief parting, of a return and a new life, and perhaps the saving of the inheritance. But this was too much for his powers of self-command, his shrewdness and resource. He might have taken the large bronze plaque that stood on the étagère, but he seized instead a thin painted vase with flowers that stood next it, and threw it on the ground so that it smashed into 1,000 bits. "Ha, good, good," he screamed. "Get along with you. Did you think I'd whine after you, you goose? You are very much mistaken, my darling. I only married you for your money, and it was not nearly enough, so you may as well go home. I'm through with you. Through. Johann Buddenbrook ushered his daughter silently out. Then he turned, went up to Herr Grunlick, who was standing in the window with his hands behind his back staring out at the rain, touched him softly on the shoulder, and spoke with soft admonishment. "Pull yourself together, pray." 10. A chastened mood reigned for some time at the old house in Meng Street after Madame Grunlick and her little daughter returned thither to take up their abode. The family went about rather subdued and did not speak much about it, with the exception of the chief actor in the affair, who, on the contrary, talked about it inexhaustibly and was entirely in her element. Tony had moved with Erica into the rooms in the second story which her parents had occupied in the time of the elder Buddenbrooks. She was a little disappointed to find that it did not occur to her papa to engage a servant for her, and she had rather a pensive half-hour when he gently explained that it would be fitting for her to live a retired life and give up the society of the town. For though, he said, according to human judgments she was an innocent victim of the fate which God had sent to try her, still her position as a divorced wife made a very quiet life advisable, particularly at first. But Tony possessed the gift of adaptability, She could adjust herself with ease and cheerfulness to any situation. She soon grew charmed with her role of the injured wife, returned to the house of her fathers, wore dark frocks, dressed her ash-blonde hair primly like a young girl's, and felt richly repaid for her lack of society by the weight she had acquired in the household, the seriousness and dignity of her new position, and above all by the immense pleasure of being able to talk about Herr Grünlich and her marriage, and to make general observations about life and destiny, which she did with the utmost gusto. Not everybody gave her this opportunity, it is true. The Frau Consul was convinced that her husband had acted correctly and out of a sense of duty, but when Tony began to talk, she would put up her lovely white hand and say, "Assay, my child, I do not like to hear about it." Clara, now 12 years old, understood nothing, and Cousin Clotilde was just as stupid. "Oh, Tony!" That was all she could say, with drawling astonishment. But the young wife found an attentive listener in Mamsell Jungmann, who was now 35 years old, and could boast of having grown gray in the service of the best society. "You don't need to worry, Tony, my child," she would say. "You are young, you will marry again." And she devoted herself to the upbringing of little Erica, telling her the same stories, the same memories of her youth, to which the consul's children had listened 15 years before, and in particular of that uncle who died of hiccups at Marienwerder because his heart was broken. But it was with her father that Tony talked most and longest. She liked to catch him after the noonday meal or in the morning at early breakfast. Their relations had grown closer and warmer, for her feeling had been heretofore one of awe and respect rather than affection, on account of his high position in the town, his piety, his solid, stern ability and industry. During that talk in her own salon, he had come humanly near to her, and it had filled her with pride and emotion to be found worthy of that serious and confidential consultation. He, the infallible parent, had put the decision into her hands. He had confessed, almost humbly, to a sense of guilt. Such an idea would never have entered Tony's head of itself, but since he said it, she believed it, and her feeling for him had thereby grown warmer and tenderer. As for the consul, he believed himself bound to make up to his daughter for her misfortune by redoubled love and care. Johann Buddenbrook had himself taken no steps against his untrustworthy son-in-law. Tony and her mother did hear from him in the course of conversation what dishonorable means Grünlich had used to get hold of the 80,000 marks, but the consul was careful to give the matter no publicity. He did not even consider going to the courts with it. He felt wounded in his pride as a merchant, and he wrestled silently with the disgrace of having been so thoroughly taken in. But he pressed the divorce suit energetically as soon as the failure of Grünlich came out, which it soon did, thereby causing no inconsiderable losses to certain Hamburg firms. It was this suit, and the thought that she herself was a principal in it, that gave Tony her most delicious and indescribable feelings of importance. "Father," she said, for in these conversations she never called him Papa. "Father, how is our affair going on? Do you think it will be all right? The paragraph is perfectly clear. I have studied it. Incapacity of the husband to provide for his family. Surely they will say that is quite plain. If there were a son, Grünlich would keep him." Another time she said, "I have thought a great deal about the 4 years of my marriage, Father. That was certainly the reason the man never wanted us to live in the town, which I was so anxious to do. That was the reason he never liked me even to be in the town, or go into society. The danger was much greater there than in Eimsbüttel, of my hearing somehow or other how things stood. What a scoundrel!" "We must not judge, my child," answered the consul. "Or, when the divorce was finally pronounced, have you entered it in the family papers, Father? No? Then I'd better do it. Please give me the key to the secretary." With bustling pride she wrote, beneath the lines she had set there 4 years ago under her name. This marriage was dissolved by law in February 1850. Then she put away the pen and reflected a minute. "Father," she said, "I understand very well that this affair is a blot on our family history. I have thought about it a great deal. It is exactly as if there were a spot of ink in the book here. But never mind. That is my affair. I will erase it. I am still young. Don't you think I am still quite pretty?" Though Frau Stutt, when she saw me again, said to me, "Oh, heavens, Madame Grünlich, how old you've grown. Well, I certainly couldn't remain all my life the goose I was 4 years ago. Life takes one along with it. Anyhow, I shall marry again. You will see, everything can be put right by a good marriage. That is in God's hand, my child. It is most unfitting to speak of such things. Tony began at this time to use very frequently the expression, such is life, and with the word life, she would open her eyes wide with a charming, serious look, indicating the deep insight she had acquired into human affairs and human destinies. Thomas returned from Pau in August of that year. The dining table was opened out again, and Tony had a fresh audience for her tale. She loved and looked up to her brother, who had felt for her pain in that departure from Trévèmunde, and she respected him as the future head of the firm and the family. "Yes, yes," he said, "we've both of us gone through things, Tony." The corner of his eyebrow went up, and his cigarette moved from one corner of his mouth to the other. His thoughts were probably with the little flower girl with the Malay face, who had lately married the son of her employer and now herself carried on the shop in Fisher's Lane. Thomas Buddenbrooks, though still a little pale, was strikingly elegant. The last few years had entirely completed his education. His hair was brushed so that it stood out in 2 clumps above his ears, and his mustache was trimmed in the French mode, with sharp points that were stiffened with the tongs and stuck straight out. His stocky, broad-shouldered figure had an almost military air. His constitution was not of the best. The blue veins showed too plainly at the narrow temples, and he had a slight tendency to chills, which good drive. Grabo struggled with in vain. In the details of his physical appearance, the chin, the nose, and especially the hands, which were wonderfully true to the Buddenbrooks type, his likeness to his grandfather was more pronounced than ever. He spoke French with a distinctly Spanish accent, and astonished everybody by his enthusiasm for certain modern writers of a satiric and polemic character. Broker Gauche was the only person in town who sympathized with his tastes. His father strongly reprehended them, but the father's pride and joy in his eldest son were plain to be seen. They shone in the consul's eyes. He welcomed him joyfully home as his colleague in the firm, and himself began to work with increased satisfaction in his office, especially after the death of old Madame Kroger, which took place at the end of the year. The old lady's loss was one to be borne with resignation. She had grown very old and lived quite alone at the end. She went to God, and the firm of Buddenbrooks received a large sum of money, around 100,000 thaler, which strengthened the working capital of the business in a highly desirable way. The consul's brother-in-law, Justice, weary of continual business disappointments, as soon as he had his hands on his inheritance, settled his business and retired. The gay son of the Cavalier à la mode was not a happy man. He had been too careless, too generous, to attain a solid position in the mercantile world. But he had already spent a considerable part of his inheritance, and now Jacob, his eldest son, was the source of fresh cares to him. The young man had become addicted to light, not to say disreputable, society in the great city of Hamburg. He had cost his father a huge sum in the course of years, and when Consul Kroger refused to give him more, the mother, a weak, sickly woman, sent money secretly to the son, and wretched clouds had sprung up between husband and wife. The final blow came at the very time when B. Grunlich was making his failure. Something happened at Dahlbeck and Company in Hamburg, where Jacob Kroger worked. There had been some kind of dishonesty. It was not talked about. No questions were asked of Justice Kroger, but it got about that Jacob had a position as traveling man in New York and was about to sail. He was seen once in the town before his boat left, a foppishly dressed, unwholesome-looking youth. He had probably come hither to get more money out of his mother, besides the passage money his father sent him. It finally came about that Justice spoke exclusively of my son, as though he had none but the one heir, his second son, Jürgen, who would certainly never be guilty of a false step, but who seemed on the other hand to be mentally limited. He had had difficulty getting through the high school, after which he spent some time in Jena studying law, evidently without either pleasure or profit. Johann Buddenbrooks felt keenly the cloud on his wife's family and looked with the more anxiety to the future of his own children. He was justified in placing the utmost confidence in the ability and earnestness of his older son. As for Christian, Mr. Richardson had written that he showed an unusual gift for acquiring English, but no genuine interest in the business. He had a great weakness for the theater and for other distractions of the great city. Christian himself wrote that he had a longing to travel and see the world. He begged eagerly to be allowed to take a position over there, which meant in South America, perhaps in Chile. "That's simply love of adventure," the consul said, and told him to remain with Mr. Richardson for another year and acquire mercantile experience. There followed an exchange of letters on the subject, with the result that in the summer of 1851, Christian Buddenbrooks sailed for Valparaiso, where he had hunted up a position. He traveled direct from England without coming home. So much for his two sons. As for Tony, the consul was gratified to see with what self-possession she defended her position in the town as a Buddenbrook born, for, as a divorced wife, she had naturally to overcome all sorts of prejudice on the part of the other families. "Oh," she said, coming back with flushed cheeks from a walk and throwing her hat on the sofa in the landscape room. "This Juliet Mullendorf, or Hagenstrom, or Semlinger, whatever she is, the creature. Imagine, Mama, she doesn't speak. She doesn't say, 'How do you do?' She waits for me to speak first. What do you say to that? I passed her in Broad Street with my head up and looked straight at her. 'You go too far, Tony. There is a limit to everything. Why shouldn't you speak first? You are the same age, and she is a married woman, just as you were.' 'Never, Mamma, never under the shining sun. Such ragtag and bobtail.' 'I say, my love, such vulgar expressions.' Oh, it makes me feel perfectly beside myself." Her hatred of the upstart family was fed by the mere thought that the Hagenstroms might now feel justified in looking down on her, especially considering the present good fortune of the clan. Old Heinrich had died at the beginning of 1851, and his son Hermann, he of the lemon buns and the boxes on the ear, was doing a very brilliant business with Herr Strunk as partner. He had married, less than a year later, the daughter of Consul Huneeus, the richest man in town, who had made enough out of his business to leave each of his 3 children 2,000,000 marks. Hermann's brother Moritz, despite his lung trouble, had a brilliant career as student and had now settled down in the town to practice law. He had a reputation for being able, witty, and literary, and soon acquired a considerable business. He did not look like the Semlingers, having a yellow face and pointed teeth with wide spaces between. Even in the family, Tony had to take care to hold her head up. Uncle Gotthold's temper toward his fortunate stepbrother had grown more mild and resigned now that he had given up business and spent his time carefree in his modest house, munching lozenges out of a tin box. He loved sweets. Still, considering his 3 unmarried daughters, he could not have failed to feel a quiet satisfaction over Tony's unfortunate venture, and his wife, born stewing, and his 3 daughters, 26, 27, and 28 years old, showed an exaggerated interest in their cousin's misfortune and the divorce proceedings, more, in fact, than they had in her betrothal and wedding. When the children's Thursdays began again in Meng Street after old Madame Kroger's death, Tony found it no easy work to defend herself. "Oh, heavens, you poor thing," said Fifi, the youngest, who was little and plump, with a droll way of shaking herself at every word. A drop of water always came in the corner of her mouth when she spoke. "Has the decree been pronounced? Are you exactly as you were before?" "Oh, on the contrary," said Henriette, who, like her elder sister, was extraordinarily tall and withered-looking. "You are much worse off than if you had never married at all." "Yes?" Friederike chimed in. "Then it is ever so much better never to have married at all." "Oh no, dear Friederike," said Tony, erecting her head while she bethought herself of a telling and clever retort. "You make a mistake there. Marriage teaches one to know life, you see. One is no longer a silly goose. And then I have more prospect of marrying again than those who have never married at all." "Oh!" cried the others with one voice. They said it with a long, hissing intake of breath, which made it sound very skeptical indeed. Sesemi Weichbrot was too good and tactful even to mention the subject. Tony sometimes visited her former teacher in the little red house at Millbrink No. 7. It was still occupied by a troop of girls, though the boarding school was slowly falling out of fashion. The lively old maid was also invited to Ming Street on occasion to partake of a haunch of venison or a stuffed goose. She always raised herself on tiptoe to kiss Tony on the forehead with a little exploding noise. Madame Kethelson, her simple sister, had grown rapidly deaf and had understood almost nothing of Tony's affair. She still laughed her painfully hearty laugh on the most unsuitable occasions, and Sesame still felt it necessary to rap on the table and cry, "Nally!" The years went on. Gradually, people forgot their feelings over Tony's affair. She herself would only think now and then of her married life, when she saw on Erica's healthy, hearty little face some expression that reminded her of Bendix Grunlick. She dressed again in colors, wore her hair in the old way, and made the same old visits into society. Still, she was always glad that she had the chance to be away from the town for some time in the summer. The consul's health made it necessary for him to visit various cures. "Oh, what it is to grow old," he said. "If I get a spot of coffee on my trousers and put a drop of cold water on it, I have rheumatism. When one is young, one can do anything." He suffered at times also from spells of dizziness. They went to Obersalzbrunn, to Ems and Baden-Baden, to Kissingen, whence they made a delightful and edifying journey to Nuremberg and Munich and the Salzburg neighborhood, to Ischl and Vienna, Prague, Dresden, Berlin, and home again. Madame Grunlick had been suffering from a nervous affection of the digestion and was obliged to take a strenuous cure at the baths. But, nevertheless, she found the journey a highly desirable change, for she did not conceal her opinion that it was a little slow at home. "Heavens, yes. You know how it is, Father," she would say, regarding the ceiling with a thoughtful air. "Of course, I have learned what life is like. But just for that reason, it is rather a dull prospect for me to be always sitting here at home like a stupid goose. I hope you don't think. I do not like to be with you, Papa. I ought to be whipped if I did. It would be so ungrateful. But I only mean life is like that, you know." The hardest thing she had to bear was the increasing piety of her parents. Home. The consul's religious fervor grew upon him in proportion as he himself felt the weight of years and infirmity, and his wife, too, as she got older, began to find the spiritual side to her taste. Prayers had always been customary in the Buddenbrook house, but now for some time the family and the servants had assembled mornings and evenings in the breakfast room to hear the master read the Bible, and the visits of ministers and missionaries increased more and more from year to year. The godly patrician house in Ming Street, where, by the way, such good dinners were to be had been known for years as a spiritual haven to the Lutheran and Reformed clergy, and to both foreign and home missions. From all quarters of the fatherland came long-haired, black-coated gentlemen to enjoy the pious intercourse and the nourishing meals, and to be furnished with the sinews of their spiritual warfare. The ministers of the town went in and out as friends of the house. Tom was much too discreet and prudent even to let anyone see him smile, but Tony mocked quite openly. She even, sad to say, made fun of these pious worthies whenever she had a chance. Sometimes when the Frau Consul had a headache, it was Tony's turn to play the housekeeper and order the dinner. One day when a strange clergyman whose appetite was the subject of general hilarity was a guest, Tony mischievously ordered bacon broth, the famous local dish, a bouillon made with sour cabbage, in which was served the entire meal: ham, potatoes, beetroot, cauliflower, peas, beans, pears, sour plums, and goodness knows what, juice and all, a dish which nobody except those born to it could possibly eat. "I do hope you are enjoying the soup, Herr Pastor," she said several times. "No, oh dear, who would have thought it?" And she made a very roguish face and ran her tongue over her lips, a trick she had when she thought of some prank or other. The fat man laid down his spoon resignedly and said mildly, "I will wait till the next course." "Yes," the Frau Consul said hastily, "there is a little something afterwards." But a next course was unthinkable after this mighty dish, and despite the French toast and apple jelly which finished the meal, the reverend guest had to rise hungry from table, while Tony tittered, and Tom, with fine self-control, lifted one eyebrow. Another time Tony stood with Stina, the cook, in domestic discourse in the entry, when Pastor Matthias from Cronstadt, who was stopping a few days in the house, came back from a walk and rang at the outer door. Stina ran to open with her peasant waddle, and the pastor, with the view of saying an edifying word and testing her a little, asked in a friendly tone, "Do you love the Master?" Perhaps he had the idea of giving her a tip if she professed herself on the side of the Savior. "Lord, Herr Pastor," said Stina, trembling and blushing with wide eyes. "Which one do Herr Pastor mean, T. Old Un or T. Young Un?" Madame Grunlich did not fail to tell the story at the table, so that even the Frau Consul burst out into her sputtering Kroger laugh. The consul, however, looked down in displeasure at his plate. "A misunderstanding," said Herr Matthias, highly embarrassed. 11. What follows happened in the late summer of 1855, on a Sunday afternoon. The Buddenbrooks were sitting in the landscape room, waiting for the consul, who was below dressing himself. They had arranged to take a holiday walk to a pleasure garden outside the city gate, where, all except Clara and Clotilde, they were to drink coffee and, if the weather permitted, go for a row on the river. Clara and Clotilde went always on Sunday evenings to the house of a friend, where they knitted stockings for little Negro children. "Papa is ridiculous," Tony said, using her habitual strong language. "Can he never be ready on time? He sits and sits and sits at his desk. Something or other must be finished. Good heavens, perhaps it is something really necessary. I don't know. But I don't believe we should actually become bankrupt if he put down his pen a quarter of an hour sooner." Well, when it is already 10 minutes too late, he remembers his appointment and comes upstairs, always 2 steps at a time, although he knows he will get palpitation at the top. And it is like that at every company, before every expedition. Isn't it possible for him to leave himself time enough and stop soon enough? It's so irresponsible of him. You ought to talk to him about it, Mama. She sat on the sofa beside her mother, dressed in the changeable silk that was fashionable that summer, while the Frau Consul wore a heavy gray ribbed silk trimmed with black lace, and a cap of lace and stiffened tulle, tied under her chin with a satin bow. The lappets of her cap fell down on her breast. Her smooth hair was still inexorably reddish blonde in color, and she held a work-bag in both her white, delicately veined hands. Tom was lounging in an easy chair beside her, smoking his cigarette, while Clara and Clotilde sat opposite each other at the window. It was a mystery how much good and nourishing food that poor Clotilde could absorb daily without any result whatever. She grew thinner and thinner, and her shapeless black frock did not conceal the fact. Her face was as long, straight, and expressionless as ever, her hair as smooth and ash-colored, her nose as straight, but full of large pores, and getting thick at the end. "Don't you think it will rain?" said Clara. The young girl had the habit of not elevating her voice at the end of a question, and of looking everybody straight in the face with a pronounced and rather forbidding look. Her brown frock was relieved only by a little stiff turnover collar and cuffs. She sat straight up, her hands in her lap. The servants had more respect for her than for anyone else in the family. It was she who held the services morning and evening now, for the consul could not read aloud without getting a feeling of oppression in the head. "Shall you take your new bashlik?" she asked again. "The rain will spoil it. It would be a pity. I think it would be better to put off the party." "No," said Tom. "The Kistenmakers are coming. It doesn't matter. The barometer went down so suddenly. There will be a storm. It will pour, but not last long. Papa's not ready yet, so we can wait till it is over." The Frau Consul raised a protesting hand. "You think there will be a severe storm, Tom? You know I am afraid of them." "No," Tom answered. "I was down at the harbor this morning talking to Captain Clute. He is infallible. There will be a heavy rain, but no wind." The second week in September had brought belated hot weather with it. There was a southwest wind, and the city suffered more than in July. A strange-looking dark blue sky hung above the rooftops, pale on the skyline, as it is in the desert. After sunset, a sultry breath, like a hot blast from an oven, streamed out of the small houses and up from the pavement of the narrow streets. Today, the wind had gone round to the west, and at the same time the barometer had fallen sharply. A large part of the sky was still blue, but it was slowly being overcast by heavy gray-blue clouds that looked like feather pillows. Tom added, "It would be a good thing if it did rain, I think. We should collapse if we had to walk in this atmosphere. It is an unnatural heat, hotter than it ever was in Pau." Ida Jungmann, with little Erica's hand in hers, came into the room. The child looked a droll little figure in her stiffly starched cotton frock. She smelled of starch and soap. She had Herr Grunlich's eyes and his rosy skin, but the upper lip was Tony's. The good Ida was already quite gray, almost white, although not out of the 40s. It was a trait of her family. The uncle that died had had white hair at 30, but her little brown eyes looked as shrewd and faithful as ever. She had been now for 20 years with the Buddenbrooks, and she realized with pride that she was indispensable. She oversaw kitchen, larders, linen and china cupboards. She made the most important purchases. She read to little Erica, made clothes for her dolls, and fetched her from school with a slice of French bread to take her walking on the mill wall. Every lady said to Frau Consul or her daughter, "What a treasure your mamselle is, my dear. Goodness, she is worth her weight in gold. 20 years, and she will be useful at 60 and more. These wiry people are. What faithful eyes she has. I envy you, my love." But Ida Jungmann was very reserved. She knew her own position, and when some ordinary nurse girl came and sat down with her charge on the same bench and tried to enter into conversation, Ida Jungmann would say, "There is a draft here, Erica, and get up and go." Tony drew her little daughter to her and kissed the rosy cheeks, and the Frau Consul stretched out her hand with rather an absent smile, for she was looking anxiously at the sky, which grew darker and darker. Her left hand fingered the sofa pillows nervously, and her light eyes wandered restlessly to the window. Erica was allowed to sit next her grandmother, and Ida sat up straight on a chair and began to knit. Thus all waited silently for the consul. The air was heavy. The last bit of blue had disappeared. The dark gray sky lowered heavy and swollen over them. The colors in the room changed. The yellow of furniture and hangings, and the tones of the landscapes on the walls were all quenched, like the gay shades in Tony's frock and the brightness of their eyes. Even the west wind, which had been playing in the churchyard of St. Mary's and whirling the dust around in the darkening street, was suddenly quiet. This breathless moment of absolute calm came without warning, like some unexpected, soundless, awful event. The sultriness grew heavier. The atmosphere seemed to increase its weight in a second. It oppressed the brain. It rested on the heart. It prevented the breathing. A swallow flew so low over the pavement that its wings touched. And this pressure that one could not lift, this tension, this growing weight on the whole organism, would have become unbearable had it lasted even the smallest part of a second longer, if at its height there had not come a relief, a release, a little break somewhere, soundless yet perceptible, and at the same moment, without any premonitory drops, the rain fell down in sheets, filling the gutters and overflowing the pavements. Thomas, whose illness had taught him to pay attention to his nerves, bent over in this second, made a motion toward his head, and flung away his cigarette. He looked around the circle to see if the others had felt anything. He thought his mother had, perhaps. The others did not seem to be aware. The Frau Consul was looking out now into the thick streaming rain which quite hid the church from view. She sighed. "Thank God." "There," said Tony, "that will cool the air in 2 minutes, but the drops will be hanging on the trees outside. We can drink coffee in the veranda. Open the window, Tilda." The noise of the rain grew louder. It almost roared. Everything pattered, streamed, rushed, foamed. The wind came up and blew the thick veils of water, tore them apart, and flung them about. It grew cooler every minute. Lena, the maidservant, came running through the hall and burst so suddenly into the room that Ida Jungmann called out sharply, "I say, what do you mean?" Lena's expressionless blue eyes were wide open. Her jaws worked without making a sound. "Oh, Frau Consul, she got out at last. Come quick." "Oh, what a scare." "Yes," Tony said. "She's probably broken something again. Very likely the good porcelain. Oh, these servants of yours, Mama." But the girl burst out, "Oh no, ma'am Grundlich, if that's all it was. It's the master. I were bringing him his boots, and there he sits and can't speak, on his chair, and I says to myself, there's something wrong there, the Herr Consul." "Get Grabo!" cried Thomas, and ran out of the room. "My God! Oh my God!" cried the Frau Consul, putting her hands to her face and hurrying out. "Quick! Get a wagon and fetch Grabo!" Tony repeated breathlessly. Everybody flew downstairs and through the breakfast room into the bedroom. But Johann Buddenbrook was already dead. Part 5. 1. "Good evening, Justice," said the Frau Consul. "How are you? Sit down." Consul Kroger embraced her tenderly and shook hands with his elder niece, who was also present in the dining room. He was now about 55 years old and wore a heavy round whisker as well as his mustache, leaving his chin free. It was quite gray. His scanty hair was carefully combed over the broad pink expanse of his skull. The sleeve of his elegant frock coat had a broad mourning band. "Do you know the latest, Betsy?" he asked. "Yes, Tony. This will particularly interest you. To put it briefly, our property outside the castle gate is sold. Guess to whom? Not to one man, but to two, for the house is to be pulled down and a hedge run through diagonally, and Benthien will build himself a dog kennel on the right side, and Sorensen one on the left. God bless us!" "Whoever heard the like," said Frau Grunlich, folding her hands in her lap and gazing up at the ceiling. "Grandfather's property! Well, now the estate is all haggled up. Its great charm was its extent. There was really too much of it, but that was what made it elegant. The large garden, all the way down to the Trave, the house set far back with the drive, and the Chestnut Avenue. So it is to be divided. Benthien will stand in front of one door, and Sorensen in front of the other. I say, God bless us too, Uncle Justice. I suppose there is nobody grand enough these days to occupy the whole thing. It is good that Grandpapa is not here to see it." The sense of mourning still lay too heavily on the air for Tony to give expression to her outraged feelings in livelier or stronger terms. It was the day on which the will had been read, 2 weeks after the death of the consul, at 5:30 in the afternoon. Frau Consul Buddenbrook had invited her brother to Meng Street, in order that he might talk over the provisions made by the deceased with Thomas and with Herr Marcus, the confidential clerk. Tony had announced her intention to be present at the settlements. This attention, she said, she owed to the firm as well as to the family, and she took pains to give the meeting the character of a family council. She had closed the curtains, and despite the 2 oil lamps on the green-covered dining table, drawn out to its full extent, she had lighted all the candles in the great gilded candelabrum as well. And, though there was no particular need of them, she had put on the table a quantity of writing paper and sharpened pencils. Tony's black frock gave her figure a maidenly slimness. She, of them all, was perhaps most deeply moved by the death of the consul, to whom she had drawn so close in the last months that even today the thought of him made her burst out twice in bitter weeping. Yet the prospect of this family council, this solemn little conference in which she could bear a worthy part, had power to flush her pretty cheek, brighten her glance, and give her motions dignity and even joy. The Frau Consul, on the other hand, worn with anxiety and grief and the 1,000 formalities of the funeral in the morning, looked ailing. Her face, framed in the black lace of her cap-string, seemed paler, and her light blue eyes were tired and dull. But there was not a single white hair to be seen in her smooth red-blonde coiffure. Was this still the Parisian tonic, or was it the wig? Mamselle Jungmann alone knew, and she would not have betrayed the secret even to the other ladies of the family. They sat at the end of the table and waited for Herr Marcus and Thomas to come out of the office. The painted statues seemed to stand out white and proud on their pedestals against the sky-blue background. The Frau Consul said, "The thing is, I bade you come, my dear Justus. In short, it is about Clara, the child. My beloved husband left to me the choice of a guardian for her. She will need one for 3 years. I know you do not want to be overburdened with responsibilities. You have duties to your wife and sons." "My son, Betsy." Yes, we must be Christ-like and merciful, Justice. As we forgive our debtors, it says. Think of our gracious Father in heaven." Her brother looked at her, a little aggrieved. Such turns of phrase had come in the past only from the mouth of the consul. "Enough," she went on. "There are as good as no obligations connected with this service of love. I should like to ask you to accept it." "Gladly, Betsy. Of course I'll do it with pleasure. May I not see my ward? A little too serious, isn't she, the good child?" Clara was called. She slowly appeared, all black and pallid, her movements melancholy and full of restraint. She had spent the time since her father's death in her room praying almost without ceasing. Her dark eyes were immobile. She seemed frozen with grief and awe. Uncle Justus the gallant stepped up to her, bowed as he pressed her hand, and murmured something appropriate. She went out, after receiving the Frau Consul's kiss on her stiff lips. "How is Jürgen?" began the Frau Consul again. "Does it agree with him in Wismar?" "Very well," answered Justice Kroger, sitting down again with a shrug of the shoulders. "I think he has found his place now. He is a good lad, Betsy, a lad of principle. But after he had failed twice in the examination, it seemed best. He did not like the law himself, and the position in the post office at Wismar is quite suitable. Tell me, I hear Christian is coming?" "Yes, Justice, he is coming. May God watch over him on the seas." "I wrote to him the next day after Jean's death, but he hasn't even had the letter yet, and then he will take about 2 months with the sailing vessel after that. But he must come, Justice. I must see him. Tom says Jean would never have been willing for Christian to give up his position in Valparaiso, but I ask you, nearly 8 years since I have seen him. And then, under the circumstances, no, I must have them all about me in this painful time. That is a natural feeling for a mother." "Surely, surely," said Consul Kroger, for she had begun to weep. "Thomas agrees with me now, too," she went on. "For where will Christian be better off than in his own father's business and Tom's business? He can stay here, work here. I have been in constant fear that the climate over there might be bad for him." Thomas Buddenbrook, accompanied by Herr Marcus, came into the room. Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus, for years the dead consul's confidential clerk, was a tall man in a brown-skirted coat with a mourning band. He spoke softly, hesitatingly, stammering a little and considering each word before he uttered it. He had a habit of slowly and cautiously stroking the red-brown mustache that grew over his mouth with the extended middle and index fingers of his left hand, or he would rub his hands together and let his round brown eyes wander so aimlessly about that he gave the impression of complete confusion and absent-mindedness, though he was always most watchfully bent on the matter in hand. Thomas Buddenbrook, now the youthful head of the great house, displayed real dignity in manner and bearing, but he was pale. His hands, in particular, on one of which shone the consul's signet ring with the green stone, were as white as the cuffs beneath his black sleeves. A frozen whiteness which showed that they were quite dry and cold. He had extraordinarily sensitive hands, with beautifully cared-for oval bluish fingernails. Sometimes, in a difficult situation, they would take positions or make little nervous movements that were indescribably expressive of shrinking sensibility and painful reserve. This was an individual trait strange heretofore to the rather broad, though finely articulated Buddenbrook hand. Tom's first care was to open the folding doors into the landscape room in order to get the benefit of the warmth from the stove burning there behind the wrought iron lattice. Then he shook hands with Consul Kroger and sat down at the table with Herr Marcus opposite him. He looked at his sister Tony, and his eyebrow went up in surprise, but she flung her head back and tucked in her chin in a way that warned him to suppress any comment on her presence. "Well, and one may not say Herr Consul," asked Justice Kroger. "The Netherlands hope in vain that you should represent them, Tom, my dear chap?" "Yes, Uncle Justice, I thought it was better. You see, I could have taken over the consulate along with so many other responsibilities. But in the first place, I am a little too young. And then I spoke to Uncle Gotthold, and he was very pleased to accept it. Very sensible, my lad, very politic, and very gentlemanly." "Herr Marcus," said the Frau Consul, "my dear Herr Marcus." And with her usual sweeping gesture, she reached out her hand, which he took slowly, with a respectful side glance. "I have asked you to come up. You know what the affair is, and I know that you are agreed with us." My beloved husband expressed in his final arrangements the wish that after his death you would put your loyal and well-tried powers at the service of the firm, not as an outsider but as partner." "Certainly, Frau Consul," said Herr Marcus. "I must protest that I know how to value the honor your offer does me, being aware, as I am, that the resources I can bring to the firm are but small. In God's name, I know nothing better to do than thankfully to accept the offer you and your son make me." "Yes, Marcus, and I thank you in my turn, most warmly, for your willingness to share with me the great responsibilities which would perhaps be too heavy for me alone." Thomas Buddenbrooks spoke quickly and wholeheartedly, reaching his hand across the table to his partner, for they were already long since agreed on the subject, and this was only the formal expression. "Company is trumpery. You will spoil our chat between you," said Consul Kroger. "And now shall we run through the provisions, my children? All I have to look out for is the dowry of my ward. The rest is not my affair. Have you a copy of the will here, Betsy? And have you made a rough calculation, Tom?" "I have it in my head," said Thomas, and he began, leaning back, looking into the landscape room, and moving his gold pencil back and forth on the table to explain how matters stood. The truth was that the consul's estate was more considerable than anyone had supposed. The dowry of his oldest daughter, indeed, was gone, and the losses which the firm had suffered in the Bremen failure in 1851 had been a heavy blow. And the year 48, as well as the present year 55, with their unrest and interval of war, had brought losses. But the Buddenbrooks share of the Kroger estate of 400,000 current marks had been full 300,000, for Justus had already had much of his beforehand. Johann Buddenbrook had continually complained, as a merchant will, but the losses of the firm had been made good by the accrued profits of some 15 years, amounting to 30,000 thaler, and thus the property, aside from real estate, amounted in round figures to 700,000 marks. Thomas himself, with all his knowledge of the business, had been left in ignorance by his father of this total. The Frau Consul took the announcement with discreet calm. Tony put on an adorable expression of pride and ignorance, and then could not repress an anxious mental query. "Is that a lot? Are we very rich now?" Herr Marcus slowly rubbed his hands, apparently in absence of mind, and Consul Kroger was obviously bored. But the sum filled Tom himself, as he stated it, with such a rush of excited pride that the effort at self-control made him seem dejected. "We must have already passed the million," he said. He controlled his voice, but his hands trembled. "Grandfather could command 900,000 marks in his best time, and we've made great efforts since then, and had successes, and made fine coups here and there. And Mama's dowry, and Mama's inheritance. There was the constant breaking up, well, good heavens, that lay in the nature of things. Please forgive me if I speak just now in the sense of the firm, and not of the family. These dowries and payments to Uncle Gotthold and to Frankfurt, these hundreds of thousands which had to be drawn out of the business, and then there were only 2 heirs beside the head of the firm. Good, we have our work cut out for us, Marcus." The thirst for action, for power and success, the longing to force fortune to her knees, sprang up quick and passionate in his eyes. He felt all the world looking at him expectantly, questioning if he would know how to command prestige for the firm and the family and protect its name. On exchange, he had been measuring side looks out of jovial, mocking old eyes that seemed to be saying, "So you're taking it on, my son." "I am," he thought. Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus rubbed his hands circumspectly, and just as Kroger said, "Quietly, quietly, my dear chap. Times aren't what they were when your grandfather was a Prussian army contractor." There began now a detailed conversation upon the provisions of the will, in which they all joined, and Consul Kroger took a lighter tone, referring to Thomas as His Highness the Reigning Prince, and saying, "The warehouses will go with the crown, according to tradition." In general, of course, it was decided that, as far as possible, everything should be left together, that Frau Elizabeth Buddenbrooks should be considered the sole heir, and that the entire property should remain in the business. Herr Marcus announced that as partner, he should be able to strengthen the working capital by 120,000 marks current. A sum of 50,000 marks was set aside as a private fortune for Thomas, and the same for Christian, in case he wished to establish himself separately. Justice Kroger paid close attention to the passage that ran, "The fixing of the dowry of my beloved daughter Clara I leave to the discretion of my dear wife." "Shall we say 100,000? He suggested, leaning back, one leg crossed over the other, and turning up his short gray mustache with both hands. He was affability itself, but the sum was fixed at 80,000. "In case of a second marriage of my dearly loved older daughter Antony, in view of the fact that 80,000 marks have already been applied to her first marriage, the sum of 17,000 thaler current must not be exceeded." Frau Antony waved her arm with a graceful but excited gesture which tossed back her flowing sleeve. She looked at the ceiling and said loudly, "Gründlich, indeed." It sounded like a challenge, like a little trumpet call. "You know, Herr Marcus," she said, "about that man. We are sitting, one fine afternoon, perfectly innocent, in the garden, in front of the door. You know the portal, Herr Marcus. Well, who appears? A person with gold-colored whiskers. The scoundrel!" "Yes," Thomas said. "We will talk about Herr Gründlich afterward." "Very well, but you are a clever creature, and you will admit, Tom, that in this life things don't always happen fairly and squarely. That's been my experience, though a short time ago I was too simple to realize it." "Yes," Tom said. They went into detail, noting the consul's instructions about the Great Family Bible, about his diamond buttons, and many, many other matters. Justice Kroger and Herr Marcus stopped for supper. 2. In the beginning of February 1856, after 8 years' absence, Christian Buddenbrook returned to the home of his fathers. He arrived in the post-coach from Hamburg, wearing a yellow suit with a pattern of large checks that had a distinctly exotic look. He brought the bill of a swordfish and a great sugar cane, and received the embraces of his mother with a half-embarrassed, half-absent air. He wore the same air when, on the next afternoon after his arrival, the family went to the cemetery outside the castle gate to lay a wreath on the grave. They stood together on the snowy path in front of the large tablet on which were the names of those resting there, surrounding the family arms cut in the stone. Before them was the upright marble cross that stood at the edge of the bare little churchyard grove. They were all there, except Clotilde, who was at Thankless, nursing her ailing father. Tony laid the wreath on the tablet, where her father's name stood on the stone in fresh gold letters. Then, despite the snow, she knelt down by the grave to pray. Her black veil played about her, and her full skirt lay spread out in picturesque folds. God alone knew how much grief and religious emotion, and on the other hand, how much of a pretty woman's self-conscious pleasure there was in the bowed attitude. Thomas was not in the mood to think about it, but Christian looked sidewise at his sister, with a mixture of mockery and misgiving, as if to say, "Can you really carry that off? Shan't you feel silly when you get up? How uncomfortable!" Tony caught this look as she rose, but she was not in the least put out. She tossed her head back, arranged her veil and skirt, and turned with dignified assurance to go, whereupon Christian was obviously relieved. The deceased consul's fanatical love of God and of the Savior had been an emotion foreign to his forebears, who never cherished other than the normal, everyday sentiments proper to good citizens. The two living Buddenbrooks had in their turn their own idiosyncrasies. One of these appeared to be a nervous distaste for the expression of feeling. Thomas had certainly felt the death of his father with painful acuteness, much as his grandfather had felt the loss of his. But he could not sink on his knees by his grave. He had never, like his sister Tony, flung himself across the table sobbing like a child, and he shrank from hearing the heartbroken words in which Madame Gründlich, from roast to dessert, loved to celebrate the character and person of her dead father. Such outbursts he met with composed silence or a reserved nod. And yet, when nobody had mentioned or was thinking of the dead, it would be just then that his eyes would fill with slow tears, although his facial expression remained unchanged. It was different with Christian. He unfortunately did not succeed in preserving his composure at the naive and childish outpourings of his sister. He bent over his plate, turned his head away, and looked as though he wanted to sink through the floor. And several times he interrupted her with a low, tormented, "Good God, Tony!" His large nose screwed into countless tiny wrinkles. In fact, he showed disquiet and embarrassment whenever the conversation turned to the dead. It seemed as though he feared and avoided not only the indelicate expression of deep and solemn feeling, but even the feeling itself. No one had seen him shed a tear over the death of his father, and his long absence alone hardly explained this fact. A more remarkable thing, however, was that he took his sister Tony aside again and again to hear in vivid detail the events of that fatal afternoon, for Madame Grunlich had a gift of lively narration. "He looked yellow," he asked for the 5th time. "What was it the girl shrieked when she came running into you?" "He looked quite yellow and died without saying another word." "What did the girl say? What sort of sound was it he made?" Then he would be silent a long time, while his small, deep-set eyes traveled round the room in thought. "Horrible," he said suddenly, and a visible shudder ran over him as he got up. He would walk up and down with the same unquiet and brooding eyes. Madame Grunlich felt astonished to see that her brother, who for some unknown reason was so embarrassed when she bewailed her father aloud, liked to reproduce, with a sort of dreadful relish, the dying efforts to speak which he had inquired about in detail of Lena, the maidservant. Christian had certainly not grown better looking. He was lean and pallid. The skin was stretched over his skull very tightly. His large nose, with a distinct hump, stuck out fleshless and sharp between his cheekbones, and his hair was already noticeably scantier. His neck was too thin and long, and his lean legs decidedly bowed. His London period seemed to have made a lasting impression upon him. In Valparaiso, too, he had mostly associated with Englishmen, and his whole appearance had something English about it, which somehow seemed rather appropriate. It was partly the comfortable cut and durable wool material of his clothing, the broad, solid elegance of his boots, his crotchety expression, and the way in which his red-blonde mustache drooped over his mouth. Even his hands had an English look. They were a dull, porous white from the hot climate, with round, clean, short-trimmed nails. "Tell me," he said abruptly, "do you know that feeling? It is hard to describe. When you swallow something hard, the wrong way, and it hurts all the way down your spine." His whole nose wrinkled as he spoke. "Yes," said Tony, "that is quite common. You take a drink of water." "Oh," he said in a dissatisfied tone, "no, I don't think we mean the same thing." And a restless look floated across his face. He was the first one in the house to shake off his mourning and reassume a natural attitude. He had not lost the art of imitating the deceased Marcellus Stengel, and he often spoke for hours in his voice. At the table, he asked about the theater, if there were a good company, and what they were giving. "I don't know," said Tom, with a tone that was exaggeratedly indifferent, in order not to seem irritated. "I haven't noticed lately." But Christian missed this altogether and went on to talk about the theater. "I am too happy for words in the theater. Even the word theater makes me feel happy. I don't know whether any of you have that feeling. I could sit for hours and just look at the curtain. I feel as I used to when I was a child and we went in to the Christmas party here. Even the sound of the orchestra beforehand. I would go if only to hear that and nothing more. I like the love scenes best. Some of the heroines have such a fetching way of taking their lovers' heads between their hands. But the actors, in London and Valparaiso, I have known a lot of actors. At first, I was very proud to get to know them in ordinary life. In the theater, I watched their every movement. It is fascinating. One of them says his last speech and turns around quietly and goes deliberately, without the least embarrassment, to the door, although he knows that the eyes of the whole audience are on his back. How can he do that? I used to be continually thinking about going behind the scenes, but now I am pretty much at home there, I must say. Imagine. Once, in an operetta, it was in London, the curtain went up one evening when I was on the stage. I was talking with Miss Waterhouse, a very pretty girl. Well, suddenly there was the whole audience. Good Lord, I don't know how I got off the stage. Madame Grunlich was the only one who laughed, to speak of, in the circle round the table. But Christian went on, his eyes wandering back and forth. He talked about English café chantant singers, about an actress who came on in powdered wig and knocked with a long cane on the ground and sang a song called "That's Maria." Maria, you know, Maria is the most scandalous of the lot. When somebody does something perfectly shocking, why, that's Maria, the bad lot, you know, utterly depraved. He said this last with a frightful expression and raised his right hand with the fingers formed into a ring. "I say, Christian," said the Frau Consul, "that does not interest us in the least." But Christian's gaze flickered absently over her head. He would probably have stopped without her suggestion, for he seemed to be sunk in a profound, disquieting dream of Maria and her depravity, while his little round, deep eyes wandered back and forth. Suddenly he said, "Strange. Sometimes I can't swallow. Oh, it's no joke. I find it very serious. It enters my head that perhaps I can't swallow, and then all of a sudden I can't. The food is already swallowed, but the muscles, right here, they simply refuse. It isn't a question of willpower, or rather, the thing is, I don't dare really will it." Tony cried out, quite beside herself, "Christian, good Lord, what nonsense! You don't dare to make up your mind to swallow? What are you talking about? You are absurd!" Thomas was silent, but the Frau Consul said, "That is nerves, Christian." "Yes, it was high time you came home. The climate over there would have killed you in the end." After the meal, Christian sat down at the little harmonium that stood in the dining room and imitated a piano virtuoso. He pretended to toss back his hair, rubbed his hands and looked around the room, then, without a sound, without touching the bellows, for he could not play in the least, and was entirely unmusical, like all the Buddenbrooks. He bent quite over and began to belabor the bass, played unbelievable passages, threw himself back, looked in ecstasy at the ceiling, and banged the keyboard in a triumphant finale. Even Clara burst out laughing. The illusion was convincing, full of assurance and charlatanry and irresistible comicality of the burlesque, eccentric English-American kind, so certain of its own effect that the result was not in the least unpleasant. "I have gone a great deal to concerts," he said. "I like to watch how the people behave with their instruments. It is really beautiful to be an artist." Then he began to play again, but broke off suddenly and became serious, as though a mask had fallen over his features. He got up, ran his hand through his scanty hair, moved away, and stood silent, obviously fallen into a bad mood, with unquiet eyes and an expression as though he were listening to some kind of uncanny noise. "Sometimes I find Christian a little strange," said Madame Grunlich to her brother Thomas one evening when they were alone. "He talks so somehow. He goes so unnaturally into detail, seems to me. Or, what shall I say? He looks at things in such a strange way, don't you think so?" "Yes," said Tom. "I understand what you mean very well, Tony. Christian is very incautious, undignified. It is difficult to express what I mean. Something is lacking in him, what people call equilibrium, mental poise. On the one hand, he does not know how to keep his countenance when other people make naive or tactless remarks. He does not understand how to cover it up, and he just loses his self-possession altogether. But the same thing happens when he begins to be garrulous himself, in the unpleasant way he has, and tells his most intimate thoughts. It gives one such an uncanny feeling. It is just the way people speak in a fever, isn't it? Self-control and personal reserve are both lacking in the same way. Oh, the thing is quite simple. Christian busies himself too much with himself, with what goes on in his own insides. Sometimes he has a regular mania for bringing out the deepest and the pettiest of these experiences, things a reasonable man does not trouble himself about or even want to know about, for the simple reason that he would not like to tell them to anyone else. There is such a lack of modesty and so much communicativeness. You see, Tony, anybody except Christian may say that he loves the theater, but he would say it in a different tone, more en passant, more modestly, in short. Christian says it in a tone that says, Is not my passion for the stage something very marvelous and interesting? He struggles. He behaves as if he were really wrestling to express something supremely delicate and difficult. I'll tell you, he went on after a pause, throwing his cigarette through the wrought iron lattice into the stove. I have thought a great deal about this curious and useless self-preoccupation, because I had once an inclination to it myself. But I observed that it made me unsteady, harebrained, and incapable, and control, equilibrium is, at least for me, the important thing. There will always be men who are justified in this interest in themselves, this detailed observation of their own emotions, poets who can express with clarity and beauty their privileged inner life, and thereby enrich the emotional world of other people. But the likes of us are simple merchants, my child. Our self-observations are decidedly inconsiderable. We can sometimes go so far as to say that the sound of orchestra instruments gives us unspeakable pleasure, and that we sometimes do not dare try to swallow. But it would be much better, deuce take it, if we sat down and accomplished something, as our fathers did before us. Yes, Tom, you express my views exactly. When I think of the airs those Hagenstroms put on, oh heavens, what truck! Mother doesn't like the words I use, but I find they are the only right ones. Do you suppose they think they are the only good family in town? I have to laugh, you know. I really do. 3. The head of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook had measured his brother on his arrival with a long, scrutinizing gaze. He had given him passing and unobtrusive observation during several days, and then, though he did not allow any sign of his opinion to appear upon his calm and discreet face, his curiosity was satisfied, his mind made up. He talked with him in the family circle in a casual tone on casual subjects, and enjoyed himself like the others when Christian gave a performance. A week later he said to him, "Well, shall we work together, young man? So far as I know, you consent to Mamma's wish, do you not? As you know, Marcus has become my partner in proportion to the quota he has paid in. I should think that, as my brother, you could ostensibly take the place he had, that of confidential clerk. What your work would be. I do not know how much mercantile experience you have really had. You have been loafing a bit so far. Am I right? Well, in any case, the English correspondence will suit you. But I must beg one thing of you, my dear chap. In your position as brother of the head of the house, you will actually have a superior position to the others. But I do not need to tell you that you will impress them far more by behaving like their equal and doing your duty than you will by making use of privileges and taking liberties. Are you willing to keep office hours and observe appearances?" And then he made a proposal in respect of salary, which Christian accepted without consideration, with an embarrassed and inattentive face that betrayed very little love of gain and a great zeal to settle the matter quickly. Next day Thomas led him into the office, and Christian's labors for the old firm began. The business had taken its uninterrupted and solid course after the consul's death, but soon after Thomas Buddenbrooks seized the reins, a fresher and more enterprising spirit began to be noticeable in the management. Risks were taken now and then. The credit of the house, formerly a conception, a theory, a luxury, was consciously strained and utilized. The gentlemen on 'Change nodded at each other. Buddenbrook wants to make money with both hands, they said. They thought it was a good thing that Thomas had to carry the upright Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus along with him, like a ball and chain on his foot. Herr Marcus, influence was the conservative force in the business. He stroked his mustache with his 2 fingers, punctiliously arranged his writing materials and glass of water on his desk, looked at everything on both sides and top and bottom, and, 5 or 6 times in the day, would go out through the courtyard into the wash kitchen and hold his head under the tap to refresh himself. They complement each other, said the heads of the great houses to each other. Consul Hunius said it to Consul Kistenmaker. The small families echoed them, and the dockyard and warehouse hands repeated the same opinion. The whole town was interested in the way young Buddenbrook would take hold. Herr Stute in Belfounder Street would say to his wife, who knew the best families. They balance each other, you see. But the personality of the business was plainly the younger partner. He knew how to handle the personnel, the ship captains, the heads in the warehouse offices, the drivers and the yard hands. He could speak their language with ease and yet keep a distance between himself and them. But when Herr Marcus spoke in dialect to some faithful servant, it sounded so outlandish that his partner would simply begin to laugh, and the whole office would dissolve in merriment. Thomas Buddenbrooks' desire to protect and increase the prestige of the old firm made him love to be present in the daily struggle for success. He well knew that his assured and elegant bearing, his tact and winning manners were responsible for a great deal of good trade. "A businessman cannot be a bureaucrat," he said to Stefan Kistenmaker, of Kistenmaker and Sons, his former schoolfellow. He had remained the oracle of this old playmate, who listened to his every word in order to give it out later as his own. "It takes personality, that is my view. I don't think any great success is to be had from the office alone. At least, I shouldn't care for it. I always want to direct the course of things on the spot, with a look, a word, a gesture, to govern it with the immediate influence of my will and my talent, my luck, as you call it. But, unfortunately, personal contact is going out of fashion. The times move on, but it seems to me they leave the best behind. Relations are easier and easier, the connections better and better, the risk gets smaller, but the profits do too. Yes, the old people were better off. My grandfather, for example, he drove in a 4-horse coach to southern Germany, as commissary to the Prussian army, an old man in pumps, with his head powdered. And there he played his charms and his talents, and made an astonishing amount of money, Kistenmaker. Oh, I'm afraid the merchant's life will get duller and duller as time goes on." It was feelings like these that made him relish most the trade he came by through his own personal efforts. Sometimes, entirely by accident, perhaps on a walk with the family, he would go into a mill for a chat with the miller, who would feel himself much honored by the visit, and quite en passant, in the best of moods, he would conclude a good bargain. His partner was incapable of that sort of thing. As for Christian, he seemed at first to devote himself to his task with real zest and enjoyment, and to feel exceptionally well and contented. For several days he ate with appetite, smoked his short pipe, and squared his shoulders in the English jacket, giving expression to his sense of ease and well-being. In the morning he went to the office at about the same time as Thomas, and sat opposite his brother and Herr Marcus in a revolving armchair like theirs. First he read the paper, while he comfortably smoked his morning cigarette. Then he would fetch out an old cognac from his bottom desk drawer, stretch out his arms in order to feel himself free to move, say, "Well," and go to work good-naturedly, his tongue roving about among his teeth. His English letters were extraordinarily able and effective, for he wrote English as he spoke it, simply and fluently, without effort. He gave expression to his mood in his own way in the family circle. "Business is really a fine, gratifying calling," he said. "Respectable, satisfying, industrious, comfortable. I was really born to it. Fact! And as a member of the House. Well, I've never felt so good before. You come fresh into the office in the morning, and look through the paper, smoke, think about this and that, take some cognac, and then go to work. Comes midday, you eat with your family, take a rest, then to work again. You write on smooth, good business paper, with a good pen, rule, paper knife, stamp, everything first class and all in order. You keep at it, get things done one after the other, and finish up. Tomorrow is another day. When you go home to supper, you feel thoroughly satisfied. Satisfied in every limb, even your hands." "Heavens, Christian," cried Tony, "what rubbish! How can your hands feel satisfied?" "Why, yes, of course. Can't you understand that? I mean," he made a painstaking effort to express and explain. "You can shut your fist, you see. You don't make a violent effort, of course, because you are tired from your work. But it isn't flabby. It doesn't make you feel irritable. You have a sense of satisfaction in it. You feel easy and comfortable. You can sit quite still without feeling bored." Everyone was silent. Then Thomas said in a casual tone, so as not to show that he disagreed, "It seems to me that one doesn't work for the sake of—" He broke off and did not continue. "At least, I have different reasons," he added after a minute. But Christian did not hear. His eyes roamed about, sunk in thought, and he soon began to tell a story of Valparaiso, a tale of assault and murder, of which he had personal knowledge. Then the fellow ripped out his knife. For some reason, Thomas never applauded these tales. Christian was full of them, and Madame Grunlich found them vastly entertaining. The Frau Consul, Clara and Clotilde sat aghast, and Mamselle Youngman and Erica listened with their mouths open. Thomas used to make cool, sarcastic comments and act as if he thought Christian was exaggerating or hoaxing, which was certainly not the case. He narrated with color and vividness. Perhaps Thomas found unpleasant the reflection that his younger brother had been about and seen more of the world than he. Or were his feelings of repulsion due to the glorification of disorder, the exotic violence of these knife and revolver tales? Christian certainly did not trouble himself over his brother's failure to appreciate his stories. He was always too much absorbed in his narrative to notice its success or lack of success with his audience, and when he had finished he would look pensively or absently about the room. But if in time the relations between the two brothers came to be not of the best, Christian was not the one who thought of showing or feeling any animosity against his brother. He silently took for granted the preeminence of his elder, his superior capacity, earnestness, and respectability. But precisely this casual, indiscriminate acknowledgment irritated Thomas, for it had the appearance of setting no value upon superior capacity, earnestness, or respectability. Christian appeared not to notice the growing dislike of the head of the firm. Thomas's feelings were indeed quite justifiable, for unfortunately Christian's zeal for business visibly decreased, even after the first week, though more after the second. His little preparations for work, which, in the beginning, wore the air of a prolonged and refined anticipation, the reading of the paper, the after-breakfast cigarette, the cognac, began to take more and more time, and finally used up the whole morning. It gradually came about that Christian freed himself largely from the constraint of office hours. He appeared later and later with his breakfast cigarette to begin his preparations for work. He went at midday to eat at the club, and came back late or not at all. This club, to which mostly unmarried businessmen belonged, occupied comfortable rooms in the first story of a restaurant, where one could eat and meet in unrestrained and sometimes not altogether harmless conversation, for there was a roulette table. Even some of the more light-minded fathers of families, like Justice Kroger and, of course, Peter Dolman, were members, and Police Senator Crema was here, the first man at the hose. That was the expression of Dr. Giesecke, Andreas Giesecke, the son of the fire commissioner and Christian's old schoolmate. He had settled as a lawyer in the town, and Christian renewed the friendship with him, though he ranked as rather a wild fellow. Christian, or as he was called everywhere, Chris, had known them all more or less in the old days, for nearly all of them had been pupils of Marcellus Stengel. They received him into the club with open arms, for, while neither businessmen nor scholars found him a genius, they recognized his amusing social gifts. It was here that he gave his best performances and told his best stories. He did the virtuoso at the club piano and imitated English and transatlantic actors and opera singers. But the best things he did were stories of his affairs with women, related in the most harmless and entertaining way imaginable. Adventures that had befallen him on shipboard, on trains, in St. Paul's, in Whitechapel, in the Virgin Forest. There was no doubt that Christian's weakness was for women. He narrated with a fluency and power that entranced his listeners, in an exhaustless stream, with his somewhat plaintive, drawling voice, burlesque and innocent, like an English humorist. He told a story about a dog that had been sent in a satchel from Valparaiso to San Francisco and was mangy to boot. Goodness knew what was the point of the anecdote. In his mouth it was indescribably comic. And while everybody about him writhed with laughter, unable to leave off, he himself sat there cross-legged, a strange, uneasy seriousness in his face with its great hooked nose, his thin, long neck, his sparse light red hair and little round deep-set eyes. It almost seemed as if the laugh were at his expense, as if they were laughing at him. But that never occurred to him. At home, his favorite tales were about his office in Valparaiso. He told of the extreme heat there, and about a young Londoner named Johnny Thunderstorm, a ne'er-do-well, an extraordinary chap, whom he had never seen do a stroke of work, God damn me, and who yet was a remarkable businessman. "Good God, the heat," he said. "Well, the chief came into the office. There we all lay, 8 of us, like flies, and smoked cigarettes to keep the mosquitoes away. Good God! Well, the chief said, 'You are not working, gentlemen?' 'No, sir,' says Johnny Thunderstorm, 'as you see, sir.' And we all blew our cigarette smoke in his face. Good God! Why do you keep saying good God? Asked Thomas irritably, but his irritation was at bottom, because he felt that Christian told this story with particular relish, just because it gave him a chance to sneer at honest work. The mother would discreetly change the subject. There were many hateful things in the world, thought the Frau Consul, born Kroger. Brothers could despise and dislike each other, dreadful as it sounded, but one didn't mention such things. They had to be covered up and ignored. 4. In May, it happened that Uncle Gotthold, Consul Gotthold Buddenbrook, now 60 years old, was seized with a heart attack one night and died in the arms of his wife, born stewing. The son of poor Madame Josephine had had the worst of it in life, compared with the younger and stronger brother and sister born of Madame Antoinette, but he had long since resigned himself to his fortunes. And in his later years, especially after his nephew turned over to him the consulate of the Netherlands, he ate his lozenges out of his tin box and harbored the friendliest feelings. It was his ladies who kept up the feud now, not so much his good-natured wife as the 3 elderly damsels, who could not look at Frau Consul or Antony or Thomas without a spark in their eyes. On the traditional Children's Day, at 4 o'clock, they all gathered in the big house in Meng Street to eat dinner and spend the evening. Sometimes Consul Kroger or Sesame Weisbrot came too, with her simple sister. On these occasions, the 3 Miss Buddenbrooks from Broad Street loved to turn the conversation to Tony's former marriage and to dart sharp glances at each other while they egged Madame Grunlich on to use strong language. Or they would make general remarks on the subject of the undignified vanity of dyeing one's hair. Or they would inquire particularly after Jacob Kroger, the Frau Consul's nephew. They made jokes at the expense of poor, innocent Clotilde. Jokes not so harmless as those which the charity girl received in good part every day from Tom and Tony. They made fun of Clara's austerity and bigotry. They were quick to find out that Tom and Christian were not on the best of terms. Also, that they did not need to pay much attention to Christian anyhow, for he was a sort of tomfool. As for Thomas himself, who had no weak point for them to ferret out, and who always met them with a good-humored indulgence, that signified, "I understand what you mean, and I am very sorry." Him they treated with respect, tinctured with bitterness. Next came the turn of little Erica. Rosy and plump as she was, they found her alarmingly backward in her growth, and Fifi, in a series of little shakes, drew attention several times to the child's shocking resemblance to the deceiver Grunlich. But now they stood with their mother about their father's deathbed, weeping, and a message was sent to Meng Street, though the feeling was not entirely wanting that their rich relations were somehow or other to blame for this misfortune too. In the middle of the night, the great bell downstairs rang, and as Christian had come home very late and was not feeling up to much, Tom set out alone in the spring rain. He came just in time to see the last convulsive motions of the old gentleman. Then he stood a long time in the death chamber and looked at the short figure under the covers, at the dead face with the mild features and white whiskers. "You haven't had a very good time, Uncle Gotthold," he thought. "You learned too late to make concessions and show consideration, but that is what one has to do. If I had been like you, I should have married a shop girl years ago, but for the sake of appearances, I wonder if you really wanted anything different. You were proud, and probably felt that your pride was something idealistic, but your spirit had little power to rise. To cherish the vision of an abstract good, to carry in your heart, like a hidden love, only far sweeter, the dream of preserving an ancient name, an old family, an old business, of carrying it on, and adding to it more and more honor and luster. Ah, that takes imagination, Uncle Gotthold, an imagination you didn't have. The sense of poetry escaped you, though you were brave enough to love and marry against the will of your father. And you had no ambition, Uncle Gotthold. The old name is only a burgher name, it is true, and one cherishes it by making the grain business flourish, and oneself beloved and powerful in a little corner of the earth. Did you think, I will marry her whom I love, and pay no attention to practical considerations, for they are petty and provincial? Oh, we are traveled and educated enough to realize that the limits set to our ambition are small and petty enough, looked at from outside and above. But everything in this world is comparative, Uncle Gotthold. Did you know one can be a great man, even in a small place, a Caesar, even in a little commercial town on the Baltic? But that takes imagination and idealism, and you didn't have it, whatever you may have thought yourself. Thomas Buddenbrooks turned away. He went to the window and looked out at the dim gray Gothic facade of the town hall opposite, shrouded in rain. He had his hands behind his back and a smile on his intelligent face. The office and title of the Royal Consulate of the Netherlands, which Thomas Buddenbrooks might have taken after his father's death, went back to him now, to the boundless satisfaction of Tony Grunlish, and the curving shield with the lions, the arms, and the crown was once more to be seen on the gabled front of the house in Meng Street, under the Dominus Providebit. Soon after this was accomplished, in June of the same year, the young consul set out to Amsterdam on a business journey the duration of which he did not know. 5. Deaths in the family usually induce a religious mood. It was not surprising, after the decease of the consul, to hear from the mouth of his widow expressions which she had not been accustomed to use. But it was soon apparent that this was no passing phase. Even in the last years of the consul's life, his wife had more and more sympathized with his spiritual cravings, and it now became plain that she was determined to honor the memory of her dead by adopting as her own all his pious conceptions. She strove to fill the great house with the spirit of the deceased, that mild and Christ-like spirit, which yet had not excluded a certain dignified and hearty good cheer. The morning and evening prayers were continued and lengthened, the family gathered in the dining room, and the servants in the hall, to hear the Frau Consul or Clara read a chapter out of the great family Bible with the big letters. They also sang a few verses out of the hymn book, accompanied by the Frau Consul on the little organ. Or often, in place of the chapter from the Bible, they had a reading from one of those edifying or devotional books with the black binding and gilt edges, those little treasuries, jewel caskets, holy hours, morning chimes, pilgrims, staffs, and the like, whose common trait was a sickly and languishing tenderness for the little Jesus, and of which there were all too many in the house. Christian did not often appear at these devotions. Thomas once chose a favorable moment to disparage the practice, half-jestingly, but his objection met with a gentle rebuff. As for Madame Grunlich, she did not, unfortunately, always conduct herself correctly at the exercises. One morning, when there was a strange clergyman stopping with the Buddenbrooks, they were invited to sing to a solemn and devout melody the following words: I am a reprobate, a warped and hardened sinner. I gobble evil down, just like the joint for dinner. Lord, fling thy cur a bone of righteousness to chew, and take my carcass home, to heaven and to you. Whereat Frau Grunlich threw down her book and left the room, bursting with suppressed giggles. But the Frau Consul made more demands upon herself than upon her children. She instituted a Sunday school, and on Sunday afternoon only little board school pupils rang at the door of the house in Meng Street. Steen Voss, who lived by the city wall, and Mike Stoot from Belfounders Street, and Fike Snut from the riverbank or Groping Alley, their straw-colored locks smoothed back with a wet comb, crossed the entry into the garden room, which for a long time now had not been used as an office, and in which rows of benches had been arranged, and Frau Consul Buddenbrooks, born Kroger, in a gown of heavy black satin, with her white refined face and still whiter lace cap, sat opposite to them at a little table with a glass of sugar water, and catechized them for an hour. Also, she founded the Jerusalem evenings, which not only Clara and Clotilde but also Tony were obliged to attend, willy-nilly. Once a week they sat at the extension table in the dining room by the light of lamps and candles. Some 20 ladies, all of an age when it is profitable to begin to look after a good place in heaven, drank tea or bishop, ate delicate sandwiches and puddings, read hymns and sermons aloud to each other, and did embroidery, which at the end of the year was sold at a bazaar and the proceeds sent to the mission in Jerusalem. This pious society was formed in the main from ladies of the Frau Consul's own social rank, Frau Senator Langhals, Frau Consul Mollendorf, and old Frau Consul Kistenmaker belonged, but other, more worldly and profane old ladies, like Madise, like Madame Koppen, made fun of their friend Betsy. The wives of the clergymen of the town were all members, likewise the widowed Frau Consul Buddenbrooks, born Stewing, and Sesemi Weichbrot and her simple sister. There is, however, no rank and no discrimination before Jesus, and so certain humble oddities were also guests at the Jerusalem evenings. For example, a little wrinkled creature, rich in the grace of God and knitting patterns, who lived in the Holy Ghost Hospital and was named Himmelsberger. She was the last of her name, the last Himmelsberger. She called herself humbly and ran her knitting needle under her cap to scratch her head. But far more remarkable were 2 other extraordinary old creatures, twins, who went about hand in hand through the town doing good deeds, in shepherdess hats out of the 18th century and faded clothes out of the long, long ago. They were named Gerhardt and asserted that they descended in a direct line from Paul Gerhardt. People said they were by no means poor, but they lived wretchedly and gave away all they had. "My dears," remarked the Frau Consul, who was sometimes rather ashamed of them, "God sees the heart, I know, but your clothes are really a little. One must take some thought for oneself." But she could not prevent them kissing their elegant friend on the brow, with the forbearing, yearning, pitying superiority of the poor in heart over the worldly great who seek salvation. They were not at all stupid. In their homely shriveled heads, for all the world like ancient parrots, they had bright, soft brown eyes, and they looked out at the world with a wonderful expression of gentleness and understanding. Their hearts were full of amazing wisdom. They knew that in the last day all our beloved gone before us to God will come with song and salvation to fetch us home. They spoke the words, "the Lord," with the fluent authority of early Christians, as if they had heard out of the Master's own mouth the words, "Yet a little while, and ye shall see me." They possessed the most remarkable theories concerning inner light and intuition and the transmission of thought. One of them, named Leah, was deaf, and yet she nearly always knew what was being talked about. It was usually the deaf Gerhard who read aloud at the Jerusalem evenings, and the ladies found that she read beautifully and very affectingly. She took out of her bag an old book of a very disproportionate shape, much taller than it was broad, with an inhumanly chubby presentment of her ancestor in the front. She held it in both hands and read in a tremendous voice, in order to catch a little herself of what she read. It sounded as if the wind were imprisoned in the chimney. "If Satan me would swallow." Goodness, thought Tony Grumlish, how could Satan want to swallow her? But she said nothing and devoted herself to the pudding, wondering if she herself would ever become as ugly as the 2 Miss Gerhardts. She was not happy. She felt bored and out of patience with all the pastors and missionaries, whose visits had increased ever since the death of the consul. According to Tony, they had too much to say in the house and received entirely too much money. But this last was Tom's affair, and he said nothing, while his sister now and then murmured something about people who consumed widows' homes and made long prayers. She hated these black gentlemen bitterly. As a mature woman who knew life and was no longer a silly innocent, she found herself unable to believe in their irreproachable sanctity. "Mother," she said, "oh dear, I know I must not speak evil of my neighbors, but one thing I must say, and I should be surprised if life had not taught you that too, and that is that not all those who wear a long coat and say, 'Lord, Lord,' are always entirely without blemish." History does not say what Tom thought of his sister's opinion on this point. Christian had no opinion at all. He confined himself to watching the gentleman with his nose wrinkled up in order to imitate them afterward at the club or in the family circle. But it is true that Tony was the chief sufferer from the pious visitants. One day it actually happened that a missionary named Jonathan, who had been in Arabia and Syria, a man with great, reproachful eyes and baggy cheeks, was stopping in the house and challenged her to assert that the curls she wore on her forehead were consistent with true Christian humility. He had not reckoned with Tony Grunlick's skill at repartee. She was silent a moment, while her mind worked rapidly, and then out it came. "May I ask you, Herr Pastor, to concern yourself with your own curls?" With that, she rustled out, shoulders up, head back, and chin well tucked in. Pastor Jonathan had very few curls on his head. It would be nearer truth to say that he was quite bald. And once she had an even greater triumph. There was a certain Pastor Trieschke from Berlin. His nickname was Thierry Trieschke, because every Sunday he began to weep at an appropriate place in his sermon. Thierry Trieschke had a pale face, red eyes, and cheekbones like a horse's. He had been stopping for 8 or 10 days with the Buddenbrooks, conducting devotions and holding eating contests with poor Clotilde Turnabout. He happened to fall in love with Tony, not with her immortal soul, oh no, but with her upper lip, her thick hair, her pretty eyes and charming figure. And the man of God, who had a wife and numerous children in Berlin, was not ashamed to have Anton leave a letter in Madame Grünlich's bedroom in the upper story, wherein Bible texts and a kind of fawning sentimentality were surpassingly mingled. She found it when she went to bed, read it, and went with a firm step downstairs into the Frau Consul's bedroom, where by the candlelight she read aloud the words of the soul saver to her mother, quite unembarrassed and in a loud voice, so that Thierry Trieschke became impossible in Meng Street. "They are all alike," said Madame Grünlich. "Ah, they are all alike. Oh heavens, what a goose I was once! But life has destroyed my faith in men. Most of them are scoundrels. Alas, it is the truth. Grünlich." The name was, as always, like a summons to battle. She uttered it with her shoulders lifted, and her eyes rolled up. 6. Sievert Tibertius was a small, narrow man with a large head and a thin, long blonde beard parted in the middle, so that he sometimes put the ends back over his shoulders. A quantity of little woolly ringlets covered his round head. His ears were large and outstanding, very much curled up at the edges and pointed at the tips like the ears of a fox. His nose sat like a tiny flat button in his face, his cheekbones stood out, and his gray eyes, usually drawn close together and blinking about rather stupidly, could at certain moments widen quite extraordinarily and get larger and larger, protruding more and more until they almost sprang out of their sockets. This Pastor Tibertius, who came from Riga, had preached for some years in central Germany and now touched at the town on his way back home, where a living had been offered to him. Armed with the recommendation of a brother of the cloth who had eaten at least once in Meng Street of mock turtle soup and ham with onion sauce, he waited upon the Frau Consul and was invited to be her guest for a few days. He occupied the spacious guest chamber off the corridor in the first story. But he stopped longer than he had expected. 8 days passed, and still there was this or that to be seen. The Dance of Death and the Apostle Clock in St. Mary's, the Town Hall, the ancient ships, company, the cathedral clock with the movable eyes. 10 days passed, and he spoke repeatedly of his departure, but at the first word of demur from anybody, would postpone anew. He was a better man than Herr Jonathan or Thierry Trieschke. He thought not at all about Frau Antony's curls, and wrote her no letters. Strange to say, he paid his attentions to Clara, her younger and more serious sister. In her presence, when she spoke, entered or left the room, his eyes would grow surprisingly larger and larger and open out until they nearly jumped out of his head. He would spend almost the entire day in her company, in spiritual or worldly converse or reading aloud to her in his high voice and with the droll, jerky pronunciation of his Baltic home. Even on the first day he said, "Permit me to say, Frau Consul, what a treasure and blessing from God you have in your daughter Clara. She is certainly a wonderful child." "You are right," replied the Frau Consul, but he repeated his opinion so often that she began looking him over with her pale blue eyes and led him on to speak of his home, his connections, and his prospects. She learned that he came of a mercantile family, that his mother was with God, that he had no brothers and sisters, and that his old father had retired and lived on his income in Riga, an income which would sometime fall to him, Pastor Tiburtius. He also had a sufficient living from his calling. Clara Buddenbrook was now in her 19th year. She had grown to be a young lady of an austere and peculiar beauty, with a tall, slender figure, dark, smooth hair, and stern yet dreamy eyes. Her nose was slightly hooked, her mouth a little too firmly closed. In the household she was most intimate with her poor and pious cousin Clotilde, whose father had lately died, and whose idea it was to establish herself soon, which meant to go into a pension somewhere with the money and furniture which she had inherited. Clara had nothing of Clotilde's meek and hungry submissiveness. On the contrary, with the servants and even with her brothers and sister and mother, a commanding tone was usual with her. Her low voice, which seemed only to drop with decision and never to rise with a question, had an imperious sound, and could often take on a short, hard, impatient, haughty quality, on days, for example, when Clara had a headache. Before the father's death had shrouded the family in mourning, she had taken part with irreproachable dignity in the society of her parents, house and other houses of like rank. But when the Frau Consul looked at her, she could not deny that, despite the stately dowry and Clara's domestic prowess, it would not be easy to marry her off. None of the godless, jovial, claret-drinking merchants of their circle would answer in the least. A clergyman would be the only suitable partner for this earnest and God-fearing maiden. After the Frau Consul had conceived this joyful idea, she responded with friendliness to the delicate advances of Pastor Tiburtius. And truly the affair developed with precision. On a warm, cloudless July afternoon the family took a walk. The Frau Consul, Antony, Christian, Clara, Clotilde, Erika Grunlich, and Mamsell Jungmann, with Pastor Tiburtius in their midst, went out far beyond the castle gate to eat strawberries and clotted milk or porridge at a wooden table laid out of doors, going after the meal into the large nut garden which ran down to the river, in the shade of all sorts of fruit trees between currant and gooseberry bushes, asparagus and potato patches. Sievert Tiburtius and Clara Buddenbrook stopped a little behind the others. He, much the smaller of the two, with his beard parted back over his shoulders, had taken off his broad-brimmed black hat from his big head, and he wiped his brow now and then with his handkerchief. His eyes were larger than usual, and he carried on with her a long and gentle conversation, in the course of which they both stood still, and Clara, with a serious, calm voice, said her yes. After they returned, the Frau Consul, a little tired and overheated, was sitting alone in the landscape room, when Pastor Tiburtius came and sat beside her. Outside there reigned the pensive calm of the Sabbath afternoon, and they sat inside and held, in the brightness of the summer evening, a long, low conversation, at the end of which the Frau Consul said, "Enough, my dear Herr Pastor. Your offer coincides with my motherly plans for my daughter, and you on your side have not chosen badly, that I can assure you. Who would have thought that your coming and your stay here in our house would be so wonderfully blessed? I will not speak my final word today, for I must write first to my son, the consul, who is at present, as you know, away. You will travel tomorrow, if you live and have your health, to Riga to take up your work, and we expect to go for some weeks to the seashore. You will receive word from me soon, and God grant that we shall have a happy meeting." 7. Amsterdam, July 30th, 1856. Hotel Het Haasje. My dear Mother, I have just received your important letter, and hasten to thank you for the consideration you show me in asking for my consent in the affair under discussion. I send you, of course, not only my hearty agreement, but add my warmest good wishes, being thoroughly convinced that you and Clara have made a good choice. The fine name Tiburtius is known to me, and I feel sure that Papa had business relations with the father. Clara comes into pleasant connections in any case, and the position as pastor's wife will be very suited to her temperament. And Tiburtius has gone back to Riga and will visit his bride again in August? Well, it will be a gay time then with us in Meng Street. Gayer than you realize, for you do not know the reason why I was so joyfully surprised by Mademoiselle Clara's betrothal, nor what a charming company it is likely to be. Yes, my dear good mother, I am complying with the request to send my solemn consent to Clara's betrothal from the Amstel to the Baltic, but I do so on condition that you send me a similar consent by return of post. I would give 3 solid gulden to see your face, and even more that of our honest Tony when you read these lines. But I will come to the point. My clean little hotel is in the center of the town with a pretty view of the canal. It is not far from the Bourse, and the business on which I came here, a question of a new and valuable connection, which you know I prefer to look after in person, has gone successfully from the first day. I have still considerable acquaintance here from the days of my apprenticeship, so although many families are at the shore now, I have been invited out a good deal. I have been at small evening companies at the Van Hincktums and the Moelans, and on the 3rd day after my arrival I had to put on my dress clothes to go to a dinner at the house of my former chief, Van der Killen, which he had arranged out of season in my honor. Whom did I take in to dinner? Should you like to guess? Fraulein Arnoldson, Tony's old schoolfellow. Her father, the great merchant and almost greater violin artist, and his married daughter and her husband were also of the party. I well remember that Gerda, if I may call her so, from the beginning, even when she was a young girl at school at Fräulein Weichbrat's on the mill brink, made a strong impression on me, never quite obliterated. But now I saw her again, taller, more developed, lovelier, more animated. Please spare me a description, which might so easily sound overdrawn, and you will soon see each other face to face. You can imagine we had much to talk about at the table, but we had left the old memories behind by the end of the soup and went on to more serious and fascinating matters. In music I could not hold my own with her, for we poor Buddenbrooks know all too little of that, but in the art of the Netherlands I was more at home, and in literature we were fully agreed. Truly the time flew. After dinner I had myself presented to old Herr Arnoldson, who received me with especial cordiality. Later, in the salon, he played several concert pieces, and Gerda also performed. She looked wonderful as she played, and although I have no notion of violin playing, I know that she knew how to sing upon her instrument, a real Stradivarius, so that the tears nearly came into my eyes. Next day I went to call on the Arnoldsons. I was received at first by an elderly companion, with whom I spoke French, but then Gerda came, and we talked as on the day before for perhaps an hour, only that this time we drew nearer together and made still more effort to understand and know each other. The talk was of you, Mamma, of Tony, of our good old town, and of my work. And on that day I had already taken the firm resolve, this one or no one, now or never. I met her again by chance at a garden party at my friend Van Svindren's, and I was invited to a musical evening at the Arnoldsons, in the course of which I sounded the young lady by a half-declaration, which was received encouragingly. 5 days ago I went to Herr Arnoldson to ask for permission to win his daughter's hand. He received me in his private office. "My dear consul," he said, "you are very welcome. Hard as it will be for an old widower to part from his daughter. But what does she say? She has already held firmly to her resolve never to marry. Have you a chance?" He was extremely surprised when I told him that Fraulein Gerda had actually given me ground for hope. He left her some time for reflection, and I imagine that out of pure selfishness he dissuaded her, but it was useless. She had chosen me. Since yesterday evening the betrothal is an accomplished fact. No, my dear mother, I am not asking a written answer to this letter, for I am leaving tomorrow. But I am bringing with me the Arnoldsons. Promise that father, daughter, and married sister will visit us in August, and then you will be obliged to confess that she is the very wife for me. I hope you see no objection in the fact that Gerda is only 3 years younger than I? I am sure you never thought I would marry a chit out of the Mollendorf-Langhals Kistenmaker-Hagenstrom circle. And now for the dowry. I am almost frightened to think how Stefan Kistenmaker and Hermann Hagenstrom and Peter Dolman and Uncle Justus and the whole town will blink at me when they hear of the dowry. For my future father-in-law is a millionaire. Heavens, what is there to say? We are such complex, contradictory creatures. I deeply love and respect Gerda Arnoldson, and I simply will not delve deep down enough in myself to find out how much the thought of the dowry, which was whispered into my ear that first evening, contributed to my feeling. I love her, but it crowns my happiness and pride to think that when she becomes mine, our firm will at the same time gain a very considerable increase of capital. I must close this letter, dear mother, considering that in a few days we shall be talking over my good fortune together. It is already too long. I wish you a pleasant and beneficial stay at the baths, and beg you to greet all the family most heartily for me. Your loving and obedient son, T. 8. That year there was indeed a merry midsummer holiday in the Buddenbrook home. At the end of July, Thomas returned to Main Street and visited his family at the shore several times, like the other businessmen in the town. Christian had allotted full holidays unto himself, as he complained of an indefinite ache in his left leg. Dr. Grabo did not seem to treat it successfully, and Christian thought of it so much the more. It is not a pain. One can't call it a pain, he expatiated, rubbing his hand up and down his leg, wrinkling his big nose, and letting his eyes roam about. It is a sort of ache, a continuous, slight, uneasy ache in the whole leg and on the left side, the side where the heart is. Strange. I find it strange. What do you think about it, Tom? Well, well, said Tom, you can have a rest and the sea baths. So Christian went down to the shore to tell stories to his fellow guests, and the beach resounded with their laughter. Or he played roulette with Peter Dolman, Uncle Justus, Dr. Giesecke, and other Hamburg highflyers. Consul Buddenbrook went with Tony, as always when they were in Travemünde, to see the old Schwarzkopfs on the front. Good day, Ma'am Grunlich, said the pilot captain, and spoke Low German out of pure good feeling. Well, well, what a long time ago that was. And Morton, he's a doctor in Breslau and has all the practice in the town, the rascal. Frau Schwarzkopf ran off and made coffee, and they supped in the green veranda as they used to. Only all of them were a good 10 years older, and Morton and little Meta were not there, she having married the magistrate of Hafkrug, and the captain, already white-haired and rather deaf, had retired from his office. And Madame Grunlich was not a goose anymore, which did not prevent her from eating a great many slices of bread and honey, for, as she said, honey is a pure nature product. One knows what one is getting. At the beginning of August, the Buddenbrooks, like most of the other families, returned to town, and then came the great moment when, almost at the same time, Pastor Tiburtius from Prussia and the Arnoldsons from Holland arrived for a long visit in Main Street. It was a very pretty scene when the consul led his bride for the first time into the landscape room and took her to his mother, who received her with outstretched arms. Gerda had grown tall and splendid. She walked with a free and gracious bearing, with her heavy, dark red hair, her close-set brown eyes with the blue shadows round them, her large, gleaming teeth which showed when she smiled, her straight, strong nose and nobly formed mouth. This maiden of 27 years had a strange, aristocratic, haunting beauty. Her face was white and a little haughty, but she bowed her head as the Frau Consul, with gentle feeling, took it between her hands and kissed the pure, snowy forehead. Yes, you are welcome to our house and to our family, you dear, beautiful, blessed creature, she said. You will make him happy. Do I not see already how happy you make him? And she drew Thomas forward with her other arm to kiss him also. Never, except perhaps in grandfather's time, was there more gay society in the great house, which accommodated its guests with ease. Pastor Tiburtius had modestly chosen a bedchamber in the back building next the billiard room, but the rest divided the unoccupied space on the ground floor next the hall and in the first story. Gerda, Herr Arnoldson, a quick, clever man at the end of the 50s, with a pointed gray beard and a pleasant impetuosity in every motion, his oldest daughter, an ailing-looking woman, and his son-in-law, an elegant man of the world who was turned over to Christian for entertainment in the town and at the club. Antony was overjoyed that Sievert Tibertius was the only parson in the house. The betrothal of her adored brother rejoiced her heart. Aside from Gerda's being her friend, the party was a brilliant one, gilding the family name and the firm with such new glory. And the 300,000 mark dowry, and the thought of what the town, and particularly the Hagenstroms, would say to it, put her in a state of prolonged and delightful enchantment. 3 times daily, at least, she passionately embraced her future sister-in-law. "Oh, Gerda," she cried, "I love you. You know I always did love you. I know you can't stand me. You used to hate me, but—" "Why, Tony," said Fraulein Arnoldson, "how could I have hated you? Did you ever do anything to me?" For some reason, however, probably out of mere wantonness and love of talking, Tony asserted stoutly that Gerda had always hated her, while she, on her side, had always returned the hate with love. She took Thomas aside and told him, "You have done very well, Tom. Oh, heavens, how well you have done! If father could only see this. It is just dreadful that he cannot. Yes, this wipes out a lot of things. Not least the affair with that person whose name I do not even like to speak." Which put it into her head to take Gerda into an empty room and tell her with awful detail the story of her married life with Bendix Grunlich. Then they talked for hours about boarding school days and the bedtime gossip, of Armgard von Schilling in Mecklenburg and Eva Ewers in Munich. Tony paid little or no attention to Sievert Tibertius and his betrothed, which troubled them not at all. The lovers sat quietly together hand in hand and spoke gently and earnestly of the beautiful future before them. As the year of mourning was not quite over, the 2 betrothals were celebrated only in the family, but Gerda quickly became a celebrity in the town. Her person formed the chief subject of conversation on the bourse, at the club, at the theater, and in society. "Tip-top," said the gallants and clucked their tongues, for that was the latest Hamburg slang for a superior article, whether a brand of claret, a cigar, or a deal. But among the solid, respectable citizens there was much head-shaking. "Something queer about her," they said. "Her hair, her face, the way she dresses, a little too unusual." Sorensen expressed it. "She has a certain something about her." He made a face as if he were on the bourse and somebody had made him a doubtful proposition. But it was all just like Consul Buddenbrook. A little pretentious, not like his forebears. Everybody knew, not least Benthian the draper, that he ordered his clothes from Hamburg, not only the fine, new-fashioned materials for his suits, and he had a great many of them, cloaks, coats, waistcoats, and trousers, but his hats and cravats and linen as well. He changed his shirt every day, sometimes twice a day, and perfumed his handkerchief and his mustache, which he wore cut like Napoleon III. All this was not for the sake of the firm, of course. The house of Johann Buddenbrook did not need that sort of thing, but to gratify his own personal taste for the superfine and aristocratic, or whatever you might call it. And then the quotations from Heine and other poets which he dropped sometimes in the most practical connections, in business or civic matters. And now his bride, well, Consul Buddenbrook himself had a certain something about him. All this, of course, with the greatest respect, for the family was highly esteemed, the firm very, very good, and the head of it an able and charming man who loved his city and would still serve her well. It was really a devilishly fine match for him. There was talk of 100,000 thaler down, but of course. Among the ladies there were some who found Gerda silly, which, it will be recalled, was a very severe judgment. But the man who gazed with furious ardor at Thomas Buddenbrook's bride, the first time he saw her on the street, was Gauche the broker. "Ah!" he said in the club or the ship's company, lifting his glass and screwing up his face absurdly. "What a woman! Hera and Aphrodite, Brunhilde and Melusine all in one. Oh, how wonderful life is!" he would add. And not one of the citizens who sat about with their beer on the hard wooden benches of the old guild house, under the models of sailing vessels and big stuffed fish hanging down from the ceiling, had the least idea what the advent of Gerda Arnoldson meant in the yearning life of Gauche the broker. The little company in Mung Street, not committed, as we have seen, to large entertainments, had the more leisure for intimacy with each other. Sievert Tiburtius, with Clara's hand in his, talked about his parents, his childhood, and his future plans. The Arnoldsons told of their people, who came from Dresden, only one branch of them having been transplanted to Holland. Madame Grunlich asked her brother for the key of the secretary in the landscape room and brought out the portfolio with the family papers, in which Thomas had already entered the new events. She proudly related the Buddenbrooks history from the Rostock tailor on, and when she read out the old festival verses, industry and beauty chaste. See, we linked in marriage band, Venus and Adiomene, and cunning Vulcan's busy hand, she looked at Tom and Gerda and let her tongue play over her lips. Regard for historical veracity also caused her to narrate events connected with a certain person whose name she did not like to mention. On Thursday at 4 o'clock, the usual guests came. Uncle Justus brought his feeble wife, with whom he lived an unhappy existence. The wretched mother continued to scrape together money out of the housekeeping to send to the degenerate and disinherited Jacob in America, while she and her husband subsisted on almost nothing but porridge. The Buddenbrooks ladies from Broad Street also came, and their love of truth compelled them to say, as usual, that Erika Grunlich was not growing well, and that she looked more than ever like her wretched father. Also that the consul's bride wore a rather conspicuous coiffure. And Sesame Weichbrot came too, and standing on her tiptoes kissed Gerda with her little explosive kiss on the forehead, and said with emotion, "Be happy, my dear child." At table, Herr Arnoldson gave one of his witty and fanciful toasts in honor of the two bridal pairs. While the rest drank their coffee, he played the violin, like a gypsy, passionately, with abandonment. And with what dexterity! Gerda fetched her Stradivarius and accompanied him in his passages with her sweet cantilena. They performed magnificent duets at the little organ in the landscape room, where once the consul's grandfather had played his simple melodies on the flute. "Sublime," said Tony, lolling back in her easy chair. "Oh, heavens, how sublime that is!" And she rolled up her eyes to the ceiling to express her emotions. "You know how it is in life," she went on weightily. "Not everybody is given such a gift. Heaven has unfortunately denied it to me, though I used to pray for it at night. I am a goose, a silly creature. You know, Gerda. I am the elder and have learned to know life. Let me tell you, you ought to thank your Creator every day on your knees for being such a gifted creature." "Oh, please," said Gerda with a laugh, showing her beautiful large white teeth. Later they all ate wine jelly and discussed their plans for the near future. At the end of that month, or the beginning of September, it was decided Sievert Tiburtius and the Arnoldsons would go home. Then, directly after Christmas, Clara's wedding would be celebrated with due solemnity in the Great Hall. The Frau Consul, health permitting, would attend Tom's wedding in Amsterdam, but it must be put off until the beginning of the next year, that there might be a little pause for rest between. It was no use for Thomas to protest. "Please," said the Frau Consul, and laid her hand on his sleeve. "Sievert should have the precedence, I think." The pastor and his bride had decided against a wedding journey. Gerda and Thomas, however, were to take a trip to northern Italy, as far as Florence, and be gone about 2 months. In the meantime, Tony, with the help of the upholsterer Jacobs in Fish Street, was to make ready the charming little house in Broad Street, the property of a bachelor who had moved to Hamburg. The consul was already arranging for its purchase. Oh, Tony would furnish it to the Queen's taste. "It will be perfect," she said. They were all sure it would. Christian looked on while the two bridal pairs held hands and listened to the talk about weddings and trousseau and bridal journeys. His nose looked bigger, and his legs more crooked than ever. He felt an indefinite sort of pain in the left one, and stared solemnly at them, all out of his little round, deep-set eyes. Finally, in the accents of Marcellus Stengel, he said to his cousin Clotilde, who sat elderly, dried up, silent and hungry, at table among the happy throng, "Well, Tilda, let's us get married too. I mean, of course, each one for himself." 9. Some 6 months later, Consul Buddenbrooks returned with his bride from Italy. The March snows lay in Broad Street as the carriage drove up at 5 o'clock before the front door of their simple painted facade. A few children and grown folk had stopped to watch the homecoming pair descend. Frau Antonie Grünlich stood proudly in the doorway, behind her the two servant maids, with white caps, bare arms, and thick striped skirts. She had engaged them beforehand for her sister-in-law. Flushed with pleasure and industry, she ran impetuously down the steps. Gerda and Thomas climbed out of the trunk-laden carriage wrapped in their furs, and she drew them into the house in her embrace. "Here you are, you lucky people, to have traveled so far in the world. Knowest thou the house? High-pillared are its walls. Gerda, you are more beautiful than ever here. I must kiss you. No, so, on the mouth. How are you, Tom, old fellow? Yes, I must kiss you too. Marcus says everything has gone well here. Mother is waiting for you at home, but you can first just make yourselves comfortable. Will you have some tea? Or a bath? Everything is ready. You won't complain. Jacobs did his best. And I have done all I could, too." They went together into the vestibule, and the servants brought in the luggage with the help of the coachman. Tony said, "The rooms here in the parterre you will probably not need for the present." "For the present," she repeated, running her tongue over her upper lip. "Look, this is pretty," and she opened a door directly next the vestibule. "Simple oak furniture, ivy at the windows. Over there, the other side of the corridor, is another room, a larger one. Here on the right are the kitchen and larder. But let's go up. I will show you everything." They went up the stairs, which were covered with a dark red runner. Above, behind a glass partition, was a narrow corridor which led to the dining room. This had dark red damask wallpaper, a heavy round table upon which the samovar was steaming, a massive sideboard, and chairs of carved nutwood, with rush seats. Then there was a comfortable sitting room, upholstered in gray, separated by portieres from a small salon with a bay window and furniture in green striped representative. A fourth of this whole story was occupied by a large hall with 3 windows. Then they went into the sleeping room on the right of the corridor. It had flowered hangings and solid mahogany beds. Tony passed on to a small door with openwork carving in the opposite wall and displayed a winding stair leading from the bedroom to the lower floors, the bathroom, and the servants' quarters. "It is pretty here. I shall stop here," said Gerda, and sank with a deep breath into the reclining chair beside one of the beds. The consul bent over and kissed her forehead. "Tired? I feel like that too. I should like to tidy up a bit." "I'll look after the tea," said Tony Grünlich, "and wait for you in the dining room." The tea stood steaming in the Meisenware cups when Thomas entered. "Here I am," he said. "Gerda would like to rest a little. She has a headache. Afterward we will go to Ming Street." "Well, how is everything, my dear Tony? All right? Mother, Erica, Christian? But now," he went on with his most charming manner, "our warmest thanks, Gerda's too, for all your trouble, you good soul. How pretty you have made everything. Nothing is missing. I only need a few palms for my wife's bay window, and I must look about for some suitable oil paintings. But tell me now, how are you? What have you been doing all this time?" He had drawn up a chair for his sister beside himself and slowly drank his tea and ate a biscuit as they talked. "Oh, Tom," she answered, "what should I be doing? My life is over." "Nonsense, Tony, you and your life. But it is pretty tiresome, is it?" "Yes, Tom, it is very tiresome. Sometimes I just have to shriek, out of sheer boredom. It has been nice to be busy with this house, and you don't know how happy I am at your return. But I am not happy here. God forgive me if that is a sin. I am in the 30s now, but I'm still not quite old enough to make intimate friends with the last of the Himmelsbergers, or the Miss Gerhardts, or any of Mother's black friends that come and consume widows' homes. I don't believe in them, Tom. They are wolves in sheep's clothing, a generation of vipers. We are all weak creatures with sinful hearts, and when they begin to look down on me for a poor worldling, I laugh in their faces. I've always thought that all men are the same, and that we don't need any intercessors between us and God. You know my political beliefs. I think the citizens. Then you feel lonely? Tom asked, to bring her back to her starting point. But you have Erica. Yes, Tom, and I love the child with my whole heart, although a certain person did use to declare that I am not fond of children. But you see, I am perfectly frank. I am an honest woman, and speak as I think, without making words. Which is splendid of you, Tony. Well, in short, it is sad, but the child reminds me too much of Grunlich. The Buddenbrooks in Broad Street think she is very like him too. And then, when I see her before me, I always think, you are an old woman with a big daughter, and your life is over. Once for a few years you were alive, but now you can grow to be 70 or 80 years old, sitting here and listening to Leah Gerhardt read aloud. That is such an awful thought, Tom, that a lump comes in my throat, because I still feel so young, and still long to see life again. And, besides, I don't feel comfortable, not only in the house, but in the town. You know I haven't been struck blind. I have my eyes in my head and see how things are. I am not a stupid goose anymore. I am a divorced woman, and I am made to feel it. That's certain. Believe me, Tom, it lies like a weight on my heart to know that I have besmirched our name, even if it was not any fault of mine. You can do whatever you will. You can earn money and be the first man in the town. But people will still say, yes, but his sister is a divorced woman. Julchen Mollendorf, the Hagenstrom girl, she doesn't speak to me. Oh, well, she is a goose. It is the same with all families. And yet, I can't get rid of the hope that I could make it all good again. I am still young. Don't you think I am still rather pretty? Mama cannot give me very much again, but even what she can give is an acceptable sum of money. Suppose I were to marry again. To confess the truth, Tom, it is my most fervent wish. Then everything would be put right and the stain wiped out. Oh, if I could only make a match worthy of our name and set myself up again, do you think it is entirely out of the question? Not in the least, Tony. Heaven forbid. I have always thought of it, but it seems to me that in the first place you must get out a little, have a little change, and brighten up a bit. Yes, that's it, she cried eagerly. Now I must tell you a little story. Thomas was well pleased. He leaned back in his chair and smoked his second cigarette. The twilight was coming on. Well then, while you were away, I almost took a situation, a position as companion in Liverpool. Would you have thought it was shocking? Oh, I know it would have been undignified. But I was so wildly anxious to get away. The plan came to nothing. I sent my photograph to the lady, and she wrote that she must decline my services, because I was too pretty. There was a grown son in the house. You are too pretty, she wrote. I don't know when I have been so pleased. They both laughed heartily. But now I have something else in mind, went on Tony. I have had an invitation from Eva Ewers to go to Munich. Her name is Eva Niederpaar now. Her husband is superintendent of a brewery. Well, she has asked me to visit her, and I think I will take advantage of the invitation. Of course, Erica could not go with me. I would put her in Sesemi Weichbrot's pension. She would be well taken care of. Have you any objection? Not at all. It is necessary in any case that you should make some new connections. Yes, that's it, she said gratefully. But now, Tom, I have been talking the whole time about myself. I am a selfish thing. Now, tell me your affairs. Oh heavens, how happy you must be. Yes, Tony, he said with emphasis. There was a pause. He blew out the smoke across the table and continued. In the first place, I am very glad to be married and set up an establishment. You know I should not make a good bachelor. It has a side to it that suggests loneliness and also laziness, and I am ambitious, as you know. I don't feel that my career is finished, either in business or, to speak half jestingly, in politics. And a man gains the confidence of the world better if he is a family man and a father. Though I came within an ace of not doing it after all, I am a bit fastidious. For a long time I thought it would not be possible to find the right person, but the sight of Gerda decided me. I felt at once that she was the only one for me, though I know there are people in town who don't care for my taste. She is a wonderful creature. There are few like her in the world. She is nothing like you, Tony, to be sure. You are simpler and more natural, too. My lady sister is simply more temperamental," he continued, suddenly taking a lighter tone. "Oh, Gerda has temperament, too. Her playing shows that, but she can sometimes be a little cold. In short, she is not to be measured by the ordinary standards. She is an artist, an individual, a puzzling, fascinating creature." "Yes, yes," Tony said. She had given her brother the closest attention. It was nearly dark, and she had not thought of lighting the lamps. The corridor door opened, and there stood before them in the twilight, in a pleated piqué house frock, white as snow, a slender figure. The heavy, dark red hair framed her white face, and blue shadows lay about her close-set brown eyes. It was Gerda, mother of future Buddenbrooks. Part 6. 1. Thomas Buddenbrook took a solitary early breakfast in his pretty dining room. His wife usually left her room late, as she was subject to headaches and vapors in the morning. The consul went at once to Main Street, where the offices still were, took his second breakfast with his mother, Christian and Ida Jungmann in the entresol, and met Gerda only at dinner, at 4 in the afternoon. The ground floor of the old house still preserved the life and movement of a great business, but the upper stories were empty and lonely. Little Erica had been received as a boarder by Mademoiselle Leichbrod, and poor Clotilde had moved with her few sticks of furniture into a cheap pension with the widow of a high school teacher, a Frau Drive, Krassamins. Even Anton had left the house and gone over to the young pair, where he was more needed. When Christian was at the club, the Frau Consul and Ida Jungmann sat at 4 o'clock dinner alone at the round table, in which there was now not a single extra leaf. It looked quite lost in the great spaces of the dining temple, with its images of the gods. The social life of Main Street had been extinguished with the death of Consul Johann Buddenbrook. Except for the visits of this or that man of God, the Frau Consul saw no guests but the members of her family, who still came on Thursday afternoons. But the first great dinner had already been given by the young pair in Broad Street. Tables were laid in both dining and living room, and there were a hired cook and waiters and Kistenmaker wines. It began at 5 o'clock, and its sounds and smells were still in the air at 11. All the business and professional men were present, married pairs and bachelors as well. All the tribe of Langhals, Hagenstroms, Huneus, Kistenmakers, Overdeeks, and Mollendorfs. It finished off with whist and music. They talked about it in glowing terms on the bourse for a whole week. The young Frau Consul certainly knew how to entertain. When she and the consul were alone, in the room lighted by burned-down candles, with the furniture disarranged and the air thick with heavy odors of rich food, wine, cigars, coffee, perfume, and the scent of the flowers from the ladies' toilettes and the table decorations, he pressed her hand and said, "Very good, Gerda. We do not need to be ashamed. This sort of thing is necessary. I have no great fondness for balls, and having the young people jumping about here, and, besides, there is not room. But we must entertain the settled people. A dinner like that costs a bit more, but it is well spent." "You are right," she had answered, and arranged the laces through which her bosom shimmered like marble. "I much prefer the dinners to the balls myself. A dinner is so soothing. I had been playing this afternoon and felt a little queer. My brain feels quite dead now. If I were to be struck by lightning, I should not change color." Next morning at 11:30, the consul sat down beside his mother at the breakfast table, and she read a letter aloud to him. Munich, April 2nd, 1857. Marienplatz 5. My dear mother, I must beg your pardon. It is a shame that I have not written before in the 8 days I have been here. My time has been so taken up with all the things there are to see. I'll tell you about them afterwards. Now I must ask if all the dear ones, you and Tom and Gerda and Erica and Christian and Tilda and Ida, are well. That is the most important thing. Ah, what all I have seen in these days! The Pinakothek and the Glyptothek and the Hofbrauhaus and the Court Theatre and the churches and quantities of other things. I must tell you of them when I see you, otherwise I should kill myself writing. We have also had a drive in the Isar Valley, and for tomorrow an excursion to the Wurmsee is arranged. So it goes on. Eva is very sweet to me, and her husband, Herr Niederpaar, the brewery superintendent, is an agreeable man. We live in a very pretty square in the town, with a fountain in the middle, like ours at home in the marketplace, and the house is quite near the town hall. I have never seen such a house. It is painted from top to bottom, in all colors street. George killing dragons, and old Bavarian princes in full robes and arms. Imagine. Yes, I like Munich extremely. The air is very strengthening to the nerves, and for the moment I am quite in order with my stomach trouble. I enjoy drinking the beer. I drink a good deal, the more so as the water is not very good, but I cannot quite get used to the food. There are too few vegetables and too much flour, for instance in the sauces, which are pathetic. They have no idea of a proper joint of veal, for the butchers cut everything very badly. And I miss the fish. It is quite mad to be eating so much cucumber and potato salad with the beer. My tummy rebels audibly. Yes, one has to get used to a great deal. It is a real foreign country. The strange currency, the difficulty of understanding the common people. I speak too fast to them and they seem to talk gibberish to me. And then the Catholicism. I hate it. As you know, I have no respect for it. Here the consul began to laugh, leaning back on the sofa with a piece of bread and herb cheese in his hand. Yes, Tom, you are laughing, said his mother, and tapped with her middle finger on the table. But it pleases me very much that she holds fast to the faith of her fathers and shuns the unevangelical GIM crackery. I know that you felt a certain sympathy for the papal church while you were in France and Italy, but that is not religion in you, Tom. It is something else, and I understand what. We must be forbearing. Yet in these things, a frivolous feeling of fascination is very much to be regretted. I pray God that you and your Gerda, for I well know that she does not belong to those firm in the faith, will in the course of time feel the necessary seriousness. You will forgive your mother her words, I know. On top of the fountain, she continued reading, there is a Madonna, and sometimes she is crowned with a wreath, and the common people come with rose garlands and kneel down and pray, which looks very pretty, but it is written, go into your chamber. You often see monks here in the street. They look very respectable. But imagine, Mama, yesterday in Theatner Street, some high dignitary of the church was driving past me in his coach. Perhaps it was an archbishop, anyhow, an elderly man. Well, this gentleman throws me an ogling look out of the window, like a lieutenant of the guard. You know, Mother, I've no great opinion of your friends, the ministers and missionaries, but Thierry Trishka was certainly nothing compared to this rakish old prince of the church. Horrors, interjected the Frau Consul, shocked. That's Tony, to the life, said the consul. How is that, Tom? Well, perhaps she just invited him a trifle. To try him, you know. I know Tony. And I am sure the ogling look delighted her hugely, which was probably what the old gentleman wanted. The Frau Consul did not take this up, but continued to read. Day before yesterday, the Niederpaars entertained in the evening. It was lovely, though I could not always follow the conversation, and I found the tone sometimes rather questionable. There was a singer there from the court opera who sang songs, and a young artist who asked me to sit for him, which I refused, as I thought it not suitable. I enjoyed myself most with a Herr Permanede. Would you ever think there could be such a name? He is a hop dealer, a nice jolly man, in middle life and a bachelor. I had him at table, and stuck to him, for he was the only Protestant in the party. He is a citizen of Munich, but his family comes from Nuremberg. He assured me that he knew our firm very well by name, and you can imagine how it pleased me, Tom, to hear the respectful tone in which he said that. He asked how many there are of us, and things like that. He asked about Erika and Grunlich, too. He comes sometimes to the Niederpaars, and is probably going tomorrow to Wurmsee with us. Well, adieu, dear Mamma, I can write no more. If I live and prosper, as you always say. I shall stop here 3 or 4 weeks more, and when I come back I will tell you more of Munich. for in a letter it is hard to know where to begin. I like it very much, that I must say, though one would have to train a cook to make decent sauces. You see, I am an old woman, with my life behind me, and I have nothing more to look forward to on earth. But if, for example, Erica should, if she lives and prospers, marry here, I should have nothing against it, that I must say." Again the consul was obliged to stop eating and lean back in his chair to laugh. "She is simply priceless, mother. And when she tries to dissimulate, she is incomparable. She is 1,000 miles away from being able to carry it off." "Yes, Tom," said the Frau Consul, "she is a good child and deserves good fortune," and she finished the letter. 2. At the end of April, Frau Grünlich returned home. Another epoch was behind her, and the old existence began again, attending the daily devotions in the Jerusalem evenings and hearing Leah Gerhardt read aloud. Yet she was obviously in a gay and hopeful mood. Her brother, the consul, fetched her from the station. She had come from Bouchain and drove her through the Holsten Gate into the town. He could not resist paying her the old compliment. How, next to Clotilde, she was the prettiest one in the family, and she answered, "Oh, Tom, I hate you," to make fun of an old lady like that. But he was right, nevertheless. Madame Grünlich kept her good looks remarkably. You looked at the thick ash-blonde hair, rolled at the sides, drawn back above the little ears, and fastened on the top of the head with a broad tortoiseshell comb, at the soft expression of her gray-blue eyes, her pretty upper lip, the fine oval and delicate color of her face. And you thought of 23, perhaps, never of 30. She wore elegant hanging gold earrings, which, in a somewhat different form, her grandmother had worn before her, a loose bodice of soft dark silk, with satin revers and flat lace epaulettes, gave her pretty bosom an enchanting look of softness and fullness. She was in the best of tempers. On Thursday, when Consul Buddenbrook and the ladies from Broad Street, Consul Kroger, Clotilde, Sesemi Vichbrot, and Erica came to tea, she talked vividly about Munich. The beer, the noodles, the artist who wanted to paint her, and the court coaches had made the greatest impressions. She mentioned Herr Perminator in passing, and Pfiffi Buddenbrook let fall a word or two to the effect that such a journey might be very agreeable, but did not seem to have any practical results. Frau Grünlich passed this by with dignity, though she put back her head and tucked in her chin. She fell into the habit now, whenever the vestibule bell rang through the entry, of hurrying to the landing to see who had come. What might that mean? Probably only Ida Jungmann, Tony's governess and year-long confidant, knew that. Ida would say, "Tony, my child, you will see. He'll come." The family was grateful to the returned traveler for her cheering presence, for the atmosphere of the house sadly needed brightening. The relations between the head of the firm and his younger brother had not improved. Indeed, they had grown sadly worse. Their mother, the Frau Consul, followed with anxious misgivings the course of events, and had enough to do to mediate between the two. Her hints to visit the office more regularly were received in absent silence by Christian. He met his brother's remonstrances with a mortified air, making no defense, and for a few days would apply himself with somewhat more zeal to the English correspondence. But there developed more and more in the elder an irritated contempt for the younger brother, not decreased by the fact that Christian received his occasional rebukes without seeming offense, only looking at him with the usual absent disquiet in his eyes. Tom's irritable activity and the condition of his nerves would not let him listen sympathetically or even patiently to Christian's detailed accounts of his increasing symptoms. To his mother or sister he referred to them with disgust as the silly phenomena of an obstinate introspection. The ache, the indefinite ache in Christian's left leg, had yielded by now to treatment, but the trouble in swallowing came on often at table, and there was lately a difficulty in breathing, an asthmatic trouble, which Christian thought for several weeks was consumption. He explained its nature and activity at length to his family, his nose wrinkled up the while. Dr. Grable was called in. He said the heart and lungs were operating soundly, but the occasional difficulty in breathing was due to muscular sluggishness, and ordered first the use of a fan, and secondly that of a green powder which one burned, inhaling the smoke. Christian used the fan in the office, and to a remonstrance on the part of the chief answered that in Valparaiso every man in the office was provided with a fan on account of the heat. Johnny Thunderstorm, good God! But one day, after he had been wriggling about on his chair for some time, nervous and restless, he took his powder out of his pocket and made such a strong and violent-smelling reek in the room that some of the men began to cough violently, and Herr Marcus grew quite pale. There was an open explosion, a scandal, a dreadful talking to which would have led to a break at once, but that the Frau Consul once more covered everything all up, reasoned them out of it, and set things going again. But this was not all. The life Christian led outside the house, mainly with his old schoolmate lawyer Giesecke, was observed by the consul with disgust. He was no prig, no spoil-sport. He knew very well that his native town, this port and trading city, where men walked the streets proud of their irreproachable reputation as businessmen, was by no means of spotless morality. They made up to themselves for the tedious hours spent in their offices by dinners with heavy wines and heavy dishes, and by other things. But the broad mantle of civic respectability concealed this side of their life. Thomas Buddenbrooks' first law was to preserve the dehors, wherein he showed himself not so different from his fellow burghers. Lawyer Giesecke was a member of the professional class, whose habits of life were much like those of the merchants. That he was also a good fellow, anybody could see who looked at him. But, like the other easy men of pleasure in the community, he knew how to avoid trouble by wearing the proper expression and saying the proper thing. And in political and professional matters, he had a reputation of irreproachable respectability. His betrothal to Fraulein Huneeus had just been announced, whereby he married a considerable dowry and a place in the best society. He was active in civic affairs, and he had his eye on a seat in the council, even, ultimately, on the seat of old Burgomaster Overdyk. But his friend, Christian Buddenbrook, the same who could go calmly up to Mademoiselle Meyer de la Grange, present her his bouquet, and say, "Oh, Fraulein, how beautifully you act." Christian had been developed by character and circumstances into a free liver of the naive and untrammeled type. In affairs of the heart, as in all others, he was disinclined to govern his feelings or to practice discretion for the sake of preserving his dignity. The whole town had laughed over his affair with an obscure actress at the summer theater. Frau Stutt in Belfounders Street, the same who moved in the best society, told everybody who would listen how Chris had been seen again walking by daylight in the open street with the person from the Tivoli. Even that did not actually offend people. There was too much candid cynicism in the community to permit a display of serious moral disapproval. Christian Buddenbrook, like Consul Peter Dolman, whose declining business put him into somewhat the same artless class, was a popular entertainer and indispensable to gentlemen's companions. But neither was taken seriously. In important matters they simply did not count. It was a significant fact that the whole town, the Bourse, the docks, the club, and the street, called them by their first names, Peter and Chris. And enemies, like the Hagenstroms, laughed not only at Chris's stories and jokes, but at Chris himself, too. He thought little or nothing of this. If he noticed it, it passed out of his mind again after a momentary disquiet. But his brother, the consul, knew it. Thomas knew that Christian afforded a point of attack to the enemies of the family, and there were already too many such points. The connection with the Overdyks was distant, and would be quite worthless after the burgomaster's death. The Krogers played no role now, they lived retired, after the misfortunes with their son. The marriage of the deceased uncle Gotthold was always unpleasant. The consul's sister was a divorced wife, even if one did not quite give up hope of her remarrying. And his brother was a laughingstock in the town, a man with whose clownishness industrious men amused their leisure and then laughed good-naturedly or maliciously. He contracted debts, too, and at the end of the quarter, when he had no more money, would quite openly let drive Giesecke pay for him, which was a direct reflection on the firm. Thomas's contemptuous ill will, which Christian bore with quiet indifference, expressed itself in all the trifling situations that come up between members of a family. If the conversation turned upon the Buddenbrook family history, Christian might be in the mood to speak with serious love and admiration of his native town and of his ancestors. It sat rather oddly on him, to be sure, and the consul could not stand it. He would cut short the conversation with some cold remark. He despised his brother so much that he could not even permit him to love where he did. If Christian had uttered the same sentiments in the dialect of Marcellus Stengel, Tom could have borne it better. He had read a book, a historical work, which had made such a strong impression on him that he spoke about it and praised it in the family. Christian would by himself never have found out the book, but he was impressionable and accessible to every influence, so he also read it, found it wonderful, and described his reactions with all possible detail. That book was spoiled for Thomas forever. He spoke of it with cold and critical detachment. He pretended hardly to have read it. He completely gave it over to his brother, to admire all by himself. 3. Consul Buddenbrook came from the Harmony, a reading club for men, where he had spent the hour after second breakfast back into Mang Street. He crossed the yard from behind, entered the side of the garden by the passage, which ran between vine-covered walls and connected the back and front courtyards, and called into the kitchen to ask if his brother were at home. They should let him know when he came in. Then he passed through the office, where the men at the desks bent more closely over their work, into the private room. He laid aside his hat and stick, put on his working coat, and sat down in his place by the window, opposite Herr Marcus. Between his pale eyebrows were two deep wrinkles. The yellow end of a Russian cigarette roamed from one corner of his mouth to the other. The movements with which he took up paper and writing materials were so short and jerky that Herr Marcus ran his two fingers up and down his beard and gave his colleague a long, scrutinizing look. The younger men glanced at him with raised eyebrows. The head was angry. After half an hour, during which nothing was heard but the scratching of pens and the sound of Herr Marcus discreetly clearing his throat, the consul looked over the green half-blind and saw Christian coming down the street. He was smoking. He came from the club, where he had eaten and also played a bit. He wore his hat a little awry on his head and swung his yellow stick, which had come from over there and had the bust of a nun for a handle. He was obviously in good health and the best of tempers. He came humming into the office, said, "Good morning, gentlemen," although it was a bright spring afternoon, and took his place to do a bit of work. But the consul got up and, passing him, said without looking at him, "Oh, may I have a few words with you?" Christian followed him. They walked rather rapidly through the entry. Thomas held his hands behind his back, and Christian involuntarily did the same, turning his big bony hooked nose toward his brother. The red-blonde mustache drooped, English fashion, over his mouth. While they went across the court, Thomas said, "We will walk a few steps up and down the garden, my friend." "Good," answered Christian. Then there was a long silence again, while they turned to the left and walked, by the outside way, past the rococo portal right round the garden, where the buds were beginning to swell. Finally, the consul said in a loud voice with a long breath, "I have just been very angry on account of your behavior. Yes, I heard in the Harmony about a remark of yours that you dropped in the club last evening. It was so obnoxious, so incredibly tactless, that I can find no words. The stupidity called down a sharp snub on you at once. Do you care to recall what it was?" "I know now what you mean. Who told you that?" "What has that to do with it?" Dolman, in a voice loud enough so that all the people who did not already know the story could laugh at the joke. "Well, Tom, I must say I was ashamed of Hagenstrom." "You were ashamed? You were?" "Listen to me," shouted the consul, stretching out both hands in front of him and shaking them in excitement. "In a company consisting of business as well as professional men, you make the remark for everybody to hear that, when one really considers it, every businessman is a swindler. You, a businessman yourself, belonging to a firm that strains every nerve and muscle to preserve its perfect integrity and spotless reputation." "Good heavens, Thomas, it was a joke, although really," Christian hesitated, wrinkling his nose and stooping a little. In this position he took a few steps. "A joke," shouted the consul. "I think I can understand a joke, but you see how your joke was understood. For my part, I have the greatest respect for my calling." That was what Hermann Hagenstrom answered you, and there you sat, a good-for-nothing with no respect for yours. Tom, you don't know what you are talking about. I assure you he spoiled the whole joke. After everybody laughed as if they agreed with me, there sat this Hagenstrom and brought out with ridiculous solemnity, for my part, "Stupid fool! I was really ashamed for him. I thought about it a long time in bed last night, and I had a quite remarkable feeling. You know how it feels." Stop chattering, I beg you," interrupted the consul. He trembled with disgust in his whole body. I agree with you, that his answer was not in the right key and that it was tasteless, but that is just the kind of people you pick out to say such things to, if it is necessary to say them at all, and so you lay yourself open to an insolent snub like that. Hagenstrom took the opening to give not only you but us a slap. Do you understand what, for my part, meant? It meant, you may have such ideas going about in your brother's office, Herr Buddenbrook. That's what it meant, you idiot. Idiot? Said Christian. He looked disturbed and embarrassed. And finally, you belong not to yourself alone. I'm supposed to be indifferent when you make yourself personally ridiculous. And when don't you make yourself personally ridiculous? Thomas cried. He was pale, and the blue veins stood out on his narrow temples, from which the hair went back in two bays. One of his light eyebrows was raised. Even the long, stiff-pointed ends of his mustache looked angry as he threw his words down at Christian's feet on the gravel with quick sidewise gestures. You make yourself a laughingstock with your love affairs, your harlequinades, your diseases, and your remedies. Christian shook his head vehemently and put up a warning finger. As far as that goes, Tom, you don't understand very well, you know. The thing is, everyone must attend to his own conscience, so to speak. I don't know if you understand that. Grabo has ordered me a salve for the throat muscles. Well, if I don't use it, if I neglect it, I'm quite lost and helpless. I am restless and uncertain and worried and upset, and I can't swallow. But if I have been using it, I feel that I have done my duty. I have a good conscience. I am quiet and calm and can swallow famously. The salve does not do it, you know. But the thing is that an idea like that, you understand, can only be destroyed by another idea, an opposite one. I don't know whether you understand me. Oh yes, cried the consul, holding his head for a moment with both hands. Do it. But don't talk about it. Don't gabble about it. Leave other people alone with your horrible nuances. You make yourself ridiculous with your absurd chatter from morning to night. I must tell you, and I repeat it, I am not interested in how much you make a fool of yourself personally. But I forbid your compromising the firm in the way you did yesterday evening. Christian did not answer, except to run his hands slowly over his sparse red-brown locks, while his eyes roamed unsteadily and absently, and unrest sat upon his face. Undoubtedly, he was still busy with the idea which he had just been expressing. There was a pause. Thomas stalked along with the calmness of despair. All businessmen are swindlers, you say? He began afresh. Good. Are you tired of it? Are you sorry you are a businessman? You once got permission from father. Why, Tom, said Christian reflectively, I would really rather study. It must be nice to be in the university. One attends when one likes, at one's own free will, sits down and listens, as in the theater. As in the theater? Yes, I think your right place is that of a comedian in a café chantant. I am not joking. I am perfectly convinced that is your secret, ideal. Christian did not deny it. He merely gazed aimlessly about. And you have the cheek to make such a remark, when you haven't the slightest notion of work, and spend your days storing up a lot of feelings and sensations and episodes you hear in the theater, and when you are loafing about God knows where, you take these and pet them and study them and chatter about them shamelessly. Yes, Tom, said Christian. He was a little depressed and rubbed his hand again over his head. That is true. You have expressed it quite correctly. That is the difference between us. You enjoy the theater yourself, and you had your little affairs too, once on a time, between ourselves. And there was a time when you preferred novels and poetry and all that. But you have always known how to reconcile it with regular work and a serious life. I haven't that. I am quite used up with the other. I have nothing left over for the regular life. I don't know whether you understand." "Oh, so you see that?" cried Thomas, standing still and folding his arms on his breast. "You humbly admit that, and still you go on the same old way. Are you a dog, Christian? A man has some pride, by God. One doesn't live a life that one may not know how to defend oneself. But so you are. That is your character. If you can only see a thing and understand and describe it. No, my patience is at an end, Christian." And the consul took a quick backward step and made a gesture with his arms straight out. "It is at an end, I tell you. You draw your pay and stay away from the office. That isn't what irritates me. Go and trifle your life away, as you have been doing, if you choose. But you compromise us, all of us, wherever you are. You are a growth, a fester, on the body of our family. You are a disgrace to us here in this town, and if this house were mine, I'd show you the door," he screamed, making a wild, sweeping gesture over the garden, the court, and the whole property. He had no more control of himself. A long stored-up well of hatred poured itself out. "What is the matter with you, Thomas?" said Christian. He was seized with unaccustomed anger, standing there in a position common to bow-legged people, like a question mark, with head, stomach, and knees all prominent. His little deep eyes were wide open and surrounded by red rims down to the cheekbones, as his father's used to be in anger. "How are you speaking to me? What have I done to you? I'll go, without being thrown out." "Shame on you," he added with downright reproach, accompanying the word with a short snapping motion in front of him, as if he were catching a fly. Strange to say, Thomas did not meet this outburst by more anger. He bent his head and slowly took his way around the garden. It seemed to quiet him, actually to do him good to have made his brother angry at last, to have pushed him finally to the energy of a protest. "Believe me," he said quietly, putting his hands behind his back again, "this conversation is truly painful to me, but it had to take place. Such scenes in the family are frightful, but we must speak out once for all. Let us talk the thing over quietly, young one. You do not like your present position, it seems?" "No, Tom, you are right about that. You see, at first I was very well satisfied. I know I'm better off here than in a stranger's business. But what I want is the independence, I think. I have always envied you when I saw you sit there and work, for it is really no work at all for you. You work not because you must, but as master and head, and let others work for you, and you have the control, make your calculations, and are free. It is quite different." "Good, Christian. Why couldn't you have said that before? You can make yourself free, or freer, if you like. You know Father left you, as well as me, an immediate inheritance of 50,000 marks current, and I am ready at any moment to pay out this sum for a reasonable and sound purpose. In Hamburg or anywhere else you like, there are plenty of safe but limited firms where they could use an increase of capital, and where you could enter as a partner. Let us think the matter over quietly, each by himself, and also speak to Mother at a good opportunity. I must get to work, and you could for the present go on with the English correspondence." As they crossed the entry, he added, "What do you say, for instance, to H.C.F. Burmeister and Company in Hamburg? Import and export. I know the man. I am certain he would snap at it." That was in the end of May of the year 1857. At the beginning of June, Christian traveled via Buchen to Hamburg. A heavy loss to the club, the theater, the Tivoli, and the liberal livers of the town. All the good fellows among them drive. Giesecke and Peter Dolman took leave of him at the station and brought him flowers and cigars and laughed to split their sides, recalling, no doubt, all the stories Christian had told them. And Lawyer Giesecke, amidst general applause, fastened to Christian's overcoat a great favor made out of gold paper. This favor came from a sort of inn in the neighborhood of the port, a place of free and easy resort where a red lantern burned above the door at night, and it was always very lively. The favor was awarded to the departing Chris Buddenbrook for his distinguished services. 4. The outer bell rang, and Frau Grünlich appeared on the landing to look down into the court, a habit she had lately formed. The door was hardly opened below when she started, leaned over still more, and then sprang back with one hand pressing her handkerchief to her mouth and the other holding up her gown. She hurried upstairs. On the steps to the second story she met Ida Jungmann, to whom she whispered in a suffocated voice. Ida gave a joyous shriek and answered with some Polish gibberish. The Frau Consul was sitting in the landscape room, crocheting a shawl or some such article with 2 large wooden needles. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. The servant came through the hall, knocked on the glass door, and waddled in to bring the Frau Consul a visiting card. She took the card, got out her sewing glasses, and read it. Then she looked again at the girl's red face, then read again, then looked up again at the girl. Finally, she said calmly but firmly, "What is this, my dear? What does it mean?" On the card was printed, X, Nope and Company. The X, Nope, and the and were crossed out with a lead pencil, so that only the company was left. "Oh, Frau Consul," said the maid, "there's a gentleman, but he doesn't speak German, and he do go on so." "Ask the gentleman in," said the Frau Consul, for she understood now that it was the company who desired admittance. The maid went. Then the glass door was opened again to let in a stocky figure, who remained in the shadowy background of the room for a moment, and said with a drawling pronunciation something that seemed as if it might have been, "I have the honor." "Good morning," said the Frau Consul. "Will you not come in?" And she supported herself on the sofa cushion and rose a little, for she did not know yet whether she ought to rise all the way or not. "I take the liberty," replied the gentleman in a pleasant sing-song, while he bowed in the politest manner and took 2 steps forward. Then he stood still again and looked around as if searching for something, perhaps for a place to put his hat and stick, for he had brought both, the stick being a horn crutch with the top shaped like a claw and a good 1.5 feet long, into the room with him. He was a man of 40 years, short-legged and chubby. He wore a wide-open coat of brown frieze and a light flowered waistcoat, which covered the gentle protuberant curve of his stomach and supported a gold watch chain with a whole bouquet of charms made of horn, bone, silver, and coral. His trousers were of an indefinite gray-green color and too short. The material must have been extraordinarily stiff, for the edges stood out in a circle around the legs of his short, broad boots. He had a bullet head, untidy hair, and a stubby nose, and the light blonde curly mustache drooping over his mouth made him look like a walrus. By way of contrast, the imperial between his chin and his underlip stood out rather bristly. His cheeks were extremely fat and puffy, crowding his eyes into 2 narrow light blue cracks with wrinkles at the corners. The whole face looked swollen and had a funny expression of fierceness, mingled with an almost touching good nature. Directly below his tiny chin, a steep line ran into the white neckcloth. His goiterous neck could not have endured a choker. In fact, the whole lower part of his face and his neck, the back of his head, his cheeks and nose, all ran rather formlessly in together. The whole skin of the face was stretched to an immoderate tightness, and showed a roughness at the ear joinings and the sides of the nose. In one of his short, fat, white hands, the visitor held his stick, in the other his green Tyrolese hat, decorated with a chamois beard. The Frau Consul had taken off her glasses and was still rising from her sofa pillow. "What can I do for you?" she asked politely but pointedly. The gentleman, with a movement of decision, laid his hat and stick on the lid of the harmonium. He rubbed his free hands with satisfaction and looked at the Frau Consul out of his kindly light blue eyes. "I beg the gracious lady's pardon for the card," he said. "I had no other by me. My name is Perminator, Alois Perminator, from Munich. Perhaps you might have heard my name from your daughter." He said all this in a puzzling dialect with a rather loud, coarse voice, but there was a confidential gleam from the cracks of his eyes, which seemed to say, "I'm sure we understand each other already." The Frau Consul had now risen entirely and went forward with her hand outstretched and her head inclined in greeting. "Herr Perminator, is it you?" "Certainly, my daughter has spoken of you. I know how much you contributed to make her visit in Munich pleasant and entertaining." "And so some wind has blown you all the way up here?" "That's it, you're just right there," said Herr Perminator. He sat down by the Frau Consul in the armchair which she gracefully indicated to him, and began to rub his short round thighs comfortably with both hands. "I beg your pardon?" asked the Frau Consul. She had not understood a single word of his remark. "You've guessed it, that's the point," answered Herr Permaneder, as he stopped rubbing his knees. "How nice," said the Frau Consul blankly. She leaned back in her chair with feigned satisfaction and folded her hands. Actually, she was quite as much at sea as before, and inly wondering if Antony were really able to follow the windings of the Bavarian tongue. But Herr Permaneder, though his appearance hardly led one to expect that he possessed acute sensibilities, saw through her at once. He bent forward, making, God knows why, circles in the air with his hand, and, struggling after clarity, enunciated the words, "The gracious lady is surprised?" "Yes, Herr Permaneder, yes," she cried with disproportionate joy, for she had really understood him. Perhaps they could manage after all. But now there came a pause. To fill it out, Herr Permaneder gave a sort of groan and followed it up by an exclamation in the broadest of dialect, something that shocked the Frau Consul because it sounded so like swearing, though it probably wasn't. At least, she hoped not. Should she ask him to repeat it? "Ah, what did you say?" she ventured, turning her light eyes a little away, that he might not see the bewilderment they expressed. Herr Permaneder obliged by repeating, with extraordinary loudness and coarseness. Surely it was something about a crucifix. "Horrors!" "How nice!" she stammered again, with desperate finality, and thus this subject also was disposed of. It might be better to talk a little oneself. "May one ask," she went on, "what brings you so far, Herr Permaneder?" "It is a good long journey from Munich." "A little business," said Herr Permaneder, as before, and waved his broad hand in the air. It was really touching, the efforts he made. "A little business, my dear lady, with the brewery at Walkmill." "Oh, yes, you are hop merchants, of course, my dear Herr Permaneder, Nobel and Company, isn't it?" "I am sure I have heard good things of your firm from my son," said the Frau Consul cordially. Again she felt as if she were almost upon firm ground. Herr Permaneder waved away the compliment. That was nothing to mention. No, the main thing was, he wanted to pay his respects to the Frau Consul, and see Frau Grünlich again. That was enough to make the journey repay the trouble it cost. The Frau Consul did not understand it all, but she got the general drift, and was glad. "Oh, thank you," she said, with the utmost heartiness, and again offered him her hand, with the palm outstretched. "But we must call my daughter," she added, and stood up and went toward the embroidered bell-pull near the glass door. "Oh, Lord, yes, I'll be glad to see her," cried the hop merchant, and turned his chair and himself toward the door at one and the same time. The Frau Consul said to the servant, "Ask Madame Grünlich to come down, my dear." Then she went back to her sofa, and Herr Permaneder turned himself and his chair round again. "Lord, yes, I'll be glad," he repeated, while he stared at the hangings and the furniture and the great Sèvres inkstand on the secretary. But then he sighed heavily, several times over, rubbed his knees, and gave vent to his favorite outlandish phrase. The Frau Consul thought it more discreet not to inquire again into his meaning. Besides, he muttered it under his breath, with a sort of groan, though his mood, otherwise, appeared to be anything but despondent. And now Frau Grünlich appeared. She had made a little toilette, put on a light blouse, and dressed her hair. Her face looked fresher and prettier than ever, and the tip of her tongue played in the corner of her mouth. Scarcely had she entered when Herr Permaneder sprang up and went to meet her with tremendous enthusiasm. He vibrated all over. He seized both her hands, shook them, and cried, "Well, Frau Grünlich? Well, Grüß Gott. Well, and how's it been going with you? What you been doing up here? Yes, yes." "Grüß Gott! Lord, I'm just silly glad to see you. Do you think sometimes of little old Munich and what a gay time we had? Oh my, and here we are again. Who would, thought it?" Tony, on her side, greeted him with great vivacity, drew up a chair, and began to chat with him about her weeks in Munich. Now the conversation went on without hitches, and the Frau Consul followed it, smiling and nodding encouragingly at Herr Permaneder. She would translate this or that expression into her own tongue, and then lean back into the sofa again, well pleased with her own intelligence. Herr Permanede had to explain to Frau Antony in her turn the reason of his appearance. But he laid small stress on the little business with the brewery, and it was obviously not the occasion of his visit at all. He asked with interest after the second daughter and the sons of the Frau Consul, and regretted loudly the absence of Clara and Christian, as he had always wanted to get acquainted with the whole family. He said his stay in the town was of indefinite length, but when the Frau Consul said, "I am expecting my son for second breakfast at any moment, Herr Permaneder. Will you give us the pleasure of your company?" he accepted the invitation almost before she gave it, with such alacrity that it was plain he had expected it. The consul came. He had found the breakfast room empty and appeared in his office coat, tired and preoccupied, to take a hasty bite. But when he saw the strange guest with the frieze jacket and the fantastic watch chain, he became all charm. He had heard his name often enough from Frau Antony, and he threw a quick glance at his sister as he greeted Herr Permaneder in his most fascinating manner. He did not sit down. They went directly down to the entresol, where Mamsell Jungmann had laid the table and set the samovar, a real samovar, a present from Pastor Tiburtius and Clara. "You've got it good here," said Herr Permaneder, as he let himself down in his chair and looked at the variety of cold meats on the table. His grammar, now and then, was of the most artless and disarming quality. "It isn't Munich beer, of course, Herr Permaneder, but still it is better than our domestic brew." And the consul poured him a glass of the brown foaming porter, which he was accustomed to drink himself at midday. "Thank you kindly, neighbor," said Herr Permaneder, quite unaware of the outraged look Mamsell Jungmann cast at him. But he drank so moderately of the porter that the Frau Consul had a bottle of red wine brought up, whereat he grew visibly gayer and began to talk with Frau Grunlich again. He sat, on account of his prominent stomach, well away from the table, with his legs far apart, and one of his arms, with the plump white hand, hanging down over the chair back. He put his round head with its walrus mustache on one side, and blinked out of the cracks of his eyes naively as he listened to Tony's conversation. He looked offensively comfortable. As he had had no experience with sprats, she daintily dismembered them for him, commenting the while on life in general. "Oh, heavens! How sad it is, Herr Permaneder, that everything good and lovely in this world is so fleeting," she said, referring to her Munich visit. She laid down her knife and fork a moment and looked earnestly up at the ceiling. She made charming, if unsuccessful, efforts to speak Bavarian. During the meal there was a knock at the door, and the office boy brought in a telegram. The consul read it, letting the long ends of his mustache run through his fingers. He was plainly preoccupied with the contents of the message, but even as he read it, he asked in the easiest tone, "Well, how is business, Herr Permaneder?" "That will do," he said immediately to the apprentice, who disappeared. "Oh, well, neighbor," answered Herr Permaneder, turning himself about toward the consul's side with the awkwardness of a man who has a thick, stiff neck, and letting his other arm hang over the chair back. "There's naught to speak of. It's a fair plague. You see, Munich." He pronounced the name of his native city in such a way that one could only guess what he meant. Munich is no commercial town. Everybody wants his peace and quiet and his beer. Nobody gets dispatches while he's eating, not there. You're a different cut up here. Holy sacrament! "Yes, thank you kindly, I'll take another glass. Tough luck, that's what it is, tough luck. My partner, Nope, wanted to go to Nuremberg, because they have a bourse there and are keen on business. But I won't forsake my Munich. Not me. That would be a fine thing to do. You see, there's no competition, and the export trade is just silly. Even in Russia, they'll be beginning soon to plant and build for themselves." Then he suddenly threw the consul a quick, shrewd look and said, "Oh, well, neighbor, 'tain't so bad as it sounds. Yon's a fair little business. We make money with the joint stock brewery that Niederpar is director of. That was just a small affair, but we've put it on its legs and lent it credit. Cash too, 4% on security, and now we can do business at a profit, and we've collared a blame good trade already." Herr Permaneder declined cigars and cigarettes and asked leave to smoke his pipe. He drew the longhorn bowl out of his pocket, enveloped himself in a reek of smoke, and entered upon a business conversation with the consul, which glided into politics, and Bavaria's relations with Prussia, and King Max, and the Emperor Napoleon. He garnished his views with disjointed sighs and some perfectly unintelligible Munich phrases. Mamsell Jungmann, out of sheer astonishment, continually forgot to chew even when she had food in her mouth. She blinked speechlessly at the guest out of her bright, brown eyes, standing her knife and fork perpendicularly on the table and swaying them back and forth. This room had never before beheld Herr Permanatter's like. Never had it been filled by such reeking pipe smoke. Such unpleasantly easy manners were foreign to it. The Frau Consul abode in cordial miscomprehension after she had made inquiries and received information as to the sufferings of the little Protestant oasis among the Munich papists. Tony seemed to grow somewhat absent and restive in the course of the meal, but the consul was highly entertained, asked his mother to order up another bottle of wine, and cordially invited Herr Permanator to a visit in Broad Street. His wife would be charmed. A good 3 hours after his arrival, the hop dealer began to show signs of leaving, emptied his glass, knocked out his pipe, called something or other bad luck, and got up. "I have the honor, madame. Good day, Frau Grunley and Herr Consul. Servant, servant." At this, Ida Jungmann actually shivered and changed color. "Good day, Fräulein," he said to her, and he repeated, "Good day," at the door. The Frau Consul and her son exchanged a glance. Herr Permanator had announced his intention of stopping at the modest inn on the Trave, whither he had gone on arrival. The Frau Consul went toward him again. "My daughter's Munich friend," she began, "lives so far away that we shall have no opportunity to repay her hospitality. But if you, my dear sir, would give us the pleasure of your company while you are in town, you would be very welcome." She held her hand out to him, and lo! Herr Permanator accepted this invitation as blithely as he had the one to dinner. He kissed the hands of both ladies, and a funny sight he was as he did so, fetched his hat and stick from the landscape room, and promised to have his trunk brought at once and to be on the spot at 4 o'clock, after transacting his business. Then he allowed the consul to convoy him down the stairs. But even at the vestibule door he turned again and shook hands violently. "No offense, neighbor," he said. "Your sister is certainly a great girl, no doubt about it. Good day," and he disappeared, still wagging his head. The consul felt an irresistible drawing to go up again and see the ladies. Ida Jungmann had gone to look after the linen for the guest room. The Frau Consul still sat at the breakfast table, her light eyes fixed on a spot on the ceiling. She was lightly drumming with her white fingers on the cloth. Tony sat at the window, her arms folded, gazing straight ahead of her with a severe air. Silence reigned. "Well?" said Thomas, standing in the door and taking a cigarette out of the box ornamented with the troika. His shoulders shook with laughter. "A pleasant man," commented the Frau Consul innocently. "Quite my opinion." The consul made a quick, humorous turn toward Tony, as if he were asking her in the most respectful manner for her opinion as well. She was silent, and looked neither to the right nor to the left. "But I think, Tom, he ought to stop swearing," went on the Frau Consul with mild disapproval. "If I understood him correctly, he kept using the words sacrament and cross." "Oh, that's nothing, Mother. He doesn't mean anything by that." "And perhaps a little too easy-mannered, Tom?" "Oh, yes, that is South German," said the consul, breathing the smoke slowly out into the room. He smiled at his mother and stole glances at Tony. His mother saw the glances not at all. "You will come to dinner today with Gerda. Please do me the favor, Tom." "Certainly, Mother, with the greatest of pleasure. To tell the truth, I promise myself much pleasure from this guest, don't you? He is something different from your ministers, in any case." "Everybody to his taste, Tom." "Of course, I must go now." "Oh, Tony," he said, the door handle in his hand. "You have made a great impression on him. No joke. Do you know what he called you down there just now? A great girl. Those were his very words." But here Frau Grunlich turned around and said clearly, "Very good, Tom. You are repeating his words. And I don't know that he would mind, but even so I am not sure it was just the nicest thing to do. But this much I do know, and this much I am going to say, that in this life it does not depend on how things are said and expressed, but on how they are felt and meant in the heart. And if you make fun of Herr Permanator's language and find him ridiculous—" "Who?" "Why, Tony, what an idea! Why are you getting excited?" "Say," said the Frau Consul, casting an imploring glance at her son. It meant, "Spare her." "Please, don't be angry, Tony," he said. "I didn't mean to provoke you, and now I will go and see that somebody from the warehouse brings Herr Perminator's trunk. Au revoir." 5. Herr Perminator moved into Meng Street. He ate dinner with Thomas Buddenbrooks and his wife the following day, and on the 3rd, a Thursday, he made the acquaintance of Justice Kroger and his wife, the 3 ladies from Broad Street, who found him frightfully funny, they said Fr rightfully, Sesemi Whitebrod, who was rather stern with him, and poor Clotilde and little Erica, to whom he gave a bag of bonbons. The man was invincibly good-humored. His size, in fact, meant nothing, and seemed to arise out of an excess of comfort. He smoked his pipe, talked in his curious dialect, and displayed an inexhaustible power of sitting still. He kept his place long after the meal was finished, in the most easy attitude possible, and smoked, drank, and chatted. His presence gave to the life in the old home a new and strange tone. His very being brought something unharmonious into the room, but he disturbed none of the traditional customs of the house. He was faithful to morning and evening prayers, asked permission to attend one of the Frau Consul's Sunday school classes, and even appeared on a Jerusalem evening in the drawing room and was presented to the guests, but withdrew affrighted when Leah Gerhardt began to read aloud. He was soon known in the town. They spoke in the great houses about the Buddenbrooks, guest from Bavaria, but neither in the family nor on the Bourse did he make connections, and as it was already the time when people were making ready to go to the shore, the consul refrained from introducing Herr Perminator into society. But he devoted himself with zeal to the guest, taking time from his business and civic engagements to show him about the town and point out the medieval monuments, churches, gates, fountains, market, town hall, and ship company. He made him acquainted with his own nearest friends on exchange and entertained him in every way. His mother took occasion one day to thank him for his self-sacrifice, but he only remarked dryly, "Why, yes, mother, what wouldn't one do?" The Frau Consul left this unanswered. She did not even smile or move her eyelids, but shifted the gaze of her light eyes and changed the subject. She preserved an even, hearty friendliness toward Herr Perminator, which could hardly be said of her daughter. On the 3rd or 4th day after his arrival, the hop dealer let it be known that he had concluded his business with the local brewery. But a week and a half had passed since then, and he had been present for 2 children's afternoons. On these occasions, Frau Grünlich had sat blushing and watching his every motion, casting quick, embarrassed glances at Thomas and the 3 Buddenbrook cousins. She talked hardly at all, sat for long minutes stiff and speechless, or even got up and left the room. The green blinds in Frau Grünlich's sleeping room were gently stirred by the mild air of a June night, for the windows were open. It was a large room, with simple furniture covered in gray linen. On the night table at the side of the high bed, several little wicks burned in a glass with oil and water in it, filling the room with faint, even light. Frau Grünlich was in bed. Her pretty head was sunk softly in the lace-edged pillow, and her hands lay folded on the quilted coverlet, but her eyes, too thoughtful to close themselves, slowly followed the movements of a large insect with a long body, which perpetually besieged the glass with a million soundless motions of his wings. Near the bed there was a framed text hanging on the wall, between 2 old copperplate views of the town in the Middle Ages. It said, "Commit your ways unto the Lord." But what good is a text like that when you are lying awake at midnight and you have to decide for your whole life, and other people's too, whether it shall be yes or no? It was very still. The clock ticked away on the wall, and the only other sound was Mamsell Jungmann's occasional cough. Her room was next to Tony's, divided only by curtains from it. She still had a light. The born and bred Prussian was sitting under the hanging lamp at her extension table, darning stockings for little Erica. The child's deep, peaceful breathing could be heard in the room, for Sesemi's pupils were having summer holidays, and Erica was at home again. Frau Grünlich sighed and sat up a little, propping her head on her hand. "Ida," she called softly, Are you still sitting there mending?" "Yes, yes, Tony, my child," Ida answered. "Sleep now. You will be getting up early in the morning, and you won't get enough rest." "All right, Ida. You will wake me at 6 o'clock. 1/2 is early enough, child. The carriage is ordered for 8. Go on sleeping so you will look fresh and pretty." "Oh, I haven't slept at all yet." "Now, Tony, that is a bad child. Do you want to look all knocked up for the picnic? Drink 7 swallows of water and then lie down and count 1,000. "Oh, Ida, do come here a minute. I can't sleep, I tell you, and my head aches for thinking. I think I have some fever, and there is something the matter with my tummy again. Or is it because I am anemic? The veins in my temples are all swollen and they beat so that it hurts. But still, there may be too little blood in my head." A chair was pushed back, and Ida Jungmann's lean, vigorous figure in her unfashionable brown gown appeared between the portiere. Now, Tony, fever? Let me feel, my child. I'll make you a compress." She went with her long, firm, masculine tread to the chest for a handkerchief, dipped it into the water basin, and, going back to the bed, laid it on Tony's forehead, stroking her brow a few times with both hands. "Thank you, Ida, that feels good. Oh, please sit down a few minutes, good old Ida. Sit down on the edge of the bed. You see, I keep thinking the whole time about tomorrow. What shall I do? My head is going round and round." Ida sat down beside her, with her needle and the stocking drawn over the darner again in her hand, and bent over them the smooth gray head and the indefatigable bright brown eyes. "Do you think he is going to propose tomorrow?" she asked. "No doubt of it at all. He won't lose this opportunity. It happened with Clara on just such an expedition. I could avoid it, of course. I could keep with the others all the time and not let him get near me. But then, that would settle it. He is leaving day after tomorrow," he said, "and he cannot stay any longer if nothing comes of it today. It must be decided today. But what shall I say, Ida, when he asks me? You've never been married, so of course you know nothing about life, really. But you are a truthful woman, and you have some sense, and you are 42 years old. Do tell me what you think. I do so need advice." Ida Jungmann let the stocking fall into her lap. Yes, Tony, child, I have thought a great deal about it. But what I think is, there is nothing to advise about. He can't go away without speaking to you and your mama, and if you didn't want him, you should have sent him away before now. You are right there, Ida, but I could not do it. I suppose because it is to be. But now I keep thinking, it isn't too late yet, I can still draw back. So I am living here, tormenting myself. Do you like him, Tony? Tell me straight out. Yes, Ida, it would not be the truth if I should say no. He is not handsome, but that isn't the important thing in this life. And he is as good as gold, and couldn't do anything mean. At least, he seems so to me. When I think about Grumlick, oh goodness, he was all the time saying how clever and resourceful he was, and all the time hiding his villainy. Permanatter is not in the least like that. You might say he is too easygoing and takes life too comfortably. And that is a fault too, because he will never be a millionaire that way, and he really is too much inclined to let things go and muddle along, as they say down there. They are all like that down there, Ida. That is what I mean. In Munich, where he was among his own kind and everybody spoke and looked as he does, I fairly loved him. He seemed so nice and faithful and comfy, and I noticed it was mutual. But part of that, I dare say, was that he takes me for a rich woman, richer probably than I am, because Mother cannot do much more for me, as you know. But I hardly think that will make much difference to him. A great lot of money would not be to his taste. But what was I saying, Ida? That is in Munich, Tony. But here? Oh, here, Ida. You know how it was already. Up here he was torn right out of his own element and set against everybody here, and they are all ever so much stiffer and more dignified and serious. Here I really often blush for him, though it may be unworthy of me. You know, it even happened several times that he said me instead of I. But they say that down there. Even the most cultured people do, and it doesn't hurt anything. It slips out once in a while, and nobody minds. But up here sits Mother on one side and Tom on the other, looking at him and lifting their eyebrows, and Uncle Justus gives a start and fairly snorts, the way the Krogers do, and Fifi Buddenbrooks gives her mother a look, or Friederike, or Henrietta, and I feel so mortified. I want to run out of the room, and it doesn't seem as if I could marry him. Oh, childie, it would be Munich that you would live in with him. You are right, Ida. But the engagement, and if I have to feel the whole time mortified to death before the family and the Kistenmakers and the Mollendorps because they think he is common. Oh, Grunlich was much more refined, though he was certainly black within, as Herr Stengel would have said. Oh, Ida, my head, do wet the compress again. But it must be so in the end, she went on again, drawing a long breath as the compress went on, for the main point is and remains that I must get married again, and not stick about here any longer as a divorced woman. Ah, Ida, I think so much about the past these days, about the time when Grunlich first appeared, and the scenes he made me. Scandalous, Ida. And then about Travmunde and the Schwarzkopfs. She spoke slowly, and her eyes rested for a while dreamily on a darn in Erika's stocking. And then the betrothal, and Eimsbüttel, and our house. It was quite elegant, Ida. When I think of my morning gowns, it would not be like that with Permaneder. One gets more modest as life goes on. And Doctor, Clausen and the baby, and Banker Kesselmeyer. And then the end. It was frightful. You can't imagine how frightful it was. And when you have had such dreadful experiences in life. But Permaneder would never go in for anything filthy like that. That is the last thing in the world I should expect of him, and we can rely on him, too, in a business way. For I really think he makes a good deal with Nope at the Niederpohr brewery. And when I am his wife, you'll see, Ida, I will take care that he has ambition, and gets ahead and makes an effort, and is a credit to me and all of us. That, at least, he takes upon himself when he marries a Buddenbrook. She folded her hands under her head and looked at the ceiling. Yes, 10 years ago and more, I married Grunlich. 10 years, and here I am at the same place again, saying yes to somebody else. You know, Ida, life is very, very serious. Only the difference is that then it was a great affair, and they all pressed me and tormented me, whereas now they are all perfectly quiet and take it for granted that I am going to say yes. Of course you know, Ida, that this engagement to Alois, I say Alois because of course it is to be, has nothing very gay or festive about it, and it isn't really a question of my happiness at all. I am making this second marriage with my eyes open, to make good the mistake of my first one, as a duty which I owe our name. Mother thinks so, and so does Tom. But oh dear Tony, if you don't like him, and if he won't make you happy. Ida, I know life, and I am not a little goose anymore. I have the use of my senses. I don't say that Mother would actually insist on it. When there is a dispute over anything, she usually avoids it and says, "Say," but Tom wants it. I know Tom. He thinks, anybody who isn't absolutely impossible. For this time, it is not a question of a brilliant match, but just one that will make good the other one. That is what he thinks. As soon as Permaneder appeared, you may be sure that Tom made all the proper inquiries about his business, and found it was all right. And then, as far as he was concerned, the matter was settled. Tom is a politician. He knows what he wants. Who was it threw Christian out? That is strong language, Ida, but that was really the truth of it. And why? Because he was compromising the firm and the family. And in his eyes I do the same thing. Not with words or acts, but by my very existence as a divorced woman. He wants that put an end to, and he is right. I love him none the less for that. Nor, I hope, does he me. In all these years, I have always longed to be out in the world again. It is so dull here in this house. God punish me if that is a sin. But I am not much more than 30, and I still feel young. People differ about that. You had gray hair at 30, like all your family, and that uncle that died at Marienwerder. More and more observations of the same kind followed as the night wore on, and every now and again she would say, "It is to be after all." But at length she went to sleep, and slept for 5 hours on end, deeply and peacefully. 6. A mist lay over the town, or so said Herr Longuet, the liveryman in John Street, as he himself drove the covered charbonc up to the door of the house in Meng Street. The sun will be out before an hour is over," which was most encouraging. The Frau Consul, Antony, Herr Perminator, Erika, and Ida had breakfast together and gathered one after another, ready for the expedition, in the great entry, to wait for Gerda and Tom. Frau Grimlich, in a cream-colored frock with a satin tie, looked her best, despite the loss of sleep the night before. Her doubts and fears seemed to be laid to rest, and her manner was assured, calm, and almost formal as she talked with their guest and fastened her glove button. She had regained the tone of the old days, the well-known conviction of her own importance, of the weightiness of her own decisions, the consciousness that once more a day had come when she was to inscribe herself decisively in the family history. All this filled her heart and made it beat higher. She had dreamed of seeing that page in the family papers on which she would write down the fact of her betrothal, the fact that should obliterate and make void the black spot which the page contained. She looked forward to the moment when Tom would appear, and she would greet him with a meaning nod. He came with his wife, somewhat tardily, for the young Frau Consul was not used to make such an early toilette. He looked well and happy in his light brown checked suit, the broad revers of which showed the white waistcoat beneath, and his eyes had a smile in them as he noted Tony's incomparably dignified mien. Gerda, with her slightly exotic, even morbid beauty, which was always in great contrast to her sister-in-law's healthy prettiness, was not in a holiday mood. Probably she had risen too early. The deep lilac background of her frock suited oddly with her dark red hair and made her skin look whiter and more even-toned than ever, and the bluish shadows deeper and darker in the corners of her close-set brown eyes. She rather coldly offered her mother-in-law her brow to kiss, gave her hand to Herr Perminator with an almost ironical expression on her face, and answered only by a deprecating smile when Tony clapped her hands and cried out in her hearty way, "Oh, Gerda, how lovely you always look!" She had a real distaste for expeditions like today's, especially in summer, and most especially on Sunday. She lived in the twilight of her curtained living rooms, and dreaded the sun, the dust, the crowds of townsfolk in their holiday clothes, the smell of coffee, beer, and tobacco. And above everything else in the world, she hated getting hot and upset. When the expedition to Swartau and the giant bush was arranged, in order to give the Munich guest a glimpse of the surroundings of the old town, Gerda said lightly to her husband, "Dearest, you know how I am made. I only like peace and quiet. I was not meant for change and excitement. You'll let me off, won't you?" She would not have married him if she had not felt sure of his essential agreement with her in these matters. "Oh, heavens, yes, you are right, of course, Gerda. It is mostly imagination that one enjoys oneself on such parties. Still, one goes, because one does not like to seem odd, either to oneself or to the others. Everybody has that kind of vanity. Don't you think so? People get the idea that you are solitary or else unhappy, and they have less respect for you. And then, there is something else, Gerda dear. We all want to pay a little court to Herr Perminator. Of course you see what the situation is. Something is going on. It would be a real pity if it came to nothing. I do not see, my dear friend, why my presence. But no matter. Let it be as you wish. Let us indulge." They went into the street. And the sun actually began at that moment to pierce the morning mist. The bells of St. Mary's were ringing for Sunday, and the twittering of birds filled the air. The coachman took off his hat, and the Frau Consul greeted him with the patriarchal kindness which sometimes put Thomas a little on edge. "Good morning, my friend. Well, get in now, my dears. It is just time for early service, but today we will praise God with full hearts in His own free out-of-doors, shall we not, Herr Perminator?" "That's right, Frau Consul." They climbed one after another up the steps through the narrow back door of the wagon and made themselves comfortable on the cushioned seats, which, doubtless in honor of Herr Perminator, were striped blue and white, the Bavarian colors. The door slammed. Herr Longuet clucked to the horses and shouted, "Gee!" and "Haw!" The strong brown beasts tugged at the harness, and the wagon rolled down Ming Street along the Trave and out the Holsten Gate, and then to the right along the Swartau Road. Fields, meadows, tree clumps, farmyards. They stared up into the high, thin blue mist above them for the larks they heard singing there. Thomas, smoking his cigarette, looked about keenly, and when they came to the grain, he called Herr Perminator's attention to its condition. The hop dealer was in a mood of childlike anticipation. He had perched his green hat with the goat's beard on the side of his head, and was balancing his big stick with the horn handle on the palm of his broad white hand and even on his underlip. A feat which, though he never quite succeeded in accomplishing it, was always greeted with applause from little Erica. He repeated over and over remarks like, "'Twon't be the Zugspitz, but we'll climb a bit and have a little lark, kind of a little old spree, hey, Frau Grunley?" Then he began to relate with much liveliness stories of mountain climbing, with knapsack and alpenstock, the Frau Consul rewarding him with many an admiring, "You don't say." He came by some train of thought or other to Christian, and expressed the most lively regret for his absence. He had heard what a jolly chap he was. "He varies," the consul said dryly. "On a party like this he is inimitable, it is true." "We shall have crabs to eat, Herr Perminator," he said in a livelier tone, "crabs and Baltic shrimps. You have had them a few times already at my mother's, but friend Diekman, the owner of the giant bush, serves especially fine ones. And ginger nuts, the famous ginger nuts of these parts. Has their fame reached even as far as the Isar? Well, you shall try them." 2 or 3 times Frau Grunlich stopped the wagon to pick poppies and cornflowers by the roadside, and each time Herr Perminator testified to his desire to get out and help her, if it were not for his slight nervousness at climbing in and out of the wagon. Erica rejoiced at every crow she saw, and Ida Jungmann, wearing her mackintosh and carrying her umbrella, as she always did even in the most settled weather, rejoiced with her like a good governess who shares not only outwardly, but inwardly, in the childish emotions of her charge. She entered heartily into Erica's pleasure, with her rather loud laugh that sounded like a horse neighing. Gerda, who had not seen her growing gray in the family service, looked at her repeatedly with cold surprise. They were in Oldenburg. The beech groves came in sight. They drove through the village, across the market square with its well, and out again into the country, over the bridge that spanned the little river Au, and finally drew up in front of the one-story inn, the Giant Bush. It stood at the side of a flat open space laid out with lawns and sandy paths and country flower beds. Beyond it, the forest rose gradually, like an amphitheater. Each stage was reached by rude steps, formed from the natural rocks and tree roots, and on each one white-painted tables, benches and chairs stood placed among the trees. The Buddenbrooks were by no means the first guests. A couple of plump maids and a waiter in a greasy dress coat were hurrying about the square carrying cold meat, lemonades, milk, and beer up to the tables, even the more remote ones, which were already occupied by several families with children. Herr Diekmann, the landlord, appeared personally in shirt sleeves and a little yellow embroidered cap to help the guests dismount, and Longuet drove off to unhitch. The Frau Consul said, "My good man, we will take our walk first, and after an hour or so we should like luncheon served up above, but not too high up, say perhaps at the second landing." "You must show what you are made of, Herr Diekmann," added the consul. "We have a guest who is used to good living." "Oh, no such thing," Herr Perminator protested. "A beer and cheese." But Herr Diekmann could not understand him, and began with great fluency. "Everything we have, Herr Consul. Crabs, shrimps, all sorts of sausages, all sorts of cheese. Smoked eel, smoked salmon, smoked sturgeon." "Fine, Diekmann. Give us what you have." "And then 6 glasses of milk and a glass of beer, if I am not mistaken, Herr Perminator. 1 beer, 6 milks, sweet milk, buttermilk, sour milk, clotted milk, Herr Consul?" "Half and half, Herr Diekmann, sweet milk and buttermilk." In an hour, then, they went across the square. "First, Herr Perminator, it is our duty to visit the spring," said Thomas. "The spring, that is to say, is the source of the Au, and the Au is the tiny little river on which Swartau lies, and on which, in the gray Middle Ages, our own town was situated, until it burned down. There was probably nothing very permanent about it at that time, and it was rebuilt again on the Trave. But there are painful recollections connected with the Au. When we were schoolboys, we used to pinch each other's arms and say, "What is the name of the river at Swartau?" Of course, it hurt, and the involuntary answer was the right one. "Look," he interrupted himself suddenly, 10 steps from the ascent. "They've got ahead of us." It was the Mollendorfs and the Hagenstroms. There, on the third landing of the wooded terrace, sat the principal members of those affiliated families, at 2 tables shoved close together, eating and talking with the greatest gusto. Old Senator Mollendorf presided, a pallid gentleman with thin, pointed white mutton chops. He suffered from diabetes. His wife, born Langhals, wielded her lorgnon, and as usual, her hair stood up untidily all over her head. Her son Augustus was a blond young man with a prosperous exterior, and there was Julie, his wife, born Hagenstrom, little and lively, with great blank black eyes and diamond earrings that were nearly as large. She sat between her brothers, Hermann and Moritz. Consul Hermann Hagenstrom had begun to get very stout with good living. People said he began the day with pâté de foie gras. He wore a full, short, reddish-blonde beard, and he had his mother's nose, which came down quite flat on the upper lip. Dr. Morris was narrow-chested and yellow-skinned, and he talked very gaily, showing pointed teeth with gaps between them. Both brothers had their ladies with them, for the lawyer had married, some years since, a Fraulein Puttfarken from Hamburg, a lady with butter-colored hair and wonderful, cold, regular English features of more than common beauty. Dr. Hagenstrom had not been able to reconcile with his reputation as connoisseur the idea of taking a plain wife. And, finally, there were the little daughter of Hermann and the little son of Moritz, 2 white-frocked children, already as good as betrothed to each other, for the Honius Hagenstrom money must be kept together, of course. They all sat there eating ham and scrambled eggs. Greetings were exchanged when the Buddenbrooks party passed at a little distance the company seated at the table. The Frau Consul bowed confusedly. Thomas lifted his hat, his lips moving in a courteous and conventional greeting, and Gerda inclined her head with formal politeness. But Herr Permaneder, stimulated by the climb, swung his green hat unaffectedly and shouted in a loud, hearty voice, "Hearty good morning to all of you," whereat Frau Senator Mollendorf made use of her lorgnon. Toni, for her part, flung back her head and tucked in her chin as much as possible, while her shoulders went up ever so slightly, and she greeted the party as if from some remote height, which meant that she stared straight ahead directly over the broad brim of Julie Mollendorf's elegant hat. Precisely at this moment, her decision of the night before became fixed, unalterable resolve. "Thanks be to goodness, Tom, we are not going to eat for another hour. I'd hate to have that Julie watching us. Did you see how she spoke?" "Hardly at all. I only had a glimpse of her hat, but it looked frightfully bad taste." "Well, as far as that goes, I don't know about the hat, but you were certainly not much more cordial than she was, my love. And don't get irritated. It makes for wrinkles." "Irritated, Tom? Not at all. If these people think they are the first and foremost, why, one can only laugh at them, that's all. What difference is there between this Julie and me, if it comes to that? She only drew a fool instead of a knave for a husband, and if she were in my position now, we should see if she would find another one." "How can you tell that you will find another one?" "A fool, Thomas? Very much better than a knave. It doesn't have to be either, but it is not a fit subject for discussion." "Quite right. The others are ahead of us." Herr Permaneder is climbing lustily. The shady forest road grew level, and it was not long before they reached the spring, a pretty, romantic spot with a wooden bridge over a little ravine, steep cliffs, and overhanging trees with their roots in the air. The Frau Consul had brought a silver collapsible cup, and they scooped up the water from the little stone basin directly under the source, and refreshed themselves with the iron-impregnated spring. And here Herr Permaneder had a slight attack of gallantry, and insisted on Frau Grünlich tasting his cup before presenting it to him. He ran over with friendliness and displayed great tact in chatting with the Frau Consul and Thomas, as well as with Gerda and Toni, and even with little Erica. Gerda, who had up to now been suffering from the heat, and a kind of silent and rigid nervousness, began to feel like herself again. They came back to the inn by a shorter way, and sat down at a groaning table on the second of the wooded terraces, and it was Gerda who gave expression in friendly terms to the general regret over Herr Permaneder's early departure, now that they were just becoming a little acquainted and finding less and less difficulty with the language. She was ready to swear that she had heard her friend and sister-in-law Toni use several times the most unadulterated Munich dialect. Herr Permaneder forbore to commit himself on the subject of his departure. Instead, he devoted himself for the time to the dainties that waited down the table. Dainties such as he seldom saw the other side of the Danube. They sat and consumed the good things at their leisure. What little Erika liked far better than anything else were the serviettes made of tissue paper, much nicer than the big linen ones at home. With the waiter's permission, she put a few in her pocket as a souvenir. When they had finished, they still sat. Herr Permaneder smoked several very black cigars with his beer, Thomas smoked cigarettes, and the whole family chatted a long time with their guest. It was noticeable that Herr Permaneder's leaving was not mentioned again. In fact, the future was left shrouded in darkness. Rather, they turned to memories of the past or talked of the political events of recent years. Herr Permaneder shook with laughter over some dozens of stories of the late Herr Consul, which his widow related, and then in his turn told about the Munich Revolution and about Lola Montez, in whom Frau Grünlich displayed an unbounded interest. The hour after luncheon slowly wore on, and little Erika came back laden with daisies, grasses, and ladies, smocks from an expedition with Ida Jungmann, and recalled the fact that the ginger nuts were still to be bought. They started on their walk down to the village, not before the Frau Consul, who was the hostess of the occasion, had paid the bill with a good-sized gold piece. They gave orders at the inn that the wagon should be ready in half an hour, so that there would be time for a rest in town before dinner, and then they rambled slowly down, in the dusty sunshine, to the handful of cottages that formed the village. After they crossed the bridge, they fell naturally into little groups in which they continued after that to walk. Mamsell Jungmann with her long stride in the van, with little Erika jumping tirelessly alongside, hunting for butterflies. Then the Frau Consul, Thomas, and Gerda together, and lastly, at some distance, Frau Grünlich and Herr Permaneder. The first pair made considerable noise, for the child shouted for joy, and Ida joined in with her neighing, good-natured laugh. In the middle, all three were silent, for the dust had driven Gerda into another fit of depression, and the old Frau Consul, and her son as well, were plunged in thought. The couple behind were quiet too, but their quietness was only apparent, for in reality Toni and her Bavarian guest were conversing in subdued and intimate tones. And what was the subject of their discourse? It was Herr Grünlich. Herr Permaneder had made the pointed remark that little Erika was a dear and pretty child, but that she had not the slightest resemblance to her mother, to which Toni had answered, "She is altogether like her father in looks, and one may say that it is not at all to her disadvantage, for as far as looks go, Grünlich was a gentleman. He had golden yellow whiskers, very uncommon. I never saw anything like them." When Toni visited the Niederpars in Munich, she had already told Herr Permaneder in considerable detail the story of her first marriage, but now he asked again all the particulars of it, listening with anxiously sympathetic blinks to the details of the bankruptcy. "He was a bad man, Herr Permaneder, or father would never have taken me away from him. Of that you may be sure. Life has taught me that not everybody in the world has a good heart. I have learned that, young as I am, for a person who, as you might say, has been a widow for 10 years. He was a bad man, and his banker, Kesselmeyer, was a worse one, and a silly puppy into the bargain. I won't say that I consider myself an angel and perfectly free from all blame. Don't misunderstand me. Grünlich neglected me, and even when he was with me he just sat and read the paper, and he deceived me and kept me in Eimsbüttel, because he was afraid if I went to town I would find out the mess he was in. But I am a weak woman, and I have my faults too, and I've no doubt I did not always go the right way to work. I know I gave him cause to worry and complain over my extravagance and silliness and my new dressing gowns, but it is only fair to say one thing. I was just a child when I was married, a perfect goose, a silly little thing. Just imagine. Only a short time before I was engaged, I didn't even so much as know that the Confederation decrees concerning the universities and the press had been renewed 4 years before, and fine decrees they were too. Ah, me, Herr Perminator. The sad thing is that one lives but once. One can't begin life over again. And one would know so much better the second time. She was silent. She looked down at the road, but she was very intent on the reply Herr Perminator would make, for she had not unskillfully left him an opening, it being only a step to the idea that, even though it was impossible to begin life anew, yet a new and better married life was not out of the question. Herr Perminator let the chance slip and confined himself to laying the blame on Herr Grünlich with such violence that his very chin whiskers bristled. "Silly ass! If I had the fool here, I'd give it to him. What a swine!" "Fie, Herr Perminator, no, you really mustn't. We must forgive and forget. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Ask mother. Heaven forbid. I don't know where Grünlich is, nor what state his affairs are in, but I wish him the best of fortune, even though he doesn't deserve it." They had reached the village and stood before the little house, which was at the same time the bakery. They had stopped walking, almost without knowing it, and were hardly aware that Ida, Erika, the Frau Consul, Thomas, and Gerda had disappeared through the funny, tiny little door, so low that they had to stoop to enter. They were absorbed in their conversation, though it had not got beyond these trifling preliminaries. They stood by a hedge with a long, narrow flower bed beneath it, in which some mignonette was growing. Frau Grünlich, rather hot, bent her head and poked industriously with her parasol in the black loam. Herr Perminator stood close to her, now and then assisting her excavations with his walking stick. His little green hat with a tuft of goat's beard had slid back on his forehead. He was stooping over the bed, too, but his small, bulging, pale blue eyes, quite blank and even a little reddish, gazed up at her with a mixture of devotion, distress, and expectancy. It was odd to see how his very mustache, drooping down over his mouth, took the same expression. "Likely now," he ventured, "likely now ye've taken a silly fright and are too damned scared of marriage ever to try it again. Hey, Frau Grünlich?" How clumsy, thought she. Must I say yes to that? Aloud she answered, "Well, dear Herr Perminator, I must confess that it would be hard for me to yield anybody my consent for life. For life has taught me, you see, what a serious step that is. One needs to be sure that the man in question is a thoroughly noble, good, kind soul." And now he actually ventured the question whether she could consider him such a man, to which she answered, "Yes, Herr Perminator, I do." Upon which there followed the few short murmured words which clinched the betrothal, and gave Herr Perminator the assurance that he might speak to Thomas and the Frau Consul when they reached home. When the other members of the party came forth laden with bags of ginger nuts, Thomas let his eye rove discreetly over the heads of the two standing outside, for they were embarrassed to the last degree. Herr Perminator simply made no effort to conceal the fact, but Tony was hiding her embarrassment under a well-nigh majestic dignity. They hurried back to the wagon, for the sky had clouded over and some drops began to fall. Tony was right. Her brother had, soon after Herr Perminator appeared, made proper inquiries as to his situation in life. He learned that Nobel Company did a thoroughly sound, if somewhat restricted business, operating with the joint stock brewery managed by Herr Niederpar as director. It showed a nice little income, Herr Perminator's share of which, with the help of Tony's 17,000, would suffice for a comfortable, if modest, life. The Frau Consul heard the news, and there was a long and particular conversation among her, Herr Perminator, Antony, and Thomas, in the landscape room that very evening, and everything was arranged. It was decided that little Erika should go to Munich too, this being her mother's wish, to which her betrothed warmly agreed. 2 days later, the hop dealer left for home. "Nopi will be raising the deuce if I don't," he said. But in July, Frau Grünlich was again in his native town, accompanied by Tom and Gerda. They were to spend 4 or 5 weeks at Bad Kreuth, while the Frau Consul with Erika and Ida were on the Baltic coast. While in Munich, the four had time to see the house in Koffinger Street, which Herr Perminator was about to buy. It was in the neighborhood of the Niederpors, a perfectly remarkable old house, a large part of which Herr Perminator thought to let. It had a steep, ladder-like pair of stairs which ran without a turning from the front door straight up to the first floor, where a corridor led on each side back to the front rooms. Tony went home the middle of August to devote herself to her trousseau. She had considerable left from her earlier equipment, but new purchases were necessary to complete it. One day, several things arrived from Hamburg, among them a morning gown, this time not trimmed with velvet, but with bands of cloth instead. Herr Permanetter returned to Meng Street well on in the autumn. They thought best to delay no longer. As for the wedding festivities, they went off just as Tony expected and desired, no great fuss being made over them. "Let us leave out the formalities," said the consul. "You are married again, and it is simply as if you always had been." Only a few announcements were sent. Madame Grunlich saw to it that Julie Mollendorf, born Hagenstrom, received one, and there was no wedding journey. Herr Permanetter objected to making such a fuss, and Tony, just back from the summer trip, found even the journey to Munich too long. The wedding took place, not in the hall this time, but in the Church of St. Mary's, in the presence of the family only. Tony wore the orange blossom, which replaced the myrtle, with great dignity, and Dr. Colling preached on moderation, with as strong language as ever, but in a weaker voice. Christian came from Hamburg, very elegantly dressed, looking a little ailing, but very lively. He said his business with Burmeister was top, thought that he and Tilda would probably get married up there, that is to say, each one for himself, of course, and came very late to the wedding from the visit he paid at the club. Uncle Justus was much moved by the occasion, and with his usual lavishness presented the newly wedded pair with a beautiful, heavy, silver épergne. He and his wife practically starved themselves at home, for the weak woman was still paying the disinherited and outcast Jacob's debts with the housekeeping money. Jacob was rumored to be in Paris at present. The Buddenbrooks ladies from Broad Street made the remark, "Well, let's hope it will last, this time." The unpleasant part of this lay in the doubt whether they really hoped it. Sesemi Weichbrot stood on her tiptoes, kissed her pupil, now Frau Permander, explosively on the forehead, and said with her most pronounced vowels, "Be happy, you good Che, ILD." 7. In the morning at 8 o'clock, Consul Buddenbrook, so soon as he had left his bed, stolen through the little door and down the winding stair into the bathroom, taken a bath, and put on his nightshirt again. Consul Buddenbrook, we say, began to busy himself with public affairs. For then Herr Wenzel, barber and member of the assembly, appeared, with his intelligent face and his red hands, his razors and other tools, and the basin of warm water which he had fetched from the kitchen, and the consul sat in a reclining chair and leaned his head back, and Herr Wenzel began to make a lather, and there ensued almost always a conversation that began with the weather and how you had slept the night before, went on to politics and the great world, thence to domestic affairs in the city itself, and closed in an intimate and familiar key on business and family matters. All this prolonged very much the process in hand, for every time the consul said anything Herr Wenzel had to stop shaving. "Hope you slept well, Herr Consul?" "Yes, thanks, Wenzel. Is it fine today?" "Frost and a bit of snow, Herr Consul, in front of St. James's. The boys have made another slide, more than 10 yards long. I nearly sat down when I came from the burgomaster's. The young wretches." "Seen the papers?" "The Advertiser and the Hamburg News. Yes, nothing in them but the Orsini bombs. Horrible. It happened on the way to the opera. Oh, they must be a fine lot over there." "Oh, it doesn't signify much, I should think. It has nothing to do with the people, and the only effect will be that the police will be doubled, and there will be twice as much interference with the press. He is on his guard. Yes, it must be a perpetual strain, for he has to introduce new projects all the time to keep himself in power. But I respect him, all the same. At all events, he can't be a fool, with his traditions, and I was very much impressed with the cheap bread affair. There is no doubt he does a great deal for the people." "Yes, Herr Kistenmaker says so too." "Stefan, we were talking about it yesterday. It looks bad for Frederick William of Prussia. Things won't last much longer as they are. They say already that the prince will be made regent in time. It will be interesting to see what happens then. He has already shown that he has liberal ideas and does not feel his brother's secret disgust for the Constitution. It is just the chagrin that upsets him, poor man. What is the news from Copenhagen? Nothing new, Herr Consul. They simply won't. The Confederation has declared that a united government for Holstein and Lauenburg is illegal. They won't have it at any price. Yes, it is unheard of, Wenzel. They dare the Bundestag to put it into operation. And if it were a little more lively. Oh, these Danes. Careful with that chapped place, Wenzel. There's our direct line Hamburg Railway, too. That has cost some diplomatic battles, and will cost more before they get the concession from Copenhagen. Yes, Herr Consul. The stupid thing is that the Altona Kiel Railway Company is against it, and, in fact, all Holstein is. Dr. Overdyk, the burgomaster, was saying so just now. They are dreadfully afraid of Kiel prospering much. Of course, Wenzel. A new connection between the North Sea and the Baltic. You'll see, the Kiel-Altona line will keep on intriguing. They are in a position to build a rival railway. East Holstein, Neumünster, Neustadt. Yes, that is quite on the cards. But we must not let ourselves be bullied, and we must have a direct route to Hamburg. Herr Consul must take the matter up himself. Certainly, so far as my powers go, and wherever I have any influence. I am interested in the development of our railways. It is a tradition with us, from 1851 on. My father was a director of the Buchen line, which is probably the reason why I was elected so young. I am only 33 years old, and my services so far have been very inconsiderable. Oh, Herr Consul? How can the Herr Consul say that after his speech in the Assembly? Yes, that made an impression, and I've certainly shown my goodwill, at least. I can only be grateful that my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather prepared the way for me, and that I inherited so much of the respect and confidence they received from the town, for without it I could not move as I am now able to. For instance, after '48 and the beginning of this decade, what did my father not do towards the reform of our postal service? Think how he urged in the Assembly the union of the Hamburg diligences with the postal service, and how in 1850 he forced the Senate by continuous pressure to join the German-Austrian postal union. If we have cheap letter postage now, and stamps and book post and letter boxes and telegraphic connection with Hamburg and Travemünde, he is not the last one to be grateful to. Why, if he and a few other people had not kept at the Senate continually, we should most likely still be behind the Danish and the Thurnen taxis postal service. So when I have an opinion nowadays on these subjects, people listen to me. The Herr Consul is speaking God's truth. About the Hamburg line, Dr. Overdyk was saying to me only 3 days ago, when we get where we can buy a suitable site for the station in Hamburg, we will send Consul Buddenbrooks to help transact the business, for in such dealings he is better than most lawyers. Those were his very words. Well, that is very flattering to me, Wenzel. Just put a little more lather on my chin, will you? It wants a bit more cleaning up. Yes, the truth is, we mustn't let the grass grow under our feet. I am saying nothing against Overdyk, but he is getting on. If I were burgomaster, I'd make things move a little faster. I can't tell you how pleased I am that they are installing gas for the street lighting, and the miserable old oil lamps are disappearing. I admit I had a little something to do with that change. Oh, how much there is to do. Times are changing, Wenzel, and we have many responsibilities toward the new age. When I think back to my boyhood, you know better than I do what the town looked like then. The streets without sidewalks, grass growing a foot high between the paving stones, and the houses with porticos and benches sticking out into the streets. And our buildings from the time of the Middle Ages spoilt with clumsy additions, and all tumbling down because, while individuals had money and nobody went hungry, the town had none at all, and just muddled along, as my brother-in-law calls it, without ever thinking of repairs. That was a happy and comfortable generation, when my grandfather's crony, the good Jean-Jacques Hofstede, strolled about the town and translated improper little French poems. They had to end, those good old times. They have changed, and they will have to change still more. Then the population was 37,000. Now it is 50, you know, and the whole character of the place is altering. There is so much building, and the suburbs are spreading out, and we are able to have good streets and restore the old monuments out of our great period. Yet even all that is merely superficial. The most important matter is still outstanding, my dear Wenzel. I mean, of course, the ceterum censeo of my dear father, the customs union. We must join, Wenzel. There should be no longer any question about it, and you must all help me fight for it. As a businessman, believe me, I am better informed than the diplomats, and the fear that we should lose independence and freedom of action is simply laughable in this case. The Mecklenburg and Schleswig-Holstein inland would take us in, which is the more desirable for the reason that we do not control the northern trade quite to the extent that we once did. That's enough. Please give me the towel, Wenzel, concluded the consul. Then the market price of rye, which stood at 55 thaler and showed disquieting signs of falling still further, was talked about, and perhaps there was a mention of some event or other in the town, and then Herr Wenzel vanished by the basement route and emptied the lather out of his shiny basin onto the pavement in the street. And the consul mounted the winding stair into the bedroom and found Gerda awake and kissed her on the forehead. Then he dressed. These little morning sessions with the lively barber formed the introduction to busy days, full to running over with thinking, talking, writing, reckoning, doing business, going about in the town. Thanks to his travel, his interests, and his knowledge of affairs, Thomas Buddenbrooks' mind was the least provincial in the district, and he was certainly the first to realize the limitations of his lot. The lively interest in public affairs which the years of the Revolution had brought in was suffering throughout the whole country from a period of prostration and arrest, and that field was too sterile to occupy a vigorous talent. But Thomas Buddenbrook possessed the spirit to take to himself that wise old saying that all human achievement is of a merely symbolic value, and thus to devote all that he had of capacity, enthusiasm, energy, and strength of will to the service of the community as well as to the service of his own name and firm. He stood in the front rank of his small society and was seriously ambitious to give his city greatness and power within her sphere, though he had the intellect, too, to smile at himself for the ambition even while he cherished it. He ate his breakfast, served by Anton, and went to the office in Meng Street, where he remained about an hour, writing 2 or 3 pressing letters and telegrams, giving this or that instruction, imparting to the wheels of industry a small push, and then leaving them to revolve under the cautious eye of Herr Marcus. He went to assemblies and committee meetings, visited the Bourse, which was held under the Gothic arcades in the market square, inspected dockyards and warehouses, talked with the captains of the ships he owned, and transacted much and various business all day long until evening, interrupted only by the hasty luncheon with his mother and dinner with Gerda, after which he took a half-hour's rest on the sofa, with his cigarette and the newspaper. Customs, rates, construction, railways, posts, almonry, all this as well as his own business occupied him, and even in matters commonly left to professionals, he acquired insight and judgment, especially in finance, where he early showed himself extremely gifted. He was careful not to neglect the social side. True, he was not always punctual, and usually appeared at the very last minute, when the carriage waited below and his wife sat in full toilette. "I'm sorry, Gerda," he would say. "I was detained," and he would dash upstairs to don his evening clothes. But when he arrived at a dinner, a ball, or an evening company, he showed lively interest and ranked as a charming causeur. And in entertaining, he and his wife were not behind the other rich houses. In kitchen and cellar, everything was tip-top, and he himself was considered a most courteous and tactful host, whose toasts were wittier than the common run. His quiet evenings he spent at home with Gerda alone, smoking, listening to her music, or reading with her some book of her selection. Thus his labors enforced success, his consequence grew in the town, and the firm had excellent years, despite the sums drawn out to settle Christian and to pay Tony's second dowry. And yet there were troubles which had, at times, the power to lame his courage for hours, weaken his elasticity, and depress his mood. There was Christian in Hamburg. His partner, Herr Burmeister, had died quite suddenly of an apoplectic stroke in the spring of the year 1858. His heirs drew their money out of the business, and the consul strongly advised Christian against trying to continue it with his own means, for he knew how difficult it is to carry on a business already established on definite lines if the working capital be suddenly diminished. But Christian insisted upon the continuation of his independence. He took over the assets and the liabilities of HCF Burmeister and Company, and trouble was to be looked for. Then there was the consul's sister Clara in Riga. Her marriage with Pastor Tibertius had remained unblessed with children. But then, as Clara Buddenbrook, she had never wanted children, and probably had very little talent for motherhood. Now her husband wrote that her health left much to be desired. The severe headaches from which she had suffered even as a girl were now recurring periodically, to an almost unbearable extent. That was disquieting. And even here at home there was another source of worry. For as yet, there was no certainty whatever that the family name would live. Gerda treated the subject with sovereign indifference, which came very near to being repugnance. Thomas concealed his anxiety, but the old Frau Consul took the matter in hand and consulted Grabo. "Doctor, just between ourselves, something is bound to happen sometime, isn't it? A little mountain air Kruth, a little seashore at Glucksburg or Travmunde, but they don't seem to work. What do you advise?" "Doctor, Grabo's pleasant old prescription. A nourishing diet, a little pigeon, a slice of French bread. Didn't seem strong enough either to fit the case." He ordered Piermont and Schlangenbad. Those were 3 worries. And Tony? Poor Tony! 8. She wrote, "And when I say croquettes, she doesn't understand me, because here they are called meaties, and when she says broccoli, how could any Christian know she means cauliflower? When I say baked potatoes, she screams, 'How?' at me, until I remember to say roast potatoes, which is what they call them here. How means, what did you say? And she is the second one I've had. I sent away the first one, named Katie, because she was so impertinent. Or at least, I thought she was. I'm getting to see now that I may have been mistaken, for I'm never quite sure whether people here mean to be rude or friendly. This one's name is Babette. She has a very pleasing exterior with something southern, the way of some of them have here, black hair and eyes and teeth that anyone might envy. She is willing too, and I am teaching her how to make some of our home dishes. Yesterday we had sorrel and currants, but I wish I hadn't, for Permanator objected so much to the sorrel. He picked the currants out with a fork that he would not speak to me the whole afternoon but just growled, and I can tell you, Mother, that life is not so easy. Alas, it was not only the sorrel and the meaties that were embittering Tony's life. Before the honeymoon was over, she had had a blow so unforeseen, so unexpected, so incomprehensible that it took away all her joy in life. She could not get over it. And here it was. Not until after the Permanator couple had been some weeks in Munich had Consul Buddenbrook liquidated the sum fixed by his father's will as his sister's second marriage portion. That sum, translated into gulden, had at last safely reached Herr Permanator's hands, and Herr Permanator had invested it securely and not unprofitably. But then what he had said, quite unblushingly and without embarrassment, to his wife was this: "Tonnerl." He called her Tonnerl. "Tonnerl, that's good enough for me. What do we want of more? I've been working my hide off all my days. Now I'd like to sit down and have a little peace and quiet. Damned if I wouldn't. Let's rent the parterre and the second floor, and still we'll have a good house, where we can sit and eat our bit of pig's meat without screwing ourselves up and putting on so much lug. And in the evening I can go to the Hofbrauhaus. I'm no swell. I don't care about scraping money together. I want my comfort. I quit tomorrow and go into private life." "Permanator," she had cried, and for the first time she had spoken his name with that peculiar throaty sound which her voice always had when she uttered the name of Grünlich. "Oh, shut up, don't take on," was all he answered. There had followed, thus early in their life together, a quarrel, serious and violent enough to endanger the happiness of any marriage. He came off victorious. Her passionate resistance was shattered upon his urgent longing for peace and quiet. It ended in Herr Permanator's withdrawing the capital he had in the hop business, so that now Herr Knope, in his turn, could strike the "and company" off his card. After which Tony's husband, like most of the friends whom he met around the table in the Hofbrauhaus, to play cards and drink his regular 3 liters of beer, limited his activities to the raising of rents in his capacity of landlord, and to an undisturbed cutting of coupons. The Frau Consul was notified quite simply of this fact, but Frau Permaneder's distress was evident in the letters which she wrote to her brother. Poor Tony! Her worst fears were more than realized. She had always known that Herr Permaneder possessed none of that resourcefulness of which her first husband had had so much, but that he would so entirely confound the expectations she had expressed to Mamsell Jungmann on the eve of her betrothal, that he would so completely fail to recognize the duties he had taken upon himself when he married a Buddenbrook, that she had never dreamed. But these feelings must be overcome, and her family at home saw from her letters how she resigned herself. She lived on rather monotonously with her husband and Erica, who went to school. She attended to her housekeeping, kept up friendly relations with the people who rented the parterre and the first story, and with the Niederpohr family in Marienplatz, and she wrote now and then of going to the theater with her friend Eva. Herr Permaneder did not care for the theater, and it came out that he had grown to more than 40 years of age in his beloved Munich without ever having seen the inside of the Pinakothek. Time passed, but Toni could feel no longer any true happiness in her new life, since the day when Herr Permaneder received her dowry and settled himself down to enjoy his ease. Hope was no more. She would never be able to write home to announce new ventures and new successes. Just as life was now, free from cares, it was true, but so limited, so lamentably unrefined, just so it would remain until the end. It weighed upon her. It was plain from her letters that this very lowness of tone was making it harder for her to adapt herself to the South German surroundings. In small matters, of course, things grew easier. She learned to make herself understood by the servants and errand boys, to say meaties instead of croquettes, and to set no more fruit soup before her husband after the one he had called a sickening mess. But, in general, she remained a stranger in her new home, and she never ceased to taste the bitterness of the knowledge that to be a born Buddenbrook was not to enjoy any particular prestige in her adopted home. She once related in a letter the story of how she met in the street a mason's apprentice, carrying a mug of beer in one hand and holding a large white radish by its tail in the other, who, waving his beer, said jovially, "Neighbor, can you tell us the time?" She made a joke of it, in the telling, yet even so, a strong undercurrent of irritation betrayed itself. You might be quite certain that she threw back her head and vouchsafed to the poor man neither answer nor glance in his direction. But it was not alone this lack of formality and absence of distinctions that made her feel strange and unsympathetic. She did not live deeply, it is true, into the life or affairs of her new home, but she breathed the Munich air, the air of a great city, full of artists and citizens who habitually did nothing, an air with something about it a little demoralizing, which she sometimes found it hard to take good-humoredly. The days passed, and then it seemed that there was, after all, a joy in store. In fact, the very one which was longed for in vain in Broad Street and Meng Street. For not long after the new year of 1859, Toni felt certain that she was again to become a mother. The joy of it trembled in her letters, which were full of the old childish gaiety and sense of importance. The Frau Consul, who, with the exception of the summer holiday, confined her journeyings more and more to the Baltic coast, lamented that she could not be with her daughter at this time. Tom and Gerda made plans to go to the christening, and Toni's head was full of giving them an elegant reception. Alas, poor Toni! The visit which took place was sad indeed, and the christening. Toni had cherished visions of a ravishing little feast, with flowers, sweetmeats, and chocolate, never took place at all. The child, a little girl, only entered into life for a tiny quarter of an hour. Then, though the doctor did his best to set the pathetic little mechanism going, it faded out of being. Consul Buddenbrook and his wife arrived in Munich to find Toni herself not out of danger. She was far more ill than before, and a nervous weakness from which she had already suffered prevented her from taking any nourishment at all for several days. Then she began to eat, and on their departure the Buddenbrooks felt reassured as far as her health was concerned. But in other ways there was much reason for anxiety, for it had been all too plain, especially to the consul's observant eye, that not even their common loss would suffice to bring husband and wife together again. There was nothing against Herr Permeneder's good heart. He was truly shaken by the death of the child. Big tears rolled down out of his bulging eyes upon his puffy cheeks and on into his frizzled beard. Many times he sighed deeply and gave vent to his favorite expression. But, after all, Tony felt that his peace and quiet had not suffered any long interruption. After a few evenings, he sought the Hofbrau house for consolation, and was soon, as he always said, muddling along, again, in his old, good-natured, comfortable, grumbling way, with the easy fatalism natural to him. But, from now on, Tony's letters never lost their hopeless, even complaining tone. "Oh, Mother," she wrote, "why do I have to bear everything like this? First Grunlich and the bankruptcy, and then Permeneder going out of business, and then the baby! How have I deserved all these misfortunes?" When the consul read these outpourings, he could never quite forego a little smile, for notwithstanding all the real pain they showed, he heard an undertone of almost comic pride, and he knew that Tony Buddenbrook, as Madame Grunlich, or as Madame Permeneder, was and would remain a child. She bore all her mature experiences, almost with a child's unbelief in their reality, yet with a child's seriousness, a child's self-importance, and, above all, with a child's power to throw them off at will. She could not understand how she had deserved her misfortunes, for even while she mocked at her mother's piety, she herself was so full of it that she fervently believed in justice and righteousness on this earth. Poor Tony! The death of her second child was neither the last nor the hardest blow that fell upon her. As the year 1859 drew to a close, something frightful indeed happened. 9. It was a day toward the end of November, a cold autumn day with a hazy sky. It looked almost as if there would be snow, and a mist was rising, pierced through every now and then by the sun. It was one of those days, common in a seaport town, when a sharp northeast wind whistled round the massive church corners and influenzas were to be had cheap. Consul Thomas Buddenbrook entered the breakfast room toward midday to find his mother, with her spectacles on her nose, bent over a paper on the table. "Tom," she said, and she looked at him, holding the paper with both hands, as if she hesitated to show it to him. "Don't be startled, but it is not very good news." "I don't understand. It is from Berlin. Something must have happened." "Give it to me, please," he said shortly. He lost color, and the muscles stood out on his temples as he clenched his teeth. His gesture as he stretched out his hand was so full of decision that it was as if he said aloud, "Just tell me quickly. Don't prepare me for it." He read the lines still standing, one of his light eyebrows went up, and he drew the long ends of his mustache through his fingers. It was a telegram, and it said, "Don't be frightened. Am coming at once with Erica. All is over. Your unhappy Antony." "At once, he said, with irritation, looking at the Frau Consul and giving his head a quick shake. "What does she mean by, at once?" "That is just a way of putting it, Tom. It doesn't mean anything particular. She means by the next train or something like that." "And from Berlin?" "What is she doing in Berlin? How did she get to Berlin?" "I don't know, Tom. I don't understand it. The dispatch only came 10 minutes ago. But something must have happened, and we must just wait to see what it is. God in His mercy will turn it all to good. Sit down, my son, and eat your luncheon." He took his chair, and mechanically he poured out a glass of porter. "All is over," he repeated, and then, "Antony, how childish!" He ate and drank in silence. After a while, the Frau Consul ventured to say, "It must be something about Permeneder, don't you think, Tom?" He shrugged his shoulders without looking up. As he went away, he said, with his hand on the doorknob, "Well, we must wait and see. As she is not likely to burst into the house in the middle of the night, she will probably reach here sometime tomorrow. You will let me know, won't you?" The Frau Consul waited from hour to hour. She had slept very badly, and in the night she rang for Ida Jungmann, who now slept in the back room of the entresol. She had Ida make her some eau sucrée, and she sat up in bed for a long time and embroidered, and now the forenoon passed in nervous expectancy. When the consul came to second breakfast, he said that Tony could not arrive before the 3:33 train from Buchen. At that hour, the Frau Consul seated herself in the landscape room and tried to read, out of a book with a black leather cover decorated with a gold palm leaf. It was a day like its predecessor, cold, mist, wind. The stove crackled away behind its wrought iron screen. The old lady trembled and looked out of the window whenever she heard a wagon. At 4 o'clock, when she had stopped watching and almost stopped thinking about her daughter, there was a stir below in the house. She hastily turned toward the window and wiped away the damp with her handkerchief. Yes, a carriage had stopped below, and someone was coming up the steps. She grasped the arms of her chair with both hands to rise, but then she thought better of it and sank back. She only turned her head as her daughter entered, and her face wore an almost defensive expression. Tony burst impetuously into the room. Erica remained outside at the glass door, with her hand in Ida Jungmann's. Frau Permander wore a fur wrap and a large felt hat with a veil. She looked very pale and ailing, and her upper lip trembled as it used to when the little Tony was about to weep. Her eyes were red. She raised her arms and let them drop, and then she fell on her knees at her mother's side, burying her face in the folds of her gown and sobbing bitterly. It was as though she had rushed straight hither from Munich all in one breath, and now lay there, having gained the goal of her headlong flight, exhausted but safe. The Frau Consul sat a moment quite still. "Tony," she said then, with gentle remonstrance. She drew the long hat-pins out of Frau Permaneder's hat and laid it on the window seat. Then she stroked gently and soothingly her daughter's thick, ash-blonde hair. "What is it, my child? What has happened?" But she saw that patience was her only weapon, for it was long before her question drew out any reply. "Mother," uttered Frau Permaneder, "Mama!" But that was all. The Frau Consul looked toward the glass door and, still embracing her daughter, stretched out her hand to her grandchild, who stood there shyly with her finger to her mouth. "Come, child, come here and say how do you do. You have grown so big, and you look so strong and well, for which God be thanked. How old are you now, Erica?" 13, Grandmama." "Good gracious, a young lady." She kissed the little maiden over Tony's head and told her, "Go up with Ida now. We shall soon have dinner. Just now Mama and I want to talk." They were alone. "Now, my dear Tony, can you not stop crying? When God sends us a heavy trial, we must bear it with composure. Take your cross upon you, we are told. Would you like to go up first and rest a little and refresh yourself, and then come down to me again? Our good Jungmann has your room ready. Thanks for your telegram. Of course, it shocked us a good deal." She stopped, for Tony's voice came, all trembling and smothered, out of the folds of her gown. "He is a wicked man. A wicked man! Oh, he is!" Frau Permaneder seemed not able to get away from this dreadful phrase. It possessed her altogether. She buried her face deeper and deeper in the Frau Consul's lap and clenched her fist beside the Frau Consul's chair. "Do you mean your husband, my child?" asked the old lady after a pause. "It ought not to be possible for me to have such a thought in my mind, I know. But you leave me nothing else to think, Tony. Has Herr Permaneder done you an injury? Are you making a complaint of him?" "Babette," Frau Permaneder brought out. "Babette." "Babette?" repeated the Frau Consul inquiringly. Then she leaned back in her chair, and her pale eyes wandered toward the window. She understood now. There was a pause, broken by Tony's gradually decreasing sobs. "Tony," said the Frau Consul after a little space, "I see now that there has been an injury done you that you have cause to complain. But was it necessary to give the sense of injury such violent expression? Was it necessary to travel here from Munich with Erica and to make it appear For other people will not be so sensible as we are, that you have left him permanently, that you will not go back to him." "But I won't go back to him, never!" cried Frau Perminator, and she lifted up her head with a jerk and looked at her mother wildly with tear-stained eyes, and then buried her face again. The Frau Consul affected not to have heard. "But now," she went on, in a louder key, slowly nodding her head from one side to the other, "now that you are here, I am glad you are. For you can unburden your heart and tell me everything, and then we shall see how we can put things right, by taking thought and by mutual forbearance and affection." "Never," Tony said again, "never." And then she told her story. It was not all intelligible, for she spoke into the folds of her mother's stuff gown and broke into her own narrative with explosions of passionate anger. But what had happened was somewhat as follows. On the night of the 24th of the month, Madame Perminator had gone to sleep very late, having been disturbed during the day by the nervous digestive trouble to which she was subject. She had been awakened about midnight, out of a light slumber, by a confused and continuous noise outside on the landing, a half-suppressed, mysterious noise, in which one distinguished the creaking of the stairs, a sort of giggling cough, smothered, protesting words, and, mixed with these, the most singular snarling sounds. But there was no doubt whence they proceeded. Frau Perminator had hardly, with her sleepy senses, taken them in before she interpreted them as well, in such a way that she felt the blood leave her cheeks and rush to her heart, which contracted and then went on beating with heavy, oppressed pulsations. For a long, dreadful minute she lay among the pillows as if stunned, as if paralyzed. Then, as the shameless disturbance did not stop, she had with trembling hands kindled a light, had left her bed, thrilling with horror, repulsion, and despair, had opened the door, and hurried out onto the landing in her slippers, the light in her hand, to the top of the ladder that went straight up from the house door to the first story. And there, on the upper steps, in all its actuality, was indeed the very scene she had pictured in her mind's eye as she listened to the compromising noises. It was an unseemly and indecent scuffle, a sort of wrestling match between Babette the cook and Herr Perminator. The girl must have been busied late about the house, for she had her bunch of keys and her candle in her hand as she swayed back and forth in the effort to fend her master off. He, with his hat on the back of his head, held her round the body and kept making essays now and then successfully to press his face, with its great walrus mustache, against hers. As Antony appeared, Babette exclaimed something that sounded like, "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph." And "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," echoed Herr Perminator likewise, as he let go. Almost in the same second the girl vanished, and there was Herr Perminator left standing before his wife, with drooping head, drooping arms, drooping mustaches too, and all he could get out was some idiotic remark like, "Holy Cross, what a mess!" When he ventured to lift his eyes, she was no longer there. She was in the bedchamber, half sitting, half lying on the bed, repeating over and over again with frantic sobbing, "Shame! Shame!" He leaned rather flabbily in the doorway and jerked his shoulder in her direction. Had he been closer, the gesture would have been a nudge in the ribs. "Hey, Tonerl, don't be a fool, you know. Say, you know Franz, the Ramsau Franz. He had his name day today, and we're all half seas over." Strong alcoholic fumes pervaded the room as he spoke, and they brought Frau Perminator's excitement to a climax. She sobbed no more. She was no longer weak and faint. Carried away by frenzy, incapable of measuring her words, she poured out her disgust, her abhorrence, her complete and utter contempt and loathing of him and all his ways. Herr Perminator did not take it meekly. His head was hot, for he had treated his friend Franz not only to many beers, but to champagne wine as well. He answered and answered wildly. The quarrel reached a height far greater than the one that had signalized Herr Perminator's retirement into private life, and it ended in Frau Antony gathering her clothes together and withdrawing into the living room for the night. And at the end, he had flung at her a word which she would not repeat, a word that should never pass her lips, A word. This was the major content of the confession which Frau Perminator had sobbed into the folds of her mother's gown. But the word that in that fearful night had sunk into her very depths. No, she would not repeat it. No, she would not, she asseverated, although her mother had not in the least pressed her to do so, but only nodded her head, slowly, almost imperceptibly, as she looked down on Tony's lovely ash-blonde hair. Yes, yes, she said, this is very sad, Tony, and I understand it all, my dear little one, because I am not only your mamma, but I am a woman like you as well. I see now how fully your grief is justified, and how completely your husband, in a moment of weakness, forgot what he owed to you and— In a moment? Cried Tony. She sprang up. She made 2 steps backward and feverishly dried her eyes. A moment, Mama. He forgot what he owed to me and to our name? He never knew it. From the very beginning, a man that quietly sits down with his wife's dowry. A man without ambition or energy or willpower. A man that has some kind of thick soup made out of hops in his veins instead of blood. And I verily believe he has. And to let himself down to such common doings as this with Babette, and when I reproached him with his good-for-nothingness, to answer with a word, and arrived once more at the word she would not repeat. Quite suddenly she took a step forward and said, in a completely altered, a quieter, milder, interested tone, "How perfectly sweet." "Where did you get that, Mama?" She motioned with her chin toward a little receptacle, a charming basket-work stand woven out of reeds and decorated with ribbon bows, in which the Frau Consul kept her fancy work. "I bought it some time ago," answered the old lady. "I needed it." "Very smart," Tony said, looking at it with her head on one side. The Frau Consul looked at it too, but without seeing it, for she was in deep thought. "Now, my dear daughter," she said at last, putting out her hand again, "however things are, you are here and welcome 100 times to your old home. We can talk everything over when we are calmer. Take your things off in your room and make yourself comfortable. Ida," she called into the dining room, lifting her voice, "lay a place for Madame Perminator, and one for Erica, my dear." 10. Tony returned to her bedchamber after dinner. During the meal, her mother had told her that Thomas was aware of her expected arrival, and she did not seem particularly anxious to meet him. The consul came at 6 o'clock. He went into the landscape room and had a long talk with his mother. "How is she?" he asked. "How does she seem?" "Oh, Tom, I'm afraid she is very determined. She is terribly wrought up. And this word, if I only knew what it was," he said. "I will go up and see her." "Yes, do, Tom, but knock softly, so as not to startle her, and be very calm, will you? Her nerves are upset. That is the trouble she has with her digestion. She has eaten nothing. Do talk quietly with her." He went up quickly, skipping a step in his usual way. He was thinking and twisting the ends of his mustache, but as he knocked, his face cleared. He was resolved to handle the situation as long as possible with humor. A suffering voice said, "Come in," and he opened the door, to find Frau Perminator lying on the bed fully dressed. The bed curtains were flung back, the down quilt was underneath her back, and a medicine bottle stood on the night table. She turned round a little and propped her head on her hand, looking at him with her pouting smile. He made a deep bow and spread out his hands in a solemn gesture. "Well, dear lady, to what are we indebted for the honor of a visit from this personage, from the royal city of Wei?" "Oh, give me a kiss, Tom," she said, sat up to offer him her cheek, and then sank back again. "Well, how are you, my dear boy?" "Quite unchanged, I see, since I saw you in Munich." "You can't tell much about it with the blinds down, my dear, and you ought not to steal my thunder like that either." "It is more suitable for me to say," he held her hand in his, and at the same time drew up a chair beside the bed, "as I so often have, that you and Tilda—" "Oh, for shame, Tom." "How is Tilda?" "Well, of course, Madame Krausemann sees she doesn't starve, which doesn't prevent her eating for the week ahead when she comes here on Thursday." She laughed very heartily, as she had not for a long time back, in fact. Then she broke off with a sigh and asked, "And how is business?" Oh, we get on. Mustn't complain. Thank goodness, here everything is as it should be. Oh, Tom, I don't feel much like chatting pleasantly about trifles. Pity. One should preserve one's sense of humor, quand meme. All that is at an end, Tom. You know all? You know all, he repeated. He dropped her hand and pushed back his chair. Goodness gracious, how that sounds. All. What all lies in that all? My love and grief I gave thee, eh? No, listen. She was silent. She swept him with an astonished and deeply offended glance. Yes, I expected that look, he said, for without that look you would not be here. But, dear Tony, let me take the thing as much too lightly as you take it too seriously. You will see we shall complement each other very nicely. Too seriously, Thomas? I take it too seriously? Yes, for heaven's sake, don't let's make a tragedy of it. Let us take it in a lower key, not with, all is at an end, and your unhappy Antony. Don't misunderstand me, Tony. You well know that no one can be gladder than I that you have come. I have long wished you would come to us on a visit by yourself without your husband, so that we could be en famille together once more. But to come now like this, my dear child, I beg your pardon, but it was foolish. Yes, let me finish. Perminator has certainly behaved very badly, as I will give him to understand pretty clearly. Don't be afraid of that. As to how he has behaved himself, Thomas, she interrupted him, raising herself up to lay a hand upon her breast. As far as that goes, I have already given him to understand that. And not only given him to understand, I can tell you. I am convinced that further discussion with that man is entirely out of place. And she let herself fall back again and looked sternly and fixedly at the ceiling. He bowed, as if under the weight of her words, and kept on looking down at his knee and smiling. Well then, I won't send him a stiff letter. It is just as you say. In the end, it is, after all, your affair, and it is quite enough if you put him in his place. It is your duty as his wife. After all, there are some extenuating circumstances. There was a birthday celebration, and he came home a little bit exalted, so to speak, and was guilty of a false step, an unseemly blunder. Thomas, said she, I do not understand you. I do not understand your tone. You, a man with your principles. But you did not see him. You did not see how drunk he looked. He looked ridiculous enough, I'm sure. But that is it, Tony. You will not see how comic it was. But probably that is the fault of your bad digestion. You caught your husband in a moment of weakness, and you have seen him make himself look ridiculous, but that ought not to outrage you to such an extent. It ought to amuse you a little, perhaps, but bring you closer together as human beings. I will say that I don't mean you could have just let it pass with a laugh and said nothing about it. Not at all. You left home. That was a demonstration of a rather extreme kind, perhaps a bit too severe, but after all, he deserved it. I imagine he is feeling pretty down in the mouth. I only mean that you must get to take the thing differently, not so insulted. A little more politic point of view. We are just between ourselves. Let me tell you something, Tony. In any marriage, the important thing is on which side the moral ascendancy lies. Understand, your husband has laid himself open, there is no doubt of that. He compromised himself and made a laughable spectacle. Laughable, precisely because what he did was actually so harmless, so impossible to take seriously. But, after all, his dignity is impaired, and the moral advantage is passed over to you. If you know how to use it wisely, your happiness is assured. If you go back, say in a couple of weeks, certainly I must insist on keeping you for ourselves as long as that. If you go back to Munich in a couple of weeks, you will see. I will not go back to Munich, Thomas. I beg your pardon, he asked, putting his hand to his ear and screwing up his face as he bent forward. She was lying on her back with her head sunk in the pillow so that her chin stood out with an effect of severity. Never, she said. And she gave a long, audible outward breath and cleared her throat, also at length and deliberately. It was like a dry cough, which had of late become almost a habit with her and had probably to do with her digestive trouble. There followed a pause. Tony, he said suddenly, getting up and slapping his hand on the arm of his chair. "You aren't going to make a scandal." She gave a side glance and saw him all pale, with the muscles standing out on his temples. Her position was no longer tenable. She bestirred herself and, to hide the fear she really felt of him, grew angry in her turn. She sat up quickly and put her feet to the floor. With glowing cheeks and a frowning brow, making hasty motions of the head and hands, she began. "Scandal, Thomas! You want to tell me not to make a scandal when I have been insulted and people spit in my face? Is that worthy of a brother you will permit me to ask? Circumspection, tact, they are very well in their place. But there are limits, Tom. I know just as much of life as you do, and I tell you, there is a point where the care for appearances leaves off, and cowardice begins. I am astonished that such a stupid goose as I am have to tell you this. Yes, I am a stupid goose, and I should not be surprised if Permander never loved me at all, for I am an ugly old woman, very likely, and Babette is certainly prettier than I am. But did that give him a right to forget the respect he owed to my family, and my upbringing, and all my feelings? You did not see the way he forgot himself, Tom, and since you did not see it, you cannot understand, for I can never tell you how disgusting he was. You did not hear the word that he called after me, your sister, when I took my things and went out of the room to sleep on the sofa in the living room. But I heard it, and it was a word that, a word. Oh, it was that word, let me tell you, Thomas, that caused me to spend the whole night packing my trunk, to wake Erica early in the morning, and to leave the place, rather than to remain in the neighborhood of a man who could utter such words. And to such a man, as I said before, I will never, never return, not so long as I have any self-respect, or care in the least what becomes of me in my life on this earth. And will you now have the goodness to tell me what this cursed word was, yes or no? Never, Thomas, never would I permit that word to cross my lips. I know too well what I owe to you and to myself within these walls. Then it's no use talking with you. That may easily be. I am sure I do not want to discuss it any further. What do you expect to do, get a divorce? Yes, Tom, such is my firm determination. I feel that I owe it to myself, my child, and my family. That is all nonsense, of course, he said in a dispassionate tone. He turned on his heel and moved away, as if his words had settled the matter. It takes two to make a divorce, my child. Do you think Permaneater will just say yes and thank you kindly? The idea is absurd. Oh, you can leave that to me, she said, quite undismayed. You mean he will refuse on account of the 17,000 marks current? But Grunlich wasn't willing either, and they made him. There are ways and means, I'm sure. I'll go to Dr. Giesecke. He is Christian's friend, and he will help me. Oh yes, of course. I know it was not the same thing then. It was incapacity of the husband to provide for his family. You see, I know my way about in these affairs. Dear me, you act as if this were the first time in my life that I got a divorce. But even so, Tom, perhaps there is nothing that applies to this case. Perhaps it is impossible. You may be right, but it is all the same. My resolve is fixed. Let him keep the money. There are higher things in life. He will never see me again either way. She coughed again. She had left the bed and seated herself in an easy chair, resting one elbow on its arm. Her chin was so deeply buried in her hand that her four bent fingers clutched her under lip. She sat with her body turned to the right, staring with red, excited eyes out of the window. The consul walked up and down, sighed, shook his head, shrugged his shoulders. He paused in front of her, fairly wringing his hands. You are a child, Tony, a child, said he in a discouraged, almost pleading tone. Every word you have spoken is the most utter childish nonsense. Will you make an effort now, if I beg you, to think about the thing for just 1 minute like a grown woman? Don't you see that you are acting as if something very serious and dreadful had happened to you? As if your husband had cruelly betrayed you and heaped insults on you before all the world? Do try to realize that nothing of the sort has happened. Not a single soul in the world knows anything about that silly affair that happened at the top of your staircase in Coffinger Street. Your dignity and ours will suffer no slightest diminution if you go calmly and composedly back to Perminator, of course with your nose in the air. But, on the other hand, if you don't go back, if you give this nonsense so much importance as to make a scandal out of it, then you will be wounding our dignity indeed." She jerked her chin out of her hand and stared him in the face. "That's enough, Thomas Buddenbrook. Be quiet now, it's my turn. Listen. So you think there is no shame and no scandal so long as people don't get to hear it? No! The shame that gnaws at us secretly and eats away our self-respect, that is far, far worse. Are we Buddenbrooks the sort of people to be satisfied if everything looks tip-top, as you say here, on the outside, no matter how much mortification we have to choke down, inside our four walls? I cannot help feeling astonished at you, Tom. Think of our father and how he would act today, and then judge as he would. No, no, clean and open dealings must be the rule. Why, you can open your books any day, for all the world to see, and say, here they are, look at them. We should all of us be just the same. I know how God has made me. I am not afraid. Let Julchen Mollendorf pass me in the street and not speak, if she wants to. Let Pfeiffe Buddenbrooks sit here on Thursday afternoons and shake all over with spite and say, well, that is the second time. But of course, both times the men were to blame. I feel so far above all that now, Thomas. Farther than I can tell you. I know I have done what I thought was right. But if I am to be so afraid of Julchen Mollendorf and Pfiffi Buddenbrook as to swallow down all sorts of insults and let myself be cursed out in a drunken dialect that isn't even grammar, to stop with a man in a town where I have to get used to that kind of language and the kind of scenes I saw that night at the top of the stairs, where I have to forget my origin and my upbringing and everything that I am and learn to disown it altogether in order to act as if I were satisfied and happy, that is what I call undignified. That is what I call scandalous. He stood before her, his weight on one leg, his hands in his trousers pockets. His eyes rested on her unseeing, for he was in deep thought and slowly moving his head from side to side. "Tony," he said, "you're telling the truth. I knew it all along, but you betrayed yourself just now. It is not the man at all. It is the place. It isn't this other idiotic business. It is the whole thing altogether. You couldn't get used to it. Tell the truth." "Thomas," she cried, "it is the truth." She sprang up as she spoke and pointed straight into his face with her outstretched hand. Her own face was red. She stood there in a warlike pose, one hand grasping the chair, gesticulating with the other, and made a long, agitated, passionate speech that welled up in a resistless tide. The consul stared at her amazed. Scarcely would she pause to draw breath when new words would come gushing and bubbling forth. Yes, she found words for everything. She gave full expression to all the accumulated disgust of her Munich years. Unassorted, confused, she poured it all out. One thing after another, she kept nothing back. It was like the bursting of a dam, an assertion of desperate integrity, something elemental, a force of nature that brooked no restraint. "It is the truth," she cried. "Say it again, Thomas. Oh, I can tell you plainly, I am no stupid goose any longer. I know what I have to expect. I don't faint away at my time of life to hear the dirty work goes on now and then. I've known people like Thierry Treschke, and I was married to Bendix Grunlich, and I know the dissipated creatures there are here in this town. I am no country innocent, I tell you, and the affair with Babette wouldn't have made me go off the handle like that just by itself. No, Thomas, the thing was that it filled the cup to overflowing, and that didn't take much, for it was full already and had been for a long time, a long time. It would have taken very little to make it run over, and then this happened. The knowledge that I could not depend on Perminator even in that way, that put the top on everything. It knocked the bottom out of the cask. It brought to a head all at once my intention to get away from Munich, that had been slowly growing in my mind a long time before that, Tom, for I cannot live down there. I swear it before God and all his heavenly hosts. How wretched I have been, Thomas, you can never know. When you were there on a visit, I concealed everything, for I am a tactful woman, and do not burden others with my complainings. nor wear my heart on my sleeve on a weekday. I have always been rather reserved, but I have suffered, Tom, suffered with my entire being, with my whole personality, so to speak. Like a plant, a flower that has been transplanted into a foreign soil, if I may make such a comparison. You will probably find it a most unsuitable one, for I am really an ugly old woman. But I could not be planted in a more foreign soil than that, and I would just as lief go and live in Turkey. Oh, we should never be transplanted, we northern folk. We should stick to the shore of our own bay. We can only really thrive upon our native soil. You all used to laugh at my taste for the nobility. Yes, in these years I have often thought of what somebody said to me once, in times gone by. A very clever man. Your sympathies are with the nobility, he said. Shall I tell you why? Because you yourself belong to the nobility. Your father is a great gentleman, and you are a princess. A gulf lies between you and the rest of us, who do not belong to the governing classes. Yes, Tom. We feel like the nobility, and we realize the difference. We should never try to live where we are not known, where no one understands our worth, for we shall have nothing but chagrin, and be laughed at for our arrogance. Yes, they all found me ridiculously arrogant. They did not say so, but I felt it every minute, and that made me suffer too. Do you think I feel arrogant, Tom, in a place where they eat cake with a knife, and the very princes speak bad grammar, and if a gentleman picks up a lady's fan, it is supposed to be a love affair? Get used to it? To people without dignity, morals, energy, ambition, self-respect, or good manners, lazy and frivolous, stupid and shallow at the same time? No, never, never, as long as I am a Buddenbrook and your sister. Eva Ewers managed it. But Eva is not a Buddenbrook, and she has a husband that amounts to something. It was different with me. You think back, Tom, from the very beginning. I come from a home where people work and get things accomplished and have a purpose in life, and I go down there to Perminator, and he sits himself down with my dowry. Oh, that was genuine enough, that was characteristic, but it was the only good thing there was about it. And then, I was going to have a baby that would have made everything up to me. And what happens? It dies. I don't blame Perminator for that, of course, I don't mean that. God forbid. He did everything he could, and he didn't go to the cafe for several days. But after all, it belonged to the same thing. It made me no happier, as you can well believe. But I didn't give in, and I didn't grumble. I was alone and misunderstood and pointed at for being arrogant, but I said to myself, you yielded him your consent for life. He is lumpy and lazy, and he caused you a cruel disappointment. But his heart is pure, and he means well. And then I had to bear the sight of him in that last unspeakable minute. And I said to myself, he understands you no better and respects you no more and no less than the others do, and he calls you names that one of our workmen up here wouldn't throw at a dog. I knew then that nothing bound me to him any more, and that it was an indignity for me to stay. When I was driving from the station this afternoon, I passed Nielsen the porter, and he took off his hat and made me a deep bow, and I bowed back to him. Not arrogantly, not a bit. I waved my hand, just the way Father used to. And here I am. You can do what you like. You can harness up all your workhorses, but you can never drag me back to Munich again. And tomorrow I go to Gieske. Thus she spoke, and, finishing, sank back, exhausted in her chair, and stared again out of the window. Tom was alarmed, shaken, stupefied. He stood before her and found no words. He raised his arms up shoulder high, drawing a long breath. Then he let them fall against his thighs. Well, that's an end of it, he said. His voice was calm, and he turned and went toward the door. Her face wore now the same expression, the same half-pouting, half-injured smile as when he entered. Tom, she said, with a rising inflection. Are you vexed with me? He held the oval doorknob in one hand and made a gesture of weary protest with the other. Oh no, not at all. She put out her hand and tipped her head on one side.